Good morning, friends. Good morning. There we go. I hope everybody's doing well. It's great to see you all bright and early on day 2 of I/O 15. How many folks made it to the party last night? Yeah, good times? I thought so, yeah. So if you made it to the party, and so many of you did, thank you again for showing up so early. My name is Jonathan Elfernus. I'm a vice president of product management at Google, and I lead up our mobile display ads products. I have here with me my good friend Scott Huffman, who leads vice president of engineering, and he leads up our mobile search engineering efforts. Today, we're going to spend about 40 minutes talking to you about the world of apps, app discovery, and how to really grow your own audience through the tools that we're providing. We're going to talk about this from an organic perspective and also from a paid perspective. And we're going to talk about some of the tools that we're providing to help you analyze the performance and analyze your user acquisitions. There are a ton of apps available in the app and the Play stores today. About 1 million, actually more than 1 million apps in both of those locations. And if you think about this, this presents an enormous challenge to mobile app developers, right? You need to stand out from the crowd. You need to get noticed. You need to drive usage of your app. And the sheer volume of apps out there is not the only hurdle that you face, but bringing users into your app and engaging them time and time again is another challenge. And you see the other stat behind me, where literally 1/4 of apps are downloaded, installed on users' phones, and yet never even run once. So there's a lot of waste left in the system. Users are spending more and more time in mobile apps. This is adding up to over 30 hours per month being spent in mobile applications. And what we're seeing is that some of this engagement is long periods of time spent in-game, but some of it is through tiny slices of time that really add up. Users are pulling their mobile phones out of their pockets to interact, to reach for information, to make things happen even in the real world over 150 times a day. We think about these as micro moments. Think about it. You're standing at the train platform. You're waiting for the next commuter train to come. You pull out your phone, and you start to work on a task. You start to work on something that you needed to do. But then the train comes, and you got to get in, so you kind of just quick shut down the phone, put it back in your pocket, and climb in the train. When you get off, you want to be able to pick up that task again. Your day is filled with all of these slivers of moments where you can interact with your mobile devices. Another example, you're waiting in line to pick up a cup of coffee. You probably pull your mobile phone back out, and you want to resume that task where you left off. The reason mobile apps work so well in this space is that they don't have to worry about connectivity. They can save state. They can provide you with clean, rich UIs, and they're right there to be accessed on your home screen. So all this time adds up, and it adds up to now over 30 hours per month spent in mobile applications. And users are using more and more mobile apps over time. In fact, the latest stat indicates that 36 is the number of apps that the average American has on her cell phone. And as I mentioned a few moments ago, 1/4 of those are left completely unused. We've been out talking to friends, talking to users around the globe, really trying to understand more about how folks are fitting apps into their daily life. And I'd like to take you through one of these stories, sort of illustrate the power of mobile applications. So this is our friend Christian. This is a true story. Christian is a young professional. He lives in Philadelphia, and he has a younger brother. And his younger brother recently started running. As with most sibling relationships, they have a bit of a sibling rivalry. And so Christian is very eager to go running with his brother as well and show him that he can do him one better. So 5 a.m., Christian's brother shows up at Christian's house. Sounds like about the time my kids wake up, which is a little early to be running. But anyway, his brother shows up at the house, and his brother pulls out his mobile phone, and he starts configuring his running app. He's downloaded a running app that helps coaching him, driving him to be a better and better runner. And Christian thinks, well, damn it, I can't be one-upped by my brother. So he pulls out his mobile phone, and he wants his own running app. But Christian isn't going to sit there and use the same running app as his brother. He's unique. He's his own person. And because it's a rivalry, he does a search, and he starts looking for the right kind of running app for him. He finds a site with the top 10 running apps, and he peruses them, and he finds that there's this Nike Plus running app, which really, really sings to him because he's always been an avid Nike customer. And he has one of those pairs of Nike sneakers that have the little chips in them so that they can actually track his pacing and running. And this happens every day, thousands upon thousands of times. Users need an application to service some need for them. They have to make almost a split-second decision with a little bit of information. But for Christian, this app has now become an integral part of his life. It sits there on his home screen, and he uses it every day. Think about the power of the connection that was just built between Nike and Christian. Discoverability is the first of these challenges. How do you get your app to really stand out from the crowd? And today, as app developers, you're doing a lot of work. You're worrying about optimizing your listings. You've got to create beautiful videos, get them out there, get them published, get users to watch them. You probably want to optimize your keywords so that you can easily be found in searches on these Play stores. Many of you realize that you should also extend your reach by, paying for app promotion. And then you probably have to deal with a variety of social channels. This is an awful lot of work, and at Google, we're really leaning in to make this as easy as possible, to really cut through as much of this as we can for you. So let's talk a little bit about the assets that Google has to bear to bring to this solution to really facilitate app discovery for all of you. Really comes down to the fact that we have a large variety, a heterogeneous set of different properties and platforms that users are interacting with on a daily basis, on a minutely basis. And so across search and the Play Store and the AdMob in-app network and YouTube, we can help users connect with apps as they're going about their daily life. And we're working on a whole variety of tools to help you connect with users at the right moments as they're looking for these solutions to install on their phone. We understand that for app developers, it is not an Android-only world. And I want to make sure that all of you understand this as well. From our perspective, we are absolutely committed to bringing these solutions to life across platforms, across both iOS and AdMob. Because for all of you, you need to grow the largest audience possible, and if we limit to one platform, you're not going to be able to do this. This is an ongoing commitment for everything that we're doing in this mobile apps space. Now I'd like to welcome Scott Huffman, come up on stage to talk us through what we're doing on the organic side of the world to really help with discovery and engagement.
Thanks, Jonathan. Hi, everyone. I'm Scott, and I'm one of the leads in the search team at Google. And in particular, I have the really fantastic job of leading up our mobile search efforts. And over the last couple of years, we've been very focused on how can we take the great content and the great services that all of you are creating in your apps and make those a first-order part of the Google search experience for our users. Now, Jonathan talked about the hard problems that I think all of you face in this apps world. First of all, out of all those million apps that are out there, how in the world do users find out about your app when they have a need, understand that your app is something that can meet their need, and decide to put that app on their phone? Even once you get through that hurdle, we all understand, and Jonathan gave some of the stats, that you're not done yet because users forget your app is there. They don't really understand all the things that your app can do for them, and a lot of times it sits unused. So how do you get users to re-engage once the app is there? Now, for us in Google and the search team, it actually sounds like kind of a familiar problem. We've seen this one before. If we go back in time, way back to ancient history, in 1998, here's a graph of the number of websites that were out there. And there were about 1 million websites in 1998. Lots of great things. Obviously, there was huge growth to lead to this 1 million websites. But if you were creating a new web application, it was very, very difficult for you to get discovered. Say that you had a fantastic collection of cookie recipes, and you wanted to put that up, and in particular, maybe you just had the most fantastic chocolate chip cookie recipes. how in the world would people find your site? You could put yourself into web directories. You could try word of mouth and really trying to generate some buzz. But it's very difficult for a user who says to themselves, I really need an organic chocolate chip cookie recipe to bake to find you. And then along came Google and other search technologies and really changed the equation pretty dramatically, where now all of a sudden users who needed that organic chocolate chip cookie recipe, that's not very easy to say, by the way, could put that into the box, and if your site had the relevant best chocolate chip cookie recipes out there, it would come up, users would discover it, and as users use that, it would come up more and more. And so we saw an explosion where we went from 1 million websites to over 1 billion websites with just even more dramatic growth because it enabled sort of the long tail of everyone who wanted to create content and services on the web to be discovered, not just in a directory, but in a needs-based way where users could find you by expressing their need. Now here's another graph. I didn't go backwards in the slide deck. I actually went forward, but the graph looks familiar. This is the number of apps in the Play Store, and gee, it looks familiar, doesn't it? We've had, on the one hand, amazing growth over the last few years to get to 1 million apps, and on the other hand, maybe there's a lot further to go, and a lot more apps, a lot more content and services that can be created if we can allow users to find those things. I want to submit to you that Google is a fantastic place, and Google Search is a fantastic place for your app to be discovered and for users to be able to tap into the things that you're creating. And lots of people wonder about this. In fact, what we're seeing at Google is that mobile users are, in fact, coming to Google Search, expressing needs many, many millions of times a day. And we're seeing incredible growth in that. So here's just one stat that shows that more Google searches now are taking place on mobile phones than on laptop and desktop computers in places like the US and Japan and many other countries. And this is just accelerating. Users don't just tap on app icons. They come to Google and they express a need. And we want to bring your app to them when they do that. Now, our solution to this problem and the way you can tap into Google Search is something that we call app indexing. And app indexing is a pretty simple idea. What you do is basically you change your app to add deep linking capability. What deep links are basically URLs or URIs that point to each of the different pieces of content or individual services inside of your app. And we have a lot of help here at the conference and online to help you do that. We have folks giving box talks. In fact, there's one right after this talk that goes into kind of the nuts and bolts of how you do this. We have folks kind of manning a help desk out here and so on. After you add deep links to your app, there are a few simple choices you have for publishing your app's deep links to Google. And then on the Google side, we do basically what we always do. We take those deep links and we add that to our index. So that our index now not only contains content and services from the web, but also from your app. And then we apply our set of ranking algorithms to surface your app, and in particular, the individual pieces inside of your app that are most relevant for a user's query when users come along with those needs. Now, even before any of this app indexing stuff, of course, if people come to Google Search and ask for apps, we're going to give them the best apps of the kind that they ask for. So, for example, if a user comes along and asks for cooking apps, Google Search is going to bring up a nice list of some of the best cooking apps. This is something that we've been doing for a while. And one thing people may not realize is that, in fact, there is a fair amount of app installation that flows through the Google search box in addition to what's coming through the Play Store. But more often, people come to Google and they ask for things that they need. They don't know if they need an app. They just know that they need animal-shaped cookie ideas. And who hasn't needed that? And what happens if a user, for example, doesn't have the Pinterest app today, starting kind of from this side, if a user says to Google animal-shaped cookie ideas, in addition to content from the web and other apps, Google actually offers an installation offer for apps that have great content about that. In this case, one of the apps that has great content about the animal-shaped cookie ideas is the Pinterest app. Once a user taps that install button, they go through the Play Store install flow. And when the app is installed, you can see in the middle screen here, not just an open button, but that green continue button. And when the user taps on that continue button, it in fact takes them not just to the top of the Pinterest app, but straight into the content that they asked for. In this case, a lovely page full of animal-shaped cookie ideas. And so the user has gone all the way through from discovering the app, installing the app, and then getting to the content that they were looking for inside of that app. Now, once your app is installed, then you can drive re-engagement through those deep links that you've provided to Google. And whether users are looking, in these examples, for things like a restaurant, a craft idea, a movie, or any of the other zillion things that people come to Google every day to search for, if your app has relevant content and it is ranked in the list here, it'll come up. So you see here some restaurant-related apps, the Etsy craft app, some movie-related apps, and so on, that allow users, by expressing their need, to come back to your app again and again. Now, probably people have heard, because we've talked about it a lot over time, that Google uses hundreds of signals that come together to drive our ranking algorithms. And by making your app content available, visible, basically, to Google, that content and the characteristics of your app are able to influence the ranking and to help users find that app at the appropriate times. Now, that all sounds great, or at least I'm hoping it sounds great, because I'm trying to give you the best sales pitch for app indexing that I can. But how do we know that any of this stuff works? Well, one tool that we have is something that's called the Search Console. And back in the day, back in my 1998 type graph, this tool, and actually more recently than that, the tool was called Webmaster Tools. In fact, we've not only renamed it Search Console to get away from the idea that it's just for webmasters, but also added a lot of tools that are really focused on apps, so that both webmasters and app developers can come to the Search Console and get a really nice picture analytically of what's happening with your app from the point of view of Google search, what traffic is flowing from Google that's coming into your app. And let's look at some of the results that some of our partners are seeing. Now, it's early days, but these are kind of some early results, but really exciting for our app partners. The Guardian, what they're seeing is that for users that have the Guardian app installed and therefore are seeing app deep links in Google search instead of web links, they're seeing a significant increase in the click-through of those users to go into the app, as opposed to users who select the Guardian website. So a 4.5% jump of that click-through. So a nice increase in re-engagement. Etsy, they've seen increased traffic from referrals, things that are flowing through Google to them, of over 11%. And Tabelog, who is a Japanese restaurant app, is seeing increased app traffic to their restaurant pages, so kind of the core content pages, the core purpose of their app, of almost 10%. So again, early days, but pretty nice results for something that's completely free and that is easy for apps to do. So where are we going with all this? Well, Jonathan mentioned that cross-platform is incredibly important for us at Google. We understand that your app needs to work across these different platforms. And so we actually announced, I think it was on Wednesday, and began rolling out our iOS approach to, or solution for app indexing. And on iOS, we've started sort of the same way we started on Android, which is we worked with a great set of partners. You see their icons here, to do the initial launch. And we're just kind of checking that, making sure all the pipes are running smoothly and so on. And then we'll open this up to everyone in not very long. I'm also very happy to announce today that we are opening up app indexing to apps that only exist as apps and not as websites. So far, what we've done is really worked on it with apps that have a corresponding web presence. But there are a lot of great apps in the world, and probably many of you are making them, that don't have corresponding web presence that still provide wonderful content and services for our users. What this project allows us to do is bring those apps into our index as well. So things like Hotels Tonight, Visual Anatomy Free, and several others are kind of our initial partners here. here we're going to be launching this initial set of partners, again, just to get the pipes cleaned out and make sure that everything's working within the next few weeks. And then later in the year, we'll open this up for everyone. And we're really excited about this because we think it really will open the floodgates of letting any app be a part of Google's index. So hopefully I've convinced you that a great way for your app to get to be discovered and re-engaged with users is through Google Search and through indexing your app, allowing users who come to Google and express a need to find the great content and the great service inside your app. We're seeing a lot of effectiveness here for app developers. It's completely free. And if you want to learn more about it, you see the link here with lots of documentation and also the box talk that comes right after this. Thanks very much. I'll bring back Jonathan.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Scott. It's incredible to see all of this work that Scott and his team are doing to really bring apps to life within the core of what Google has to offer the world, our search product. Seeing apps as first-class citizens in search, seeing all of this great deep linking technology across both platforms brings the biggest smile to my face because it just shows this commitment and it shows how much more we're going to be able to do in this mobile world when we really combine the great power that Google Search has to offer with this wonderful content that you guys are all creating in these millions of apps. We're going to pivot now. We're going to spend the last 10, 15 minutes or so talking about paid advertising and talking about some of the solutions that Google is bringing to the front that's really aimed at making it easier for all of you from an advertising standpoint to reach those users, to reach them effectively, to reach the high-value users that you need to, and to automate that as much as possible, bringing them into your app. Scott's history about Google, about the work that we did to really bring websites to life, web search to life, is an analogy that I want to draw on as well. Because if we think about paid ads at Google, we've generally followed along with what our friends on the organic side have done. Yes, we do have our usual church and state policies, but we've tried to make the ads that we show to users as native, as integrated in our experiences as possible. And if you go all the way back to 2002, 2003, this was the very inception of AdWords, of search ads on Google. And we're doing the same thing here with apps. We're essentially following that history and following that path. And we're using a lot of the lessons that we've learned over the last 15 years to bring app advertising to Google in much the same way that we brought website advertising. This brings me to app install ads. So we have app install ads as an offering today across just about all of our channels, between search, display, YouTube, in-app. And we try to make it as easy as possible for you guys to create these creatives, to get them distributed, to get these ads targeted and put in front of the eyeballs of the right users so that you're driving high-value lifetime users to your application. Perhaps the most exciting announcement that we've made in this space over the I think since we even got started in app advertising, is the fact that we are now in the process of bringing ads, search ads, to the Play Store. We've currently been running a beta, an early pilot with a number of advertisers. This is going extremely well. If you think about it, the Play Store captures the very moment of intent when a user knows that she needs a certain mobile application to solve a problem, the task that she has laid out before her. And you see a couple of examples here. When this launches, we will show at most one ad at the top. It will be clearly labeled as such, as we always have. And again, we're seeing great results both for users and advertisers as we're rolling this pilot out. This is going to, we're going to expand the coverage of this. We're going to get this in all of your hands really in the next couple of months. So keep an eye on this as we roll it out. YouTube has been another phenomenal channel for app promotion. We started working with our YouTube friends a lot more closely on this last year, and we really brought some of these ads to life around the middle of 2014. It's still early days for app promotion on YouTube, but the results, as far as our advertisers are concerned, have been phenomenal. The engagement is incredibly rich. The amount of eyeballs and users that they intersect with on YouTube is massive. And I think this next quote really sums it up best. So Deepak is a good friend of ours, and he's the chief revenue officer at Machine Zone. Machine Zone is one of the largest mobile games from a user and revenue perspective in the world. And if Deepak knows anything, Deepak really knows how to acquire users and how to acquire them at scale. And any of you who've done this or who've done it for a large audience know that you need to really embrace all of the channels that you have. And Machine Zone and Deepak really do that. They have tried just about all of the channels that are out there. So to hear this feedback from him, that YouTube provides users that are 15% more valuable than he can get from any other video platform, to me says a hell of a lot. And this is why advertisers are clamoring more and more for access to this great YouTube inventory. We're trying to make it easy as well, because as we introduce all of these new channels, search, display, YouTube, Play Store, the last thing you're going to want to have to do is sit there and handcraft your campaigns to make sure that they work for each and every one of these. So our first step in simplicity and automation is what we're showing on the screen here. Earlier this year, we launched the ability for advertisers to extend their existing AdMob in-app app promotion campaigns to the mobile web. What we do is we take all of that carefully crafted targeting criteria that you have so carefully assembled for your in-app promotions, and we take and we lift that up and we drop it over into the mobile web space. So we can find you users that are roughly as valuable at roughly the same CPI, but in the mobile web rather than in-app. And this enables you to find new, unique users that you wouldn't have acquired otherwise. And advertisers are seeing stunning results, if you ask me, through nothing more than a checkbox. Advertisers are extending their reach and are acquiring roughly 30% more unique users with nothing more than that checkbox. So as we started to see the success of this, and we thought more and more about automation at scale, we wondered if we could take this one step further. And that's really where we came up with this concept for universal app campaigns. Why stop with the connection between the AdMob network and the mobile web network? Why not automate this at scale for as many advertisers as possible? Universal App Campaigns, which has been in beta and early pilot for the last couple of quarters and is rolling out to all of you in the next couple of months, gives app promoters and app developers the simplest way to acquire valuable users at scale. We're talking about roughly 3 inputs from the advertiser or the app developer. You've got to tell me what your app is. We can go then find all the great information we need to about your app. You got to tell me how much money you're willing to put into the system, what your budget is. And then you have to give me some characteristics about the type of users you want to find. But this isn't like heavy-handed targeting criteria. This is like, find me roughly users at this CPI or this target lifetime value. And that's it. We do the rest. And for those of you at the keynote yesterday, you understand the power of the machine learning technology, the artificial intelligence and machine learning technology that we have at Google. And we essentially take these handful of inputs from you, and we use our bidding algorithms, our automation algorithms, this massive machine learning systems, to scan across all of these different networks between Play and YouTube and Google Search and AdMob. And we work to find the next cheapest install, agnostic of channel, that satisfies that goal that you've set out for us. The results have been incredible. Advertisers have to do very, very little effort here and are finding that this scales much, much better than individual campaigns because they're able to find the best way to think about this is we can acquire a set of users for you very, very cheaply on the search side of the world. Right? Think about when those navigational type queries come in, that's an exact match. It's a very low cost per install. But then in order to truly grow your volume in search, you may find that you see a significant step up in price from a cost per install perspective. What Universal App Campaigns is it helps us spread that out. So we might find that next tranche of cheaper users to acquire sits in the AdMob space, or maybe on the Play Store. And our bidding algorithms can work across all of these different properties to maximize the number of users we acquire for you at the least cost possible. We are incredibly excited about what we're building here, and we hope all of you in the audience try it. One of the things that's really a benefit to us at Google as we approach this app promotion space is the fact that for the better part of the last 15 years or so, we've been working on ads targeting technology. And we bring all of that to bear in this apps space. I was talking about our machine learning, and the key algorithm that we use in the ad space is something called conversion optimizer. Very simply, conversion optimizer works to maximize the number of conversions, in this case, installs, that we can deliver to an advertiser given a certain price or given like a target cost per acquisition. For the app space, we've tuned those conversion optimizer models to take into account all kinds of signals about our users as they sit on our platforms. So we can do these kinds of things. We can bid higher for users who we believe are more inclined to make an in-app purchase overall. So if you're a game developer and you rely on IAP to make a living, you want to find users who are going to spend money in your app. So we start to be able to identify these, and we know they're more valuable and we'll bid higher. We can go even further, though. We can start to predict, we can actually do this quite well, we can predict the probability that a particular user, an individual user, will actually purchase in your app. And I got to tell you, when I talk to app developers and game developers about this specific technology, I mean, their wallets come out almost instantly. It's like, well, damn it, if you can deliver me paying users, I'm willing to pay whatever it takes. And this is the core of what we're focused on when we talk about app promotion. And we do things like expanding reach as well, if that is helpful. We can bid lower, but we can bring more low-cost users in if you want volume. The results are extraordinary when we do this right. Campaigns that leverage this technology are 24 times more likely to generate a buyer. And therefore, the cost of acquiring a buyer drops by 90%. Because if you're interested in buyers and only buyers, you're wasting a lot of money bringing non-buyers into the equation. Acquiring users, acquiring valuable users at scale isn't the only thing you need to do here. You absolutely need to understand your data. You need to understand the performance. You need to understand what's working and what isn't. Because ultimately, it's your dollars that you're paying to acquire these users, and you want to make sure that those are invested the best possible. The thing that really stuns me and my team, we've been out talking about the importance of analytics in apps for the better part of the last 4 years, and yet still, our surveys indicate that only 21% of app developers actually use some form of analytics solution. I have no idea how the other 79% of app developers run their businesses. So we really implore you to use an analytics solution of some kind. And I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about our analytics solution for this, which is Google Analytics for mobile apps. Now, Google Analytics has been working on mobile app solutions for the last 2 to 3 years, and they're really, really becoming quite robust. On the buy side now, Google Analytics gives you access to all of these core app user-based concepts, things like lifetime value reporting. In this example, you understand the value of users in aggregate as they spend longer and longer time on your app. And eventually it asymptotes to roughly lifetime value here of about $9, but you also see how that increases over time. Cohort analysis is pretty interesting because it breaks this down by days. A lot of larger app developers are starting to do things like run TV ad campaigns in conjunction with what they're doing online. And that's an example you see here where there might have been a TV campaign run on the February 4th date, which is what's driving higher retention. You need to understand how external events might be changing the types of users that you're acquiring and might be changing how those users engage with your app. ARPU, of course, is a key concept. Sorry, average revenue per user, or ARPU, is a key concept that most app developers care an awful lot about. I want to know how much value each user is driving in aggregate. It also helps you think about how you should be targeting your cost per install, because in order to get a positive ROI back out of the system, you can't be paying more to acquire users than they're driving back to you. Jason Titus made a number of announcements on stage yesterday about our approach in this mobile analytics world, and I want to reinforce those right now. Our analytics team understands how important it is that they remain neutral. And one of the key ways to enable that and to show you that we're really trying to be neutral and to be agnostic to the media you buy or the media you track or the tools you use is we're continuing to pursue an incredibly transparent, open, and reliable approach to mobile analytics, and we are committed to this. We are incredibly committed to this. Our mobile app analytics tools, Google Analytics, now supports iOS conversion tracking across over 20 ad networks that you see behind me here. So Google Analytics integrates not just with networks like the Google Search Network or Google Search or AdMob, but also all of these networks on iOS, and we integrate with a number of these networks on the Android side as well. Right? We've got to stay open, we've got to stay flexible, and we've got to be as transparent as possible to continue to grow this vibrant ecosystem. Many of you who care about tracking installs and value across a variety of different networks use third-party measurement partners. These are good friends of ours, like the folks at Tune and Kochava, as well as at Just. We've been working very, very closely with all of these folks and more to make sure that you can use these third-party tools as reliably as you would use Google Analytics. You can now integrate your third-party measurement tools, tracking, and reports directly into AdWords. And our teams have been working with the brilliant teams at these companies for the past couple of months to make sure that the data the data that's being pumped in is as robust and reliable as possible. To summarize, you've got to think about all of the ways that you can get users to engage with your app, that you can get discovered, because remember, there are so many apps out there, and it is so hard to rise above the noise. Scott talked about a number of incredible ways that you can leverage all of these free tools that we offer you on the search side of the world. It's amazing to see how much we've done. It's amazing to see our commitment there, but definitely think about all of the app indexing techniques that Scott talked about, because users are coming to Google search on their mobile phones more than they ever have before, and when they look for content that you've got in your app, you should be that top result. Remember that you can use AdWords for app promotion, that we're working to make it damn simple for all of you to reach as many users at scale across all of our platforms as possible while still driving that maximum value. And lastly, first, make sure you're leveraging some kind of analytics tool, because you're crazy if you don't. And second, remember that we have Google Analytics, which is free, is robust, integrates with a variety of third-party ad networks, and is available to all of you today. And we continue to show that commitment towards openness and an extension to embracing our partnerships by showcasing that all of our friends with these third-party measurement tools, again, like Tune and Kochava, can integrate directly now into AdWords. We hope you're as excited as we are about all of these tools that we've released over the last few weeks to really give you the power to drive your apps, your businesses at scale. With that, we'd like to thank you all for your time and your attention today. Have a great rest of your time at Google I/O. Take care.
Polycast is for anybody who's really into web components and Polymer. If you're an absolute beginner, you haven't worked with these things before, I'm going to give you some getting started material, show you how to work with a few components. If you're a more advanced developer, I actually have some tips and tricks and other cool stuff that's coming exclusive from the Polymer team, so you get to hear about it before pretty much anybody else in the outside world. We've got a little bit of Hollywood magic that we've incorporated into the show so that I can draw on the screen, I can point out particulars of the code, and I can actually bring you inside the text editor with me, so we can feel more like we're building a component together and not like you're just sitting there watching some video. Polycast comes out on the Google Developers YouTube channel every 2 weeks, so you can subscribe to that channel, and that way you will never miss an episode, which is pretty awesome. You can also go find our playlist on the channel. You can bookmark that, and you can see the entire back catalog. One thing I would say to any developer watching is that if you really like the show, leave me a comment down there on YouTube. I read all of the comments, I try to respond to as many as I possibly can, and when you leave a really good question, we can highlight it in future episodes. Today on Polycast, I'm going to show you a very important trick, so let's dive in.
Go.
Hey, Paul.
Hello, Jake.
We're at I.O. We made it. We made it across the narrow sea.
Yeah, and big plainy wings. We actually made it.
Yeah,
we
worked it all
landed.
out.
I know.
So, did you enjoy the keynote yesterday?
Yes,
Was that good for you?
It was actually. I was looking at that massive screen around the whole thing, and I was like, I've got to get one for home. I don't know why.
Yes.
Well, I can't even justify that to my family.
But they don't release films in that aspect ratio. You're gonna have trouble. I mean, you're just gonna basically see like a pair of eyes. Oh no, you've got a plan.
No, I haven't got a plan. Although, what I think is maybe if you got one of those GoPro rigs that they showed.
Oh, the ones where, on the cardboard segment.
Yes,
Yeah.
that was amazing. I've got to find a business justification for getting one of those in my life. I don't know. Maybe I need a stereographic version of my toilet at home or something.
What would you? Hang on. I know. Like so, I'm uncomfortable going to the toilet in unfamiliar places. So what are you going to do? You're going to have that set up at home.
Yep.
So when you're on the toilet in a strange place, you can wear a cardboard.
Yeah.
And have a live link.
Yeah,
and
back to home, or
and
just
it
get
makes
one
you
of
more
those
comfortable.
screens installed around the place, so I can just have that, perma surround. I'm not quite sure how this works out, but I think it's very important. I also noticed in the keynote that if you stop talking, people start applauding.
Yeah, that must be really awkward for a presenter because you have to just keep making noises.
Blah 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 blah.
Because
blah.
otherwise, like an applause erupts out and spreads through the audience. There was another thing I noticed as well, that when there was an applause erupted, the camera would switch to the audience to pick up that reaction, but the cameraman had always found a section of the audience looking completely indifferent.
Yes, yeah, not quite sort of. Yeah, I was like, where's the applause coming from? Is it an applause track?
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's just an audience that's like, yeah, whatever. But then occasionally you get a section of people who they almost look like they were trying to work out who just farted. Like there was a sort of like. So I looked at
But that said, I mean, there was some amazing announcements yesterday. Well, what did you notice? Let me ask you that.
Oh, I would say, from an engineering perspective, my favorite thing was the Google Photos.
Yes.
Because I went away and I was playing around with just doing the searches, search for cats, obviously, and then, but even more complicated things like, yellow car, and it was bringing up photos that I'd taken that were of those things. It's kind of creepy. It's almost like it's starting to get self-aware. It's like, I hope they've got like a pair of pliers next to the cable for the computer that's doing all that.
That is always the mistake when you've got an apocalyptic computer takeover.
Yep.
Nobody remembers that you've got to be able to cut the power.
Yeah, and if that thing gets into the wild, it can, and becomes self-aware, it's going to be identifying yellow cars everywhere, and that's going to be a problem.
What happens next? Nobody knows what happens next after it identifies all the yellow cars. It's probably just going to sit there idly going, no more yellow cars.
Yellow car, red car, cat.
Yeah.
But that will somehow lead to the apocalypse, so that's something to look forward to.
It kind of has to. I noticed Chrome custom tabs. That really caught my attention because I was thinking about it. It's like today, when you've got the Twitter native app on Android, you can tap into a link there and it will load up the web view. And then you can then go to Twitter, follow some links, go to Twitter, and then it'll ask you to sign into Twitter in a web view inside the Twitter native app, and like it's Twitter inside of Twitter inside of Twitter.
And browsing the web in a web view, it kind of makes me a bit nervous. Well, it's problematic because you don't have the same cookie jar, the same cache, the same service worker, local storage, all of those things. But it worries me when I see a login screen in a web view in an app because I don't have access to the URL. I'm like, well, that looks like a Google login screen or a Twitter login screen.
But is it?
Right.
And you don't want to find out. You don't want to be kind of like, yeah, I just gave that password away. But generally, it just felt like it was a really good match of, this is Chrome. It is Chrome, as you sort of expect. Yep. But from a user or even a product point of view, it's like it's branded such that it feels like it's part of the experience you're currently having. It felt like a really good understanding of, you want the web to be part of a native experience, and then, it just felt like a really good way of doing that. So hopefully, I think we'll see more people targeting that.
So one of the things that we've seen be proposed or start to come out recently is Facebook instant articles, right? And I don't know about you, but because I'm such a fan of the web, I was a little bit worried about that because it's like, they're saying, oh, the web's not good enough, so we've kind of reinvented it.
Right.
And if you look at the JSON for something like Facebook Instant Articles, like they'll have like an object that represents a paragraph. It will have a type, and the type will be in capital letters paragraph, and it's got a little bit more metadata, and then the text for the paragraph. It's actually more verbose than HTML. Yeah. But the reason it becomes fast is things like it's able to preload it, warm it up, and it does kind of stop. It doesn't have the features of the web that make the web slow. It's not inherently faster than the web, but you can't put 8 iframes within iframes.
So it's like skirting around those kind of potential foot guns.
Yeah.
Right. Oh,
so I'm kind of really excited about the custom tabs thing from that perspective, because within the app you can warm up the browser, you can warm up the content, so you get that instant feel. But it is kind of down to developers to go that extra mile and. Well, no, not even go the extra mile. It's to walk back the extra mile and not do the stuff that slows the web down. Yeah, reverse. Like take all those nested iframes and scroll handlers out.
Talking to the beeping thing, I was walking past the street here, and I was just walking along on the sidewalk, and all of a sudden it just went wah 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 wah. And it was like, there's a car coming, don't die.
Yeah,
I was like,
it's a good instruction for life, though.
I felt like it was a very helpful thing. What was more concerning was that the volume of the thing was so sudden and so loud.
You actually jumped out into the road by accident and got mowed down by an oncoming bus.
It felt like it could have done with a little bit of easing in there. Yeah. It just felt like the user experience was, don't die, but you might die from the thing telling you not to die.
So there's so many people here. It's absolutely incredible. Yeah. And I don't know about you, but I mean, I'm a nerd. I'm a proper nerd.
I had noticed.
Yeah, so I have all of the social foibles that come with that. And we've been meeting a lot of people and saying hi, talking about the web. And I just feel like that amount of sort of new people, but also people I haven't seen in a long time, I'm feeling like I've got a really high error rate when it comes to social encounters.
Absolutely, exactly the same. And I don't know quite what to do about it, because it's like, I want to be here and I want to meet with you and I want to talk with you. But my ego can't really cope with the fact that I'm just doing a terrible job of being a human being, a sociable human being. It's like, normally they editors, when we do sort of videos and all the rest of it, to make us actually seem pretty normal.
Like normal, yeah. So I'm finding someone will come in and I'll say hello wrong. Something as simple as that. And then in my mind, I'm like, oh, you messed up a hello. Like, it's only going to go downhill from here.
Oh, your brain goes into the 2-track thing, right? Where you're like, like the
running commentary for how terrible a job you're doing at life.
The worst one of those that ever happened to me was I was on stage and I actually managed to dislocate my shoulder. It's something I've done enough times now that it can happen to me.
It almost sounds like you do it on purpose. I've done it, but sometimes just like
got the t-shirt,
got nothing else to do for the next hour, I might just pop the shoulder out.
Pretty much. Yeah. So there, but I dislocated it, and I'm in front of all these people, and I was just, my brain went into that 2-track. The one part went, Paul, you've dislocated your shoulder, mate. This is not good. And the other one was, I always think is more of a thespian voice, went, the show must go on.
Be the hero of the stage.
Pretty much. And so at that point, I was just like, back in, and I was just...
as cool as cucumber. Yeah, and pop the shoulder back in.
And I spoke to people after, and I was like, did you realize that I dislocated my shoulder? And they were like, no. And I was like, well, at least I can cover that. That's, it's not really a resume skill, if I'm honest, but it's there.
Did you watch X-Files when you were younger?
Yes.
Are you using Victor Toombs? Is that right? Are you going to stretch down into a chimney and kill people at night?
I sincerely hope not. Anyway, back to the web. one of the other things that sort of some of the sessions and so on, and they've gone into things like service worker. That's been nice to come back for. Obviously, you're the one-trick pony when it comes to the service worker.
Of course, so it was great to hear that mentioned loads in the session, but just like the sort of the practical uses of it, like rather than, so what it was last year when we were presenting about it is it was just like
Coming soon.
Yeah, and a couple of Googlers going, hey, look, we kind of made a thing using a prototype. We think it's going to be okay. Fingers crossed.
Yes.
Hope we don't break the web. And now we're seeing people like The Guardian using it for push messages, you know, or people using it just to make performance better.
Right, because it's the gating for like the push messaging and notifications and all that kind of stuff. It's like HTTPS, service worker, blah, blah, blah. And you kind of, we're starting to build up, I think, a really strong re-engagement story off the back of it. It's not just like, you get fast bootstrapping, you get stuff that works offline, but you can now start to kind of say to your users, like, would you like me to keep you updated on any of these things? Yeah, so that is very exciting, really.
Yeah. Yeah, so you were talking about performance as well. Like you've been talking about like, what makes a website fast, like the whole Rail thing.
We've been talking about Rail, which is response, animation, idle, and load, and how you can think about app and site performance and bring all that together. So that's gone down really well. People are starting to kind of go, yeah, I understand. You know, it's put the user at the middle of your performance model. So that's been really nice to kind of share with the attendees here, and hopefully we'll get more about that soon.
Do you think that's going to happen? We're going to get a faster web out of this because that's what we want, right?
One can only hope. But in the meantime, you know, here's to another year of the web and I/O.
To the web.
You know, it's funny. If you look at everything that Google does for the iPhone and the iPad, we really do a lot. But for some reason, people don't think of us as an iOS company, and I don't know why that is. Oh yeah, right. But the fact of the matter is, we have a whole bunch of crazy smart engineers that are building dozens of apps for iOS devices. And we have SDKs available for everything from maps to analytics to games that you could use to power your own apps. Okay guys, seriously, is there nowhere else we could film? Like, anywhere? But you know, maybe some of that's on us. Maybe we need to do a better job of reaching out to this community. And so that's why we're creating this series of videos just for you iOS developers. We'll be telling folks about what new libraries we're releasing for iOS and sharing some tips from our very own engineers. So come join us right here on Route 85, our brand new show for iOS developers. Because when you think iOS, think Goo. Oh, come on! Really? Can't, you know what? Forget it, I quit. You guys, you film your own promo. I'm done here. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. I can't find one goddamn place in this whole campus where I can film one stupid commercial.
Route 85, the way to go for iOS developers. Coming soon to the Google Developers YouTube channel.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, it's great to be here. My name is Johnny Lee, and I'm excited to give you an update on where we are with Project Tango. For those of you who are less familiar with Project Tango, one of the core beliefs and ideas behind this project is the fact that when we place our mobile phones on a table, they don't actually understand the things that are around them. They don't understand the extent of the table or the room that they're in. In fact, almost all of the information that they provide us is constrained to this little rectangle you see here. They don't understand if we're relaxing at home with family, or if we're in our workspace collaborating with our coworkers, or in a large lecture hall, such as this, all facing in the same direction, or having a nice intimate dinner with friends and family. And what we do heavily depends on where we are. How we feel, how we talk, how we share information with each other, all depend on this context of where. And so, rather than try to force our entire lives into this very small rectangle, what Project Tango is trying to strive for is developing the hardware and software technologies to help everything and everyone understand precisely where they are, anywhere. Not just where there's good GPS coverage, good Wi-Fi coverage, or Bluetooth beacons, but any building, any space, anywhere where we can go. The devices devices and tools that we use also share this understanding of space. So last year, we introduced our Project Tango tablet development kit. And this was the first mobile device with the sensors and software to start to work toward this journey. It includes a 4-megapixel, 2-micron camera, integrated motion tracking camera, and an integrated depth sensor. And all of these sensors, combined with the Project Tango software stack, allow devices to understand the physical movement of the device, as well as its surroundings. If you actually look at, although we announced the tablet over a year ago, if you actually look at the GFX bench, which is a very popular graphics benchmark for mobile devices, using the Manhattan 3.0 test, the Project Tango devices still rank among the highest marks with regard to processor performance of ARM-based devices. We're also really happy to share that since last year, we've also started shipping our dev kits. And 3,000 units are in the field, in the hands of developers working on hundreds of apps. In a partnership with NASA, we are also able to have 2 of our devices, early prototypes, shipped up to the International Space Station atop a 530,000-pound Antares rocket from Orbital Sciences. This collaboration and partnership is allowing NASA researchers to use the technology in Tango to one day help robots potentially autonomously navigate the space station. So what happens when you have devices that actually have this sensing capability? Well, there's a few different categories that we think are really interesting. One of which is indoor navigation. You could imagine their devices one day not just being able to take you to the front door of a building, but could actually navigate you all the way to the door of the room that you wanted to get to. There's a project inside of Google starting to use Project Tango devices to explore helping the visually impaired navigate indoor spaces. You can also use the tracking and spatial reasoning of the device to transform parts of your home into a game environment. So I can build a castle in my living room and build a forest in my bedroom. And of course, there's emerging new areas that are all starting to get exciting, such as robotics, AR, and VR, which are all potentially enabled by the 3D tracking capabilities in Tango as well. So to give you a briefing, the core technologies of a Project Tango device and the software stack that goes on top of it break into 3 different categories. The first is motion tracking. The second is area learning. And lastly, depth perception. So motion tracking is actually very similar to your computer mouse. If you imagine taking your mouse and putting it on the table, as you move it around on the flat surface, it tells you the relative position you are when you put it on the table. Project Tango devices are very similar. When you first start your app, it tells you your relative motion relative to when the app started. But instead of just being constrained to 2D, it actually is full 3D. You get X, Y, Z, as well as 3 degrees of rotation. The second major concept is area learning. And if you imagine closing your eyes, you actually have sort of a mental memory of the shape of Moscone. You know roughly where you are in this building, you know roughly how big the room is, as well as your own location within this room. And it is that memory that we call area learning. So when a Project Tango device enters a space that it's previously been in, as it starts to explore the space, it will build a map. And when it recognizes a landmark it's seen before, it can localize itself to the rest of the building. And that's called area learning. The last major concept that Project Tango devices provide is depth perception. So in Project Tango compliant devices, we include a depth sensor that uses infrared signals to measure the distance to points in space. This allows us to detect the floor, the walls, and furniture in the environment, and potentially allows your application or game to respond to the user's space. Now, over the past year, we've made a ton of improvements to the software stack, and this is just a few of them. This has been done in collaboration with some of our early access partners that we gave devices to, and we've really appreciated their feedback as we've continued to push the features of the system. Now, unfortunately, due to time, there's no way I could actually talk through all of these. So instead, I'm going to show you a short video that illustrates some of these capabilities in action. Can we dim the lights? Thanks. It's pretty neat stuff, isn't it? And it's all working in real time on our tablet development kits. Some of those videos are very early proof of concepts in our lab, and so we're happy to sort of share the results as we develop them. Now, because a lot of these actually run in real time, I actually do want to try to demo this stuff for you live. So if we could switch over to the tablet. Great. So what we have here is a diagnostic screen that just shows off kind of what's going on under the hood. Again, we have our, this is the raw image from the motion tracking camera. This is a wide angle camera that gives us a large view of the environment. In fact, I can see my fingers holding the device. And you see these green dots that are colored in various different ways, and these represent the optical computer vision work that's going on that actually is tracking the flow of the image in the camera scene. We combine this data with the gyro and accelerometer in a tight sensor fusion stack to generate the plot in the upper right. And so like any mobile device, they can turn left and right, and you can see it responds to my movement. But what's special about a Project Tango device is that I'm able to actually move with and walk around the room. So if I draw a circle with the device, it continues to track in 3D, and I can walk off the stage and reasonably aggressively walk around and hold it, and it continues to track my position fairly robustly and accurately. So again, I could just unplug the HDMI cable. I'm actually tethered by this wire so you guys can see what's on the screen. But this would allow a user to walk around their entire house or the entire building and continue to have full 3D tracking. Now I want to show you just a couple of simple demos just using the motion tracking capability. So this is a quick test demo. It's sort of an homage to some very popular world-building applications. And all I am doing is what's here is a simple open grid. And you can see I have this reticle in the middle. And all I have to do is move the device, and it controls the virtual camera inside of Unity. If I use the tablet, I can point at the ground and push this add button, which will place a block. And if I add a few more blocks, I can start building the foundation, a little plot of land, to build a small building. Okay. So you can see it's pretty natural. All I have to do is just use it like a camera controller. And I bring up this menu, and I can build bricks. I can choose bricks to build a little ground line like this. And I'm just pointing with the tablet and hitting the button, and I can actually control it quite nicely and precisely, quite quickly. So I'm placing pillars for windows. Let me add a roof line. Okay, so now I have my walls built, and let me build a little wooden roof. Here we go. So just in about a minute or so, I was able to build this little structure that's located here in the middle of the screen, middle of the stage. And I can walk to left and right and look at it from different angles. And because I have full 6-degree freedom tracking, if I want to, I can just lean in, actually go inside the house, like this. So I switched to a stone brick, and now I can start decorating the inside of the house. I did make a kind of a small house, so I can't do a whole lot in it. But the neat thing about it is that this building is actually here in the middle of the stage. If I come over here to this part, here, I can build a small tower. And these objects are actually physically located in space. So you can imagine if I actually had a multiplayer version of this, I could build with my brother or sister or my friends sort of in a collaborative manner, and we could all be using physical space in the same way as though we were stacking with real physical objects. One of the things we wanted to do was make sure that working with the Tango tablets were actually very easy for people who already had 3D assets. So Otherworld is a game developer that we helped, or we asked to see if they'd be willing to port a game that they already had, which was based inside of Unity, to the Tango platform. And if you use the SDK, it's actually quite simple. Within a matter of a couple hours, you can take a 3D asset and Unity game you already have and make it Tango enabled. So this is a world where I have to help this ship dodge these enemies. And in a normal game, in a normal device, you would either tap the screen to rotate where you are on the planet, or rotate your head with the gyroscope. But because we have full 6-degree freedom tracking, I can actually walk around and look at the planet from different sides. If I want to go above the planet, I can dodge these crystals and sort of navigate him through this space as if this globe was floating in front of me and about 2 or 3 feet away. I can also back up and start throwing asteroids from the planet, like this, by touching the asteroid belt. So this is just a demonstration of how you might enable 6-degree freedom input into existing game assets. The other thing that we've been asked by our developer community was being able to bring in geometry of the real world into the game engine. So part of the sample code that we have on Project Tango website is this app, which is called Mesh Builder. And what it's doing is actually using the depth sensor combined with the 3D tracking to do a real-time 3D scan of the stage. So I have this small table here with this basket. And you can see as I walk around the stage, it's actually progressively building this mesh. And because this is all running real-time inside of Unity, I can throw balls on it, and we're updating the physics in real time as well. So this basket is actually a little bit too small for these balls. So let me take this one away and give myself a slightly more generous basket right there. So let me clear this and rescan it. And you can see it kind of has the larger basket. It's progressively building itself in. And now if I back up, I can try to play basketball. Oh, come on. Yeah. So with a little bit of additional help and some procedural game geometry, you could actually turn this table into a plateau or a mesa. You could actually literally have someone building a set of cushions with their couch, and you could turn that into a castle and have your characters actually run around furniture. When we first got this working, we were like taping up blankets in our office and using them as ramps for the ball. Another simple utility that we've been asked for with the sensors that you can do, with the sensors that we have in a Tango device, is being able to simply measure the environment. So imagine we are shopping for a new table, or I have a new bed that I want to move into the space. We can use the tracking data as well as the 3D sensing data to give us a simple visual tape measure. So for example, if I want to measure the size of this table, I simply use this crosshair, point it at the table. Whoop. Let me try that again. I'm going to do it down here. Okay. So that gives us a rough measurement of the environment between those 2 points. All I had to do was point the device like it's a cursor, and I can see the distance between these 2 corners and come over here. And just by pushing this button, we get a rough measurement of the footprint of this table. The other nice thing about this is that you don't have to be constrained to flat surfaces. If I am trying to, say, park a truck where I have all my furniture still inside of it, I'm trying to figure out if I can get through this gap. I can measure from this podium to this wall, and it'll give us a measurement in free space, just like that. So there's a variety of professional applications you could already start with, imagining being able to make use of this technology and capability. The last demo I want to show you is from a partner called Envive. And what they do is they specialize in product visualizations. They do high-end apartment complexes. They do products such as cars and refrigerators. And so we have been working with them, and they have this simple car visualizer. I need to actually point in this direction so that we can actually place the car on the stage. Let me actually pick it up and move it so it's not touching the table. There we go. So So I can simply walk around this car. Because it's actually a full-size metric car, it actually doesn't quite fit on the stage. So I'm going to use the power of software and shrink the car. There we go. Okay. So now it's almost toy size now, but I can sort of look around. I can look at the wheels. I can double tap the hood, and it'll open up the engine. I can get up close to the engine and talk about the different parts inside of it, the respirator, the carburetor, the engine hood. Obviously, you can do customizations to the visualizer, such as making it a nice racing red or a midnight blue. I think I can also go and do body upgrades, which will show different parts of the car that I can edit and modify. So let me select the roof and give it an upgrade. And just for good measure, let me scale it back up to normal size, which will actually allow me to get in the car. But there's not quite enough stage space, so I'm just going to go right through the windshield. But here I can actually see the in-car dashboard, the steering wheel, the seats. If I want to, I can adjust the interior styles as well, and interior colors. So this is just another simple example of our Unity integration. And we started improving the AR quality of performance, the registration. And again, it's important to realize that this is all using motion tracking. There's no pre-existing map of the stage. And we could easily do this in any environment, including your home or a showroom or a retail space. OK, so those are the demos. Can we go back to the laptop? A couple other demos that I unfortunately can't do on stage or that it's very difficult to demonstrate is, of course, things like VR. VR has obviously made a lot of news and press recently, and the 6DoF tracking and positioning that Project Tango enables is interesting for VR. So we've started exploring docking these tablets to your face using the Durovis dive helmets. Durovis is a partner that creates these plastic shells for different size mobile devices. It's obviously not the most ergonomically friendly form factor. And these tablets were not designed for VR. They have high latency. They don't have quite the right rendering stack. But from a sensor and tracking standpoint, they seem to be performing relatively well. So if you have time, you can go out to our sandbox area, and you could experience this village scene in VR. You can look on the ground and get sort of to the ground level of the people and look around the different bases. We also have a prototype of doing multi-user VR. Because we have fully self-contained devices, having multiple people in the same space is largely a matter of just getting the Wi-Fi connection working and having positions shared among each other. The great thing about this is that you can actually put on the helmet and you can see each other in VR and have an actual conversation. The mouths actually move to your vocal, to the sound. If you were on the sandbox area, you probably also saw one of these. This is a prototype that we built with Hasbro. They have the Nerf brand guns, and what they did is they built a 3D mount that goes on the rail system of the gun, and you just put a Project Tango-enabled device, and it allows you to actually run around the room in a first-person shooter. You can turn and shoot the enemies from left to right, but you can also move and duck behind the boxes in the space. It's a lot of fun to actually play, and so I encourage you to try this one out. So we're really excited and proud to have a large number of partners that have helped us mature this platform, both from a software and hardware standpoint. And we hope to grow this network and community with hopefully some of you in this audience we can add to this list. So Project Tango devices, we feel, enable a new form of digital playground. We can put virtual objects in the same physical space that's meaningful to people. We can actually navigate you to the item that you're really interested in a space that you've perhaps never been before. We can also help you make decisions about where to go in areas where GPS may not be good enough. We can enable you to not only create 3D stories that you can look around by turning your head, but you can actually get up and walk through. And I think this is an interesting dimension that we're only beginning to explore as a community. Obviously, we're all very excited about the emergence and maturity of AR. And 3D tracking and registration is a core component of making a good user experience. And when you combine that tracking ability with information about the environment, you can actually see beyond the physical limits of your space. And we also know about robotics and drones, and I know I've been enthusiastic and bought one of these myself, but I also crashed it in the first 30 minutes. So onboard mobile 3D positional tracking and 3D sensing is important for things like collision avoidance and autonomy. So we also see the technology in these devices being relevant to this domain as well. So this is our Project Tango development kit with a high-performance 2-micron, 4-megapixel camera, motion tracking camera, integrated depth sensing, the Tegra K1 processor with 128 gigabytes of storage and 4 gigabytes of RAM, which is on par with a lot of laptops. And before we had to request that developers apply on our website to get one of these, so there was a relatively limited distribution. But we're actually happy to announce that earlier this week, we opened up purchasing to anyone in the United States, with international locations coming soon. We're also happy to say that we are offering these at our reduced price of $512. Given the actual specs of this device, this is actually a pretty aggressive price point. To celebrate this new availability of the devices, we are also kicking off our first app development contest. So this is an effort to seed app development and seed content on our platform. There's 3 categories to the contest. You can choose to build a utility app, such as measurement, navigation, room scanning, or object scanning. We have a category for AR and VR use cases. And of course, gaming and entertainment, which I think is one of the ones it's very easy to imagine seeing demos in this space. We have seed money for each milestone for each category, which exponentially increases. So 16 selected proposals will get $1,024. 4 selected working prototypes after that milestone will get up to $2,048. And then each category will have 1 final app selected with $4,096. Once all the final apps have been submitted, we'll have a user-driven contest-wide grand prize of $8,192. All told together, this is a total cash awards up to $95,000. And we hope this won't be the last contest we run. So proposal entries start today. And the first deadline that you should be aware of is June 25th, which is a deadline for proposals. The final APK entry will have to be submitted by September 23rd. To find out more information about how to enter the contest and details, please visit our Project Tango Google+ community page. So, $95,000 to help seed the app development community, and we hope that this helps bring up and surface new partners that we actually want to work with more deeply and make a stronger relationship with. We are really excited about the tech inside of Project Tango, and we hope that one day it can be as ubiquitous as GPS. But we also know that before we used to be fine with phones that didn't have GPS. We knew how to get from home to work. We knew how to get to our restaurants just fine. But now we wouldn't even consider buying a phone without navigation directions. And I think we believe that the technology inside of Project Tango would enable this sort of feeling as well. But we also know that to become ubiquitous as GPS, tablets aren't necessarily the best form factor. I'll be the first to admit that a 7-inch tablet doesn't really fit in my pocket. And we'd love to be able to have people carry this around with them all the time. And so that's why we're also excited to announce today a new partnership. And that's with Qualcomm. Qualcomm is the largest manufacturer of mobile phone processors today, and we've been working with them over the past few months to try to incorporate Project Tango technologies onto their chipsets. And this is with great support from Raj Talluri, Senior Vice President at Qualcomm, who is right here in the audience. Do you want to stand up and say hi? Thanks. We first met Raj earlier this year, and we sat down and talked about the future of Project Tango and our goals and the future of mobile computing. And we both agreed. And we agreed that computer vision and 3D tracking was going to be an essential part of new mobile experiences, from indoor navigation to VR, AR, and potentially robotics. And we understood that to actually achieve the price and power and performance requirements of these new demanding applications required developing new hardware and new software. And so we've been working with very tightly with Qualcomm engineers to modify their mobile development platform, or MDP, to incorporate Project Tango sensors. So this is a modified version of Qualcomm's Snapdragon 810 MDP platform. We've incorporated it with the motion tracking camera, a new depth sensing camera, which is time of flight based from a partner called PMD Technologies, an RGB camera, and time-stamped gyro and accelerometer. And these are all of the things that you need in order to support the software's experiences that we want to do on these hardware. So these MDP platforms are the reference designs provided to device manufacturers to accelerate the design of their next generation phones using Qualcomm chipsets. So by working with Qualcomm and building these devices, we can not only optimize Project Tango software to the Snapdragon chipset, we can also accelerate the rate of adoption in mobile phones. Now, it's important to remember that these are engineering reference designs. So there's not a plan to manufacture a large quantity of these. The best platform right now that you can purchase today is the Project Tango tablet. But these will be given to OEMs as well as software developers to optimize some of their applications to the Snapdragon chipset. We're really excited about this partnership because we believe it's a large milestone in being able to bring this technology to the pockets of millions and billions of users. So we're excited about this future. So today, you can now purchase a Project Tango development kit and actually start writing apps as early as next week. We hope to see what people can do with this platform. We've started a contest to enable the applications that we'll see tomorrow, and we hope to find new partners that we can engage in more deeply. And we're continuing to invest heavily in the software and hardware required to take this technology into more form factors, including the mobile phone and beyond. So this is an investment in things to come. We see the exciting things that technology is developing, and we believe the future is genuinely awesome if we can work together and bring this technology to people. Thank you very much. It does look like we have about 6 minutes for questions, if anyone has any. Oh, I think it's best to walk up to the microphone if you do have a question. I forgot to mention we are hiring, so you can go to our website and look at our job listings. The development kits and the contest information can be found on our website and Google Plus page.
Hi. About the motion tracking API,
Yes.
Could you comment on the accuracy of the position and pose given out by the SDK?
Sure. So when the system is happy, the accuracy is about 1%. So with 100 feet of travel, we drift about 1 foot. So it's a function of distance travel.
Okay, and you can say in percentage.
Yes, it's more accurate to talk about percentage because if you go a long distance, it'll
okay.
change. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. The contest is open to all developers worldwide or only for
yes.
US? It is open?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, the Qualcomm device is actually on display in the sandbox area.
Hello. So one of the demos showed a user biking into the city and then doing real-time mapping.
Yes.
So how does the hardware deal with being used outside and on indoor?
So the motion tracking camera is a visible light imager. So it works fine indoors and outdoors. The positional tracking and all of the orientation information uses just that camera and the inertial sensor. So indoors and outdoors is not a problem.
So You can do object detection outdoor as well?
The tracking can work outdoors. The depth sensors have a harder problem. Some depth sensors have more sunlight robustness than others. And so depending on the technology being used, the outdoor performance of depth specifically will vary.
Okay. And you also mentioned using the Tango tablet for AR and virtual reality.
Yes.
What would be the latency in the amount of data coming back from the sensor and back to the application?
So the primary sensor that drives a lot of the frame updates in VR is actually the gyro. As you move your head, that's the one that creates the most visual, significant visual feedback. So there's no reason why in a properly optimized hardware that the gyro performance would be any different from another VR headset. But the tablets here are running stock Android, and there's not any particular latency optimizations on these devices. So these devices are around 80 milliseconds or so. But as I mentioned, they're not optimized for low latency performance.
Okay, thank you.
You showed the screenshot of the multi-user VR chat. How are the relative positions between the multiple users determined?
Sure. So that's a good question. So each device, when it first boots up, is its own coordinate frame. So what we have is the area description files, which is the pre-existing coordinate system for the room. So by sharing the area description file with multiple devices, either by pushing those over the network or by copying them manually, all the devices will boot up and localize to the same room, essentially.
And that works by detecting features in the room and like mapping it to that relative to the area description file, or? Right.
The area description file is a visual description of the environment, which includes features and matches in that space. So just like it would be a description of this room, and as long as we all shared the same reference of the room, we can all adjust our coordinate system to match this coordinate system of the room.
Great, thanks.
Yeah.
We have time for one final question.
Hi. Two quick questions, please.
Yeah.
How good does it work in large rooms with high ceilings? Like, for instance, this room, if we would like to map it, the whole room, the entire whole room, how accurate could it be?
So 1% is probably still the best metric I can provide. So the further you are from objects, the more ambiguity there is in the positioning. So on the stage, while a large percentage of the room was empty, I was still able to see the content on the stage. And so this kept my positional accuracy on the order of a few millimeters to a centimeter. If I went out into the hallway and only pointed at the ceiling, the error would go up. But as you walk around and build more observations of the room, it can become more precise over time.
Okay, and thank you. And the second question is it possible to anchor a specific point to a longitude, latitude references to a geolocation?
Yes, so in our indoor navigation proof of concept, we're currently doing that and geolocating our area description files. So that requires some other reference to say, well, I know the origin of the room, but where's the origin of the room on the planet?
Right.
So one of the things you can use, of course, is GPS or Wi-Fi or some other manual alignment process. You could also imagine over time being able to collect more area descriptors. And as we connect more and more of those, we have enough GPS and Wi-Fi based constraints to give us a global coordinate system, a global reference to the coordinate system.
So if I anchor, for instance, a window and I tell this is the latitude, longitude, latitude of this window,
yep.
As I scan the room, it can give me this, automatically reference me the other window that should be the longitude, latitude for that window?
Yes, so you will know your offset to the window.
Right.
And then you can apply the positional coordinate system of the window to your data set.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you very much, and I hope you guys check out our sandbox.
my name is Shanaea King-Roberson, and I'm a program manager at Google. I saw the need to help women speakers, authors, and experts who hated technology share their voice online, so I started a boutique digital marketing agency to fill that need. Many ideas for apps, products, and businesses start just like this, with a problem to be solved. Here at Google, we're so excited to announce that together with Udacity, we've created a nano degree for passionate people like you to develop products that provide solutions for the problems and needs that you see in your own communities. Whether you identify as an engineer, a visionary, a designer, an aspiring product manager, or you're just in a career transition, this course is meant to help you bring your ideas to life, but more importantly, in front of users. In the App Entrepreneurship Nano degree, you'll learn about ideation, validation, prototyping, monetization, and marketing. Along the way, you'll have many opportunities to put this knowledge into practice with actual hands-on activities. In addition, you'll hear from the best and brightest minds in the tech industry about what inspires them, how they can create and execute their plans, their tips for staying focused, and much more. Finally, you'll apply all of these skills to your next great feature, product, or business idea. So, go to udacity.com/Google to get started making your vision a reality today.
Hey everyone, Natalie Villalobos here at Google I/O. Extremely proud to introduce Jackie O, like the Jackie O, Jackie Almost Holiday. She is an environmental justice tech maven here at I/O, and we get to hear a little bit about her work and the innovations that she's driving in environmental justice. Welcome, Jackie.
Thank you.
So tell me, how did you get involved in the tech industry?
Well, I think that's kind of funny because I'm kind of dating myself, but like I got involved in tech when my uncle gave me my first Commodore 64.
Okay.
So that really does like date me. And I've kind of been in love with computers and technology and all those things ever since. So that's probably like 30 plus years now.
What was the first project that really struck your passion, that knew you wanted to get into technology?
I think one of like the first projects was after I graduated actually college, and I was working doing a fellowship for Bill Clinton, and I was working in Africa. Awesome. On like improving public health outcomes there. Mm-hmm. And there were so many opportunities to use technology in a way that was for social good and that would really, really have like this substantial impact on how people experience their lives and their outcomes and health and environmental issues. And that's kind of when I really, really became interested in this cross-section between like health and environmental justice and technology and how all these amazing innovations that people are doing and creating could drive social good.
Yeah, so it's not just that one industry is siloed from another industry, you're actually kind of cross-breeding this hybridization, this place where technology meets health and environmental justice. So tell me, how did you land on environmental justice? Why this particular topic?
I think because like right now, especially in this time, as we deal with like climate change and global warming, and we see, particularly in California with like the drought, like environmental justice is the issue right now, and it affects all of us no matter where we are. And collectively, we really can tackle and use the collective brain power of all of us to address some of these issues.
And so you settled on Southeast San Francisco as a place to really dig into your work. Tell me why that particular community and what you found in creating this project.
Well, I think it's like so amazing that I'm here in San Francisco, which is the tech capital of the world, hands down. And I work for a fabulous organization called the San Francisco Parks Alliance, which it deals with like parks and open space and access to open space. And you think of San Francisco as being this global mecca of wealth, technology, prosperity, all those things, but yet the communities in the southeast of San Francisco haven't been able to access or tap into any of those benefits for multiple reasons. And if you look at some of the history of San Francisco around some of the environmental degradation that happened there with nuclear sites, with like the whole landfill and how that seismically is very dangerous when you build housing on top of things that isn't land, things that aren't land. So I wanted to make sure that communities in the Southeast are connected to the wealth of information and knowledge and prosperity and environmental justice, because the sea is rising and lots of those people live on the waterfront.
Yeah, so in this work, are you making this area more accessible, safer? Tell me specifically how you're addressing this problem with this community.
So it's multifaceted. I am a director of a project called the Blue Greenway, which is an initiative that has been led by the San Francisco Parks Alliance. And what we are doing is there is 13 miles of waterfront shoreline in the southeast part of San Francisco that probably since in the last 60 years has not been accessible to communities in the southeast. So you have people that live a half a mile, a quarter of a mile away from the waterfront and have not been able to access it, touch it for multiple reasons. One, some of it was active nuclear sites. Two, it was lots of closed off for industrial reasons and other reasons. So part of the project that I'm leading with the Park Alliance is around making those areas open and accessible to communities in the southeast. So it involves like the cleanup, it involves protecting like the native Bay Area species, it involves conserving and creating new wetlands which help protect us against climate change and sea level rising. It involves connecting the community to, and using technology to connect the community to what actually is happening on the waterfront, because lots of people don't know. And I'm only one person and I do a lot of community engagement, but at the same time, pretty much everyone in this day and time has a cell phone and has a smartphone. And part of what we're doing is creating this platform using mobile technology that people can look on their cell phone and they can go up and down all 13 miles of that waterfront and discover what has happened, what will happen, and what they can do to participate in it.
So you're bringing the community into the work. It's not like solving the problem, coming in and fixing it. You're engaging the community to solve for themselves in a lot of ways.
Yes, exactly. It's all about empowering the community, because obviously I can't do this by myself, nor could the Parks Alliance do it by herself. And the community has to value it and has to see it as a win-win for them.
Yep.
And the way you do that is you engage the community and you use the fabulous thing called like technology. Who can't sit and like twiddle on their phone and like comment on something or drive an initiative or suggest something. I mean, I think that's the beautiful thing about like technology, is that you have like groupthink and you can have millions of people together and like trying to solve a certain problem.
Yeah, I'm very passionate about having underrepresented groups or communities not feel just like they consume technology, but they can create, they can make the technology. And I think a lot of times people just aren't in that mindset, right? They're just kind of feeling like it's something that they receive and not something they actively participate in. And so we have an incredible audience of millions of developers around the world. How can developers or designers, or really anyone, help you?
Oh my God, there's so many ways they can help me. First of all, they can definitely reach out to me. Follow me on Twitter at Jackie Holiday. And I would say, comment, like give us feedback, like let us know, like suggestions. There's so, even in the 2 days that I've been here, or a day and a half, I found out so many wonderful things and apps and applications that people are developing that could be incorporated into this whole environmental justice, social justice movement that we're creating and growing in the southeast communities of San Francisco. So would love for developers to come and donate their time and energy to like thinking big. And every meeting I go to and every time I'm talking to people in the southeast, like the actual residents there, I say we can think big. We can make this as big as we want to make, because the power is within us to do that.
Yeah, and just for those tuning in, when we're saying the southeast, we're meaning southeast San Francisco. Yes. We just want to make sure that the developers all go to the right place.
Yes, yes.
So you've had this extreme passion for solving for communities and really social justice issues for a very long time. With technology going, you know, in the way of the Internet of Things or wearables and these new ways of technology engaging consumers, what do you want to see solved in your lifetime, given the incredible possibilities of technology?
I think as much that can be solved as possible. Like, I would say I wouldn't even limit it or close the door. Like, whatever we can solve in like my lifetime, and who knows what my lifetime will be given what technology is doing right now. Maybe my body will be in something else in some other shape or form or time. But I think that one of the big things is making sure that underserved communities have access to technology, both from a user experience, but also a participatory, actually creation-wise as well.
And so with your work, are you collaborating with other communities around the world that might have incurred similar issues, or do you feel like this particular project is unique in what it's experienced?
No, the funny thing is it's not necessarily very unique. It's unique in the situation that at this time right now in San Francisco, when you think about San Francisco, you don't think about nuclear waste sites, or you don't think about hydrocarbon damage and pollution done, or you don't think of San Francisco as having some of the highest, the southeast part of San Francisco, as having some of the highest asthma rates in the
really?
state of California. And some of those asthma rates mirror some of the other countries in the developing world. So in some ways our experiences are very similar, and part of the work I am doing is also reaching out and studying some of the best practices from other countries and kind of what they've done as they tackle environmental justice issues using technology and other resources.
So in the lifespan of your project, are you at the beginning, the middle, or the end? And can you share a story of maybe interacting and engaging with the community that shines a light on how your work is truly improving the community in Southeast San Francisco?
So we are still very much in like the beginning stages. I mean, a lot of it is very much like ideation, because when you're participatory and when you do true community engagement, it involves speaking out to lots and lots of stakeholders, which I really enjoy doing. I love hearing people's stories. I love like when people tell me like they never thought in their lifetime that they would actually be able to put their toes in the water of San Francisco right near their houses, which is pretty powerful when you think that some of these individuals are third and fourth generations in those neighborhoods, and they actually never thought that they could walk out of their house, walk across the street, and actually touch the water. So those are some of the most powerful messages that I get. And then also, like, some people thought that because a lot of the things are former, like, nuclear sites, it was all classified information. And so now the fact that I've been able to open kind of like that door of, okay, this is what is happening there, and this is the timeline for various cleanups, et cetera, and what all these different terminologies mean in environmental cleanup, like, that is just so powerful. I think information is probably the best gift that you can give people, information connected to how they can actually act and change the world.
Yeah, absolutely. I personally, I'm actually an 11th generation Californian. So my family's been here for a really long time, and I live over in the East Bay. And I feel now privileged and completely unaware that this was a problem in my neighborhood. And so do you have a website? So we're all going to follow you on Twitter. But is there a central place that we can read about this work online and dig into some of this research? I know it's incredibly powerful, like organizations like Code for America, you know, opening up access to, that's more like city information, but how do we open up more of this and research it and assist you? So do you have another site or?
So there actually is. So if you go to sfparksalliance.org and you search that site, Blue Greenway, there's all the information. And we're actually in the process of building a brand new website that'll have a reservoir of information and pulling from data from multiple different sources so that anyone around the world can find out exactly what's going on and how they can help and participate.
And hopefully what you set up here is a model for what can be then moved to other places around the world, right, where they're experiencing similar environmental justice issues. So we're at I.O. What has been your favorite thing so far?
Oh my goodness, I'm like fascinated by like Project Tango.
Okay.
Like
Why?
I probably spent, I don't know, maybe like an hour up there like picking their brains of everything like possible with that piece of technology, because in some ways, like as I said, like particularly with communities in the southeast of San Francisco, some of them have not been able to experience like past state, as in before all the environmental degradation, because it also has happened within their lifetime, but also future states. A lot of people can't even envision what is possible. And that technology actually makes it happen, where they can actually see what a cleanup site would look like, see what it's like to like experience their waterfront in a different way, but also go through history and see all of the horrible things that happen, because there's lessons to be learned from history so that we don't repeat itself. So I think that is just, and visually see, and I think visuals actually speak to people in ways that telling, like the ways that reading about it just don't do.
Yeah, absolutely. So I, prior to so I work on women in technology at Google, and prior to this work, I was also working with Native Americans to help them map their lands. A common issue with another underserved community with them is that sometimes they can't find or really map correctly the boundaries of their land. And so when people are encroaching on their land, it's like they need some GPS markers. They need these tools to be able to really be in an empowered place to defend themselves, right? So after your project is completed, what are you going to continue working on environmental justice, or do you think you'd want to move over back into healthcare or maybe take this to another country?
I don't know, but I definitely see like environmental justice connected to health, because environmental issues affect health outcomes. So I see like that intersection, and I also see that given the history, particularly with the communities in the Southeast, I'm going to be working that project for a really long time. Like, and unfortunately,
Is this like a 10-year problem?
This is probably more like a 40-year problem.
Okay,
So we still
okay,
got a lot of
okay.
we still definitely have like a lot of work to do. There's still like a lot of cleanup happening. But the truth is that at least within the next like 3 years, people will actually be able to see changes that are happening along like their waterfront, and they'll also be able to like access both from technology perspective, but also from a physical perspective, their waterfront and be updated about what is going on, but also participate in the decisions that are being made and kind of drive their own future of the space they inhabit.
Well, I've been sitting here with Jackie Holiday. She is the Jackie O here at Google I/O. She's also an environmental justice tech maven. Thank you so much for committing your life and being an advocate for the people of Southeast San Francisco and for improving all of our lives with technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So tell me something. Is your app lagging or performing?
Well, it's funny you should ask, actually, because I was just looking through these cool
Is your app lagging or performing?
I heard about this new framework, and I wanted to see my app framework.
Don't really care about what you've heard about. Is your app performant or is it laggy?
I was just trying to run the tool against my app to see if it would...
I don't really think you're listening to me. Simple question, simple answer. Performant or lagging?
I'm just trying to tell you about this really...
Your application, is it lagging or is it performant?
What is with you?
It's a really simple question. Last time, easy. Lagging or performant?
Of course my app is performant. I watch Android performance patterns on the Google Developers YouTube channel.
My name is Colt McCandless. My name is Ian Neelewis.
I'm Lisa Rai.
My name's Wayne Pekoski. I'm Hoy Lam.
My name is Joanna Smith, and one of the most important things that you can learn is how to trust your tools over someone else's rules.
Hello. Welcome to Designing for Virtual Reality. My name is John Wiley. I'm the principal designer for Google Cardboard and virtual reality at Google. Everybody enjoying their cardboards? Hopefully most of you got some, yeah? I think we ran out, so yeah, they're pretty popular. All right, awesome. Also, I recommend, if you haven't already, after this, you can go up and check out our demo booth. The jump videos there are exceptional. Yesterday, we actually had the guy who drove the actual rover on Mars was giving the expedition on cardboard for the Mars expedition, so that was actually really exciting. Cool. Well, welcome. Thanks for coming today. Today we're going to talk a little bit about what our team has learned in the short time that we've been working on cardboard. So we released cardboard about a year ago, and the momentum has been tremendous. It was actually really surprised us, right? It went from kind of being this like 20% thing that was like, oh, that's kind of cool, to just having a lot of excitement around it, a lot of apps being built, and a lot of cardboard devices out in the world, and just a tremendous growth, and that's really exciting to see. Yeah, last year I was at I/O here to present material design, and one of the things that attracted me to cardboard and to VR, if you think about material design sort of, its origins are in the fact that you're physically interacting with software. So, you know, the way in which you respond to it, you know, you're touching a physical device, and you're actually touching the software. And in that, you kind of want to have the software have some authenticity, right? It's going to be responsive, and it's going to have some physics, and motion is you know, a first-party citizen there. You want to be true to that interaction. And the cool thing about that is that every single time that computing gets closer to the way in which we naturally sort of interact with the world, that's where the magic happens. Well, virtual reality is 10x that. It's really tapping directly into the way we perceive and see the world. And if you can get one of these demos, and again, those jump videos, you have to see them in VR. That's really where the magic is. Near things are near, far things are far, and it's really sort of tapping into that authenticity of the physical space. And we really feel like in terms of creating delightful experiences, that's really where the magic is. When computing gets closer to the way that humans naturally interact with the world, that's where great things can happen. But the inverse is also true. We raise the stakes, right, in terms of people's expectations, right? We expect reality to not drop frames. And virtual reality, if we really want it to be immersive and have a great experience, we want to make sure that we're doing the right thing and we're feeding into people's expectations about, you know, turning around and seeing things and how that works. And so it's easy to fall into a pit where you're actually, you can create a bad experience, just as much as it is possible to create an amazing experience. And we've been thinking about that a lot since we started working on Cardboard. And we're actually really excited about just the momentum across the entire industry and lots of conversation about how to design great experiences. And today we're going to share what excites us about VR, and we're also going to share what we've learned in the short time that we've been working on it. And we hope to continue this conversation beyond these walls. So with that, please welcome Erica.
Hi, my name's Erica. I'm a designer on the Cardboard team, and today I'm going to be talking to you about why virtual reality. With virtual reality, you give people one of the most popular superpowers, teleportation. Imagine your third grade self learning about the Mayan civilization for the first time. But instead of looking at a textbook, you're standing at the base of Chichen Itza. This is actually imagery from the Expeditions app we announced at yesterday's keynote. Soon, teachers will actually be able to take their students on virtual tours around these ruins. Think about how much more fun school is going to be. VR also allows for more engaging journalism. Instead of reading about the earthquake in Nepal, what if you could go there and see what it's like firsthand on the ground? Think about the empathy and sense of civic duty this could inspire. And finally, how about the art world? Installations that play with space, light, and color can only be fully appreciated in person, or now in virtual reality. So, you can transport your users. You can also give them experiences that are physically impossible in the real world. How about flying? Another popular superpower. In the Cardboard app called Cardboard, it has 5 A's and 1 exclamation point, players get to dive off of buildings. And that feeling of falling continuously is an experience you can't easily get in real life. So those are a few of the many compelling use cases for VR. What are you going to make? I imagine that some of you have ideas for apps that will live entirely in VR, but I'm guessing that a large number of you have existing 2D apps that you're thinking about adapting to VR. And to those folks, my tip to you is to start small and focus on introducing VR content that for your app is a game changer. To give you a better idea of what I'm talking about, let's imagine I have a hypothetical real estate app. We have a map view that allows you to filter by location. We have individual listings with information about price and size. We even integrate with Google Maps, allowing you to easily get locations to each house. All of these tools are working really well in 2D. But one part of the app that would work much better in virtual reality is the photo gallery. Because compared to a series of photos, touring the home in VR will give you a much better sense of scale and layout. Also, think how much time you could save if you didn't have to physically visit every house that you're interested in. Ask yourself if there's any part of your app that is practically begging to be displayed in virtual reality. And if you do decide to incorporate VR into your app, here are some best practice guidelines. If you're using an icon to represent cardboard mode, we suggest using the silhouetted white icon on the left instead of the colored icon on the right. The silhouetted icon is simpler, and it's in keeping with the material style guide. If instead you're using a text button entry point, say something like view in cardboard over view in virtual reality. Using the word cardboard will remind people what they should be reaching for. And finally, many of your users won't have cardboard, at least yet. And for these users, you might consider hiding the feature entirely, or if you want to promote it, direct them to the Google Cardboard site, where they can learn what cardboard is and potentially get a cardboard of their own. This concept of introducing VR into 2D apps is still new, but there are already a number of apps that are doing it. On the left, there's Monzo, which is an app that allows you to create digital models of cars, planes, even catapults. And they added the ability to view your final creations in virtual reality. And on the right is Scene, which is an app that allows you to create and view 3D photos. And they also added a cardboard mode. And most recently, at the keynote yesterday, we announced that YouTube will support cardboard mode for 360 videos. In a year's time, over 1 million people have gotten cardboard, and that number is getting larger and larger, which means you have a growing audience for the apps that you will dream up. And as you start building these VR experiences, it's important for you to constantly test them out. I'd like to welcome Manuel, who will tell you more about building VR experiences.
Thanks, Erica. Okay, let's talk about crafting your own applications. How many of you make stuff? Okay, I just want to make sure I'm at the right conference. So, you know, when you build applications in VR, it's very important that you try them as early as often as possible. It's kind of a temptation to just throw things together and say it looks really nice and kind of look at on your computer monitor. So something we think about is the design process here, and we're just getting started. We want to share some ideas with you, some things we explored. It's just remember to put it in cardboard, put it on your eyes as you place objects, say, oh, wow, this is too close, too far. We'll talk about it in a minute. So the goal here is to have genuine empathy for your users. Just how do they feel? How does it really feel? So although this is about prototyping and building stuff, we're building stuff for humans. Let's talk about humans. First, I'd like to talk about convergence. Convergence is the inward movement your eyes make toward each other when you're trying to keep sharpness on object you're looking at. You might say it's focus. So a little experiment, you put your finger in front of you, you look at it, it's sharp, and then you look at me, or at the stage, I'm sharp, finger, you see 2 fingers. Okay. Next one. Is this comfortable? What do you think? Okay. So I did not experience this, so I didn't get traumatized. But let's try to traumatize you. Put your hand in front of you, and imagine it's a boulder, and then bring it toward your face. Keep going, keep going, keep going. At one point, for a regular human, it will be blurry no matter what. You know, basically, things that are too close to your head, you can't focus on it, you can't converge on. It's something really important to think about. And that's because your eyes are basically crossing, and you're straining your eye muscles. So there's comfort there as well, discomfort for your users, something to really think about as place stuff. A few more things about convergence/focus is objects. So people can only focus on one thing at a time, my finger or myself. Also, switching between distances, so I'm looking at this thing right here, and then I'm looking at the people in the back, and I'm looking here in the back, and if the thing is right here, if you do this repeatedly, eventually it becomes kind of uncomfortable, and different people feel it differently. Keep in mind. Additionally, people are better at judging distances between objects that are up close to them, kind of makes sense, right? My hand's here, than far away. You know, last row, second to last. Okay, so the point here as you build your applications is to always be aware of people's eyes have to converge on. It's a good way to think about it. How does it relate to you as developers? Well, it'll take you less time to, you'll make less mistakes. You'll always try it and say, is it eyes converging? Like, is people comfortable or not? So very useful for developers. So let's share some prototypes with you. This is something we tried a little bit, and just sharing with you the design process here. In this tool we prototyped, we have these outside rings, and it presents you with a zone of comfortable, neutral / zero convergence for maximum comfort. So you place objects there, and chances are when people are focusing back and forth in that area, they'll stay comfortable. So this was fun for us to try. Additionally, when objects are too close to you, it's going to zoom in at one point, there's a smaller red ring, and so this was us checking things out. It's a good idea to show in the design tool at one point things are too close to the person. This is just sharing some ideas. We've learned a lot from this prototype and other things we're exploring. Let's talk about scale. So in VR, scale is very important. Something key to think about as you build your experience. So there's something called IPD, interpupillary distance. And it's the distance between your pupils. And so something interesting is an accurate IPD ensures people's sense of scale matches their perception of reality in real world. That's like regular reality. But I could be giant. My head could be massive. And my IPD could be very wide. Also, it would mean you guys, or the world, if I had really large head, would appear really tiny. And that's really fun. So scale is fun. Have fun with it. To understand scale better, something else we prototyped a bit is, what if we drop a human body inside the design tool? And we found yeah, you know what? This is cool. Very quickly, I can tell that, wow, this is how big the person is in the world. So we learned quite a bit from that. It's fun to share with you. Something else we found is that standing and seated positions are pretty important to think about. So you stare at the person, it's like, well, we really have a person in there. It's not just for cylinders. And so people may be sitting in their living room and able to turn around. So you place stuff around them. Let's talk about field of view now. So this prototype shows two frustums. Frustums are these pyramid-looking shapes. Sorry for the math guys in the room. I got to explain it's like a pyramid. But it's a frustum. So the narrow one, the one you see right now, shows you what you can see without turning your head. So having that in there is pretty nice. So you know when you place an object there, as you move it into the field of view of the person, is the person going to be having to turn their head? You build UI, you have that distance in the green rings, and then you know if they have to turn their head to see everything or not. The wider one, the black one there, shows you what you can see if you turn your head slightly. It looks pretty wide. Actually, it's just turning your head comfortably. So it's nice to think about when people are unable to turn around as you build your interfaces. So just sharing with you things we're trying. Hope that's interesting to look at. Now let's talk about the Cardboard Unity SDK. How many of you have not used Unity yet, or just okay at Unity, just getting started? Okay, there's a lot of you. That's good. So I went to the Cardboard website, downloaded this one file, and I'm importing it into an empty project in Unity. There's files in it, lots of files. They're all very good. I'm going to highlight 3 of them. There's a demo scene I'll talk to you about in a minute. There's a prefab called Cardboard Main. Prefabs are really awesome for developers. Allows you to just drag and drop into your scene. It's done. Pretty much you have that VR rig ready to go. You got the eyes set up. There's a C# script for guys when you guys want to build your stuff from scratch. It allows you to drag and drop to an existing camera. Maybe you have a Unity app already. Or maybe you're grabbing one that you picked up and you want to port it to VR. It allows you to turn that camera into a VR rig with just one click. Super useful. So if I open the demo scene, this is what I see. So a lot of you haven't used Unity much. So this seems actually really nice first VR project as you're getting started and once you get going. It has a bunch of interactions, include this gaze input thing we have going where you see a reticle. It's also called a dot in the air, and it shows you where you're looking at. OK, so that's built in. You just copy and paste into your scenes, and you get stuff running very quickly. So if I press play in Unity, it's really nice. It runs. I can see what it would look like in Cardboard. I get the eyes going. I'm turning my head by moving the mouse while holding Alt, just a little tip. We documented that, but it's good to know. And click on these guys by clicking on the mouse, and it triggers the button on the cardboard. But you're looking at computer monitor now. Remember genuine empathy for your users, like how does it really feel? So wouldn't it be better to see this in VR? Something else we're working on, and there's a first version of this in the SDK we just shipped yesterday, is support for Unity Remote. The way this works is I have the phone in cardboard, and I can move the phone around, and it's reading people's, reading the neck movement, and I can edit in Unity at the same time as it's in my eyes. I made the scene much smaller, I looked down, and now I became giant. I didn't have to wait for compiling application, didn't have to wait for it to show up on the phone to realize, oh, this is too small, it's too big, whatever. So this just super rapid development process, very handy. I love the feature, and you will too. So for more information, go to Cardboard Developer website. And so yes, go there, download what you need. There's a lot of documentation. To summarize, I told you about a few interesting things about humans, talking about convergence, IPD, and field of view, as well as position of the person. You saw how easy it is to create your own cardboard app. And I shared with you some of the things we're playing with there on the team, including one that is in the SDK already, which is the remote control thing. It's cool. Please welcome Alex. He's going to tell you about design principles. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. This is an absolutely amazing time to be a designer. And the reason it's so amazing is just how new VR design is and how much we have to learn and discover. And this isn't the definitive talk about VR design. It's still too early for that. I look forward to being able to give that talk eventually. But this talk does cover what we've learned so far, both as a team and also as an industry over the last few years as we've been diving into VR design. One of the things we found, and we saw this with the examples that Manuel was just showing with the live preview and design, is really the best way to learn about VR design is in VR itself. And this was actually a bit of a challenge for me recently. I was writing the style guidelines that are online on the web, and thinking, man, it'd be a lot easier to let people actually try this out instead of trying to write these long paragraphs. So today we have an announcement, what we're extremely excited about. We're releasing something called the Cardboard Design Lab the team's worked on. And the great thing about this is you can learn about VR design principles actually in VR, in its native habitat. So we have a bunch of different examples, things that are very foundational, things like using a reticle or keeping the user grounded, motion, things like that. We also have a lot of more advanced stuff and more immersive concepts, like guiding the user with light, spatial audio, gaze cues. So definitely go download this app and try out all of the 10 lessons that we have built into it to learn about these principles. If you're actually watching this on video, I would encourage you to pause and try out the app and then come back, and we'll talk about a lot of the principles in much more detail. So when you're designing for VR, you're really designing for the capabilities of the human as much as you're designing for the capabilities of the system. So it's really important that you understand your users and what they're capable of. So first, let's start out with the story. Imagine it's a beautiful morning, hundreds of thousands of years ago, and you wake up and you're feeling great. The sun is shining, you look outside your cave and you don't see any predators, that's awesome. And you're starving, and so it's time to start foraging for food. So you head out and you find some berries, these red berries. And you've never seen anything like this before. These look delicious. So you start eating them and you realize immediately that things have gone horribly wrong. You've got this ringing in your ears, your vision's a little bit blurry. And the worst part is everything's kind of whooshy, like you sort of move and like the world doesn't like totally track correctly. And this is a really critical moment for you because you basically have two options. You can eject the berries, or if you don't, it's unfortunately game over. And we've evolved to be very sensitive to vestibular ocular disparities. Motion sickness is actually, it's a defensive mechanism that comes through evolution. And the person that ejected the berries, they're our ancestor because they survived. So bad input can really cause bad physiological response for users, and this is something that's really important with VR design. Of course, we're familiar with phones having an inertial measurement unit, We have one as well called our cochlea. It's a sort of a series of tubes in our ear, in our vestibular system. And as we're thinking about the system as a whole, we have the phone's inertial measurement unit. We also have our own. We have the screen in our eyes. And all of this has to work in tangent, in unison, as part of a system. So it's really important that you're getting good input to the user based off of their movements and what they're seeing. Because if it doesn't, then that's going to create bad physiological responses. So this is sort of a complex way of saying, always maintain head tracking. Never drop frames. If you're starting to load a new level or a new scene in your application, it's not okay to freeze all of a sudden and let that come in. Be sure that you're monitoring performance, that you're always maintaining head tracking. It's really, really critical. If for any reason you can't, just fade to black and keep using audio in your application, because people are very sensitive to these things. Another thing to talk about is motion and the concept of constant velocity. So it's kind of strange. We actually don't feel velocity. We feel acceleration and deceleration. So an example of this is like when you're in an airplane. You definitely feel the takeoff and you feel the landing. But when you're actually just flying around, it doesn't feel like you're going 500 miles per hour. You might feel some turbulence or something, but the actual velocity of the plane, you're not noticing that. Another example, we're all, of course, on the planet Earth. It's traveling very fast. If the planet were to decelerate, we would definitely feel that. But while it's traveling at high velocity, we're not feeling that at all. So this fact that we don't feel velocity is actually really important for VR design as well, because if you have someone traveling at a constant velocity, it's not going to be as disconcerting as if you're having lots of acceleration and deceleration, because they're going to notice that difference when, if in VR they're accelerating and decelerating, then obviously in reality they're just standing there. So that can also create potentially some discomfort. And everyone's different. Everyone has sort of different tolerance levels for what they find acceptable with motion. So it's really important to try things out with users, even with constant velocity, to see how they're feeling and if it's working. Another aspect about motion is definitely keep a stable horizon line inside your application. I'm sorry. If you don't, don't drop frames either. So let's talk about vision. A really common question with vision that a lot of people talk about is, what resolution does the screen need to be for resolution not to matter? That's a really good question. There's kind of two parts of it. One is field of view. So again, everyone's different, but for a lot of people, a field of view of 210 degrees horizontally by 100 degrees vertically will cover everything. And then in terms of pixel density, if for every degree we had 60 by 60 pixels, that would be pushing the limits of our vision. That would be 20/20. Some people have better than 20/20 vision, so it's in that range of getting up to 60 pixels per degree. So something like a 12,600 screen by 6,000 with a 210 by 100 field of view would be great. That's probably actually overshooting it, because we actually only have high resolution vision in our central vision with our fovea. Our peripheral vision is very blurry. This is assuming that you had like the same size pixels throughout the entire screen, and you couldn't build a screen with pixels that were different sizes. So that's pretty high, and we're not there yet. And as we are on this sort of progression of increasing screen technology with phones, it seems like it's becoming harder and harder to talk about screens. We, of course, have our old favorites like VGA, but the recent acronyms are getting increasingly ridiculous. Plus, we have all of the complexity of optics with VR. So I'd like to talk about something we've been talking on the team, which is a really clear way to talk about this. It's just pixels per degree and the number of degrees of field of view. And just focus on those two things. So again, if we can get into 60 pixels per degree, now we're at an eye-limiting system. So reality, 60 pixels per degree, 210 degrees field of view. Let's talk about some of our devices. Nexus 5 on cardboard, not quite reality yet. 12 pixels per degree and 85 degrees field of view. Nexus 6 in cardboard does a little bit better, increases up to 13, but more notably increases the field of view with the new cardboard for up to 100 degrees. Let's talk about hearing now that we've talked about vision a bit. In a way, hearing is kind of a type of vision. So the interesting thing about hearing is it lets you sort of see the entire scene around you all at the same time. And this can help you build up a mental model of what's there before you've even seen it. So let's try out an example. So you guys all knew that there was a bell there before you even turned to look at it. Let's try it again. There's supposed to be another bell. All right. Sort of over there. So we're really good at positioning audio spatially. And what's important for this in terms of design is if you have something creating audio in a scene, you can immediately cue users in to it being there. So attaching a bell to your interface is probably is a bit much. You could just have your interface hum or buzz or something a little bit. But you can definitely direct the user's attention with audio, and you can fill them in as to the world around them by using spatial audio. Let's talk a little bit about designing the environment. So one of the first mistakes we've made, and most people designing VR make, is so you drop the user into the environment, and you're not really thinking about where you're going to drop them in. So they immediately start colliding with an object. And this is very disconcerting and sort of uncomfortable. I mean, it's not literally uncomfortable because it's virtual. But you look down and you see something coming through you, and it's not good. You feel uneasy about it. So we talked a lot about physiological comfort. It's also important to talk about environmental comfort and the types of things that make people environmentally uncomfortable. So obviously heights is a big one for people. People can be scared of heights. Also small spaces, claustrophobia. Then there's the opposite of that. For me, actually, I'm more with agoraphobia, sort of large spaces, big empty rooms. Imagine working at a desk with like a single spotlight down on your desk. Like that would be very unnerving. Scale's very interesting. So when you have small objects, they have this sort of toy-like quality. They're very fun. You feel very powerful, and you're this giant. You have this tiny truck. But if you invert that, now it's very different. You feel very weak and small and very intimidated by these big objects. And it's not just things like trucks. Like you could build a user interface that was really big, and the user will feel small and diminished in front of it. Like the interface itself will make the user feel slightly uncomfortable. Other things about environmental cover, obviously people don't like to be crushed. This is an extreme example, but another example, I was in a VR simulation and it was just planets rotating around. It was beautiful. But then suddenly one of the planets was coming right at me. And part of my brain was thinking, like, get out of the way, because you can't turn that off. And for that moment, it was very uncomfortable as I had to remind myself, no, it's fine, this planet's just going to collide straight through me and everything's going to be great. So people don't like to be crushed. Also sharp objects, people aren't super fond of those. For sharp objects, in particular, people are very protective of their eyes. So imagine you have like a meditation application that has little hummingbirds in it. And one of those hummingbirds, floats up with its little hummingbird beak, like right next to your eye. The user is going to recoil away and sort of, defensively block. And that was not what you wanted, because this was a meditation application. They're supposed to be relaxed. So the important thing about environmental comfort is to be intentional. To, in testing, see the types of things that people find unnerving for various reasons, to think about it. And then involve this as part of your testing process, that you're not just doing physiological comfort, but also environmental comfort. So a quick note about perspective. Almost all VR apps are first-person perspective, which makes a lot of sense. Third-person perspective is also really interesting. This is an app called Robo-Obliteration. It's really fun. You have this little spaceship that you control with your head, and it moves on the surface of an asteroid. So I think third-person perspective games for VR are also super compelling, and we're probably going to see a lot more of them be considered in the future as well. So moving on to interaction design. For a system like Cardboard, basically all interaction is by moving your head gaze at objects and then clicking on them. So you're sort of casting this ray out of your head to set focus. And something we found is when people first try Cardboard, they don't really move their head very much, because they haven't really realized it yet. So they just hold Cardboard up, and they stand very still. And that can be a little frustrating as a designer, because you've created all this stuff. So something to do is, if you just have something interesting off screen, just a little bit in their field of view, something to coerce them to look over at it, then they'll realize that head tracking works. And as soon as they've done even a little bit of a head movement, they get it, and they start looking around all over the place. And then, as you have users starting to look around, think about designs that actually leverage the whole canvas. Like, we don't have to design for these small 2D devices anymore. So we can create interfaces that actually surround and encompass the user and do these really creative things that haven't been possible in the past. And there's tremendous opportunity here. There's also some challenge, because the camera has free will. So from the perspective of like a director or a cinematographer, where they're very focused on telling their story and controlling everything, they're probably a little bit scared of the fact that, like, wow, users can look anywhere. Like, how are we going to deal with that? So there's a couple ways of directing the user's attention. One of them is sort of a brute force approach, just rotation on scene change. So say it's a spherical video, and the user's looking in a particular spot, but the next spot that's interesting is off to the side. as you're doing that scene change and fading to black, you can actually just rotate that sphere so that wherever the user is looking, the next interesting thing is going to be in front of them. Now, don't do the rotation unless you're fading to black, because that can make the user very sick, having the world spin all of a sudden. But that's one way of sort of directing the user's attention. Another way, which is more subtle, is sort of guiding the user with light. This is a really popular one in video game design. So for people that are designing levels for video games, you'll often notice that you just sort of know the right way to go through a level. You usually find the right path and keep walking. And if you're not paying attention and you go back, you'll see that often they're really lighting your path very clearly. And that's how you just sort of intuitively know the right way to go. These very subtle cues with the lighting. So we actually have some examples about this in the Cardboard Design Lab that you can try out, where people are looking at the brightest parts. Another thing we've been exploring is gaze cues. So this is where you're tracking where the user's looking, the sort of ray that they're casting out, and then that's actually having an impact on the world around them. So we have an example where you look at constellations and they illuminate, which is sort of an interesting way to sort of make the world slightly interactive with how the user's looking at things and exploring sort of more details of the world. You can also use gaze cues as a very technical technique for as you're staging things out in your VR application. So in the lab right before, we're actually teaching spatial audio, the bell thing, although in this case it's not a bell, we have an owl. And when you look at the fire, that triggers the owl appearing. Because at this point we know that you're looking at the fire. And we know you're going to look at the fire because it's the brightest thing. So we're actually staging the owl coming out off of a gaze cue. And then the owl shows up. It's sort of a jump scare owl. It's kind of fun. So final thing about interaction design, talking about in-world user interfaces. So the important thing to note with VR design is you can design the whole world. So you don't have to build interfaces in that world for the user to use as much as you could actually embody those interfaces in the world itself. So one developer in the industry spoke about this as, don't have a little health bar, say you're flying a spaceship. Instead, look out and actually see the damage on the wing of your spaceship. Like, that's a much more interesting and compelling way to convey that same information. Don't have all these little sort of meta indicators that are built in, because you can actually expose that interface in the world design. And across the board, as we've been doing all of this design work, something we found is that VR is a really powerful medium. And there's sort of three things that happened to me recently that convinced me of this. Just fundamentally convinced me of VR is incredibly powerful. The first one is I actually forgot I was in VR, which is maybe a little embarrassing. This was a couple weeks ago. So what it was, I was sitting in a movie theater simulation. I was at work, and I was watching trailers, and I hadn't seen the trailers yet, so they're kind of interesting. And then I was really worried because I hadn't started preparing for my I/O talk yet. And so I've got sort of multiple levels of distraction going on there with the trailers and also then worrying. And then some people right next to me started talking. And I turned, and there was no one there. And I thought, well, that's weird. It's not right. And then I realized, oh, it's because I'm in VR. And that was the first time that happened to me. So I think with enough distraction, our minds are kind of just set up to start taking the input they're getting. So you can have these moments where, we have this even when you're reading a book, you kind of get lost in the story of the book. So it's very easy for people to get lost in things. But getting lost in VR is quite something. The other thing second thing that we found very interesting as a team is, so the industry has talked a lot about presence, this notion of kind of accepting the simulation as reality for a moment, just kind of rolling with it. Even more interesting is pairing presence with the psychological concept of flow, where you're very your creativity is just like completely engaged, and you're, in this case with the application Tilt Brush, you're just lost, not just in VR, but you're also lost in the creative task of sculpting and painting. And this can be a really interesting experience when you just spend long periods of time creating things in VR. And then the third thing that's really struck me about VR interface design is when you're thinking back to VR experiences you had a long time ago. So because you're engaging so much of your mind, like all of your spatial memory, your sense of self is being engaged with VR, you know it's not real, and you can think back and you know it wasn't real back then. But you're still storing a lot of that experience as if it was a place, or as if it was a thing that you actually did. So thinking back to VR, you're really, for the first time, you're sort of creating users' memories. And this is amazing as a designer, because now we can really design rich experiences. that people think of as places and as experiences that they've had. So this is something the team's incredibly excited about. Sort of current contributions so far, of course, go get the Cardboard Design Lab to try out a lot of the VR principles. We also have a lot of documentation online, and of course the SDK is available. And with that, we have a few minutes left to take your questions. Thank you.
Any questions? No? Microphone right there. Going once. Can you get to the microphone so we can get on video? No pressure. Let the man through.
So you talked about how you need like 60 pixels per degree. If you change the field of view, I think you kind of mentioned this, but you changed the field of view in the latest Cardboard upgrade, and so that changed the requirements? Like if the field of view is wider, but you have the same device, are you stretching it further?
Yeah, so the pixels per degree will actually go down if you're increasing the field of view.
And then how much of this is like lens specific? Like if I have the Gear VR Oculus headset, are those lenses different than the Cardboard lenses, and the apps need to be like designed entirely differently?
So for the Works with Cardboard program, you can, the user will scan a QR code on the device, and that communicates all of the optics information. So the developer doesn't have to worry at all about all the different optics out there.
Cool. Thank you.
Hi, thank you all for your amazing insights into VR and Cardboard. A little piggybacking off of the prior question, wanted to ask your thoughts on a user's experience in Cardboard versus something like Gear or Oculus, and perhaps something that is more high fidelity in the actual experience, and your thoughts on like designing, the differences between designing there and what you recommend for users to really get that first amazing experience that doesn't have nausea, that accounts for parallax effect and those types of things.
Yeah, I think there's kind of a spectrum of capability of devices out there, and so taking into account the capability of the device is important. For Cardboard, we tend to think of it as kind of snackable VR. It's not for like long duration experiences. Really, if you're going to, as I was saying, kind of at the very top of it, which is every capability that you add increases the constraints around making sure it's golden, right, in terms of the experience. And so you can create a richer experience with a more capable device, but you just have to be extra careful to make sure that experience is really living up to the expectations of the device. So with devices like Cardboard, at least today, given today's mobile phone technology, it doesn't have the full 6 degree of freedom tracking that you move around in a space, and so you just have to be cognizant of that and designing for the limitations of the device. I actually think that the best designs come from not working against the system, but working with the system to create a good experience. And so if you've got a high-end system that you're designing for, that's awesome. You can create amazing content. But I still think that amazing content can be created on more restrictive systems if it's playing to the strengths of that system.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I think we got time for one more.
Oh, yeah. You kind of touched on a little bit of user input, and you have basically one button to interact with the system. Are there any plans to up that ante to maybe allow users to be more specific on input, like typing or voice or things like that?
So I think part of the magic of Cardboard is the simplicity of the system. And in fact, with the version we announced yesterday, we actually made it a lot easier to assemble. So if anything, with Cardboard, we're going to keep pushing to make it more simple.
Okay.
But that said, we just showed the tilt brush example, right, and the notion of presence and flow. And that ability to actually, like with tilt brush, if you can try tilt brush, I highly recommend it, because you can really get that sense of working with your hands and working in space and things like that. But as I was saying in the previous question, every single time you raise the capability, you raise the expectations for the experience. You have to be extra careful to make sure you're designing for that. So that's one of the reasons why we want to keep Cardboard really simple, because that's actually playing to the strength of a great experience for a Cardboard device.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, like, Cardboard, you put it on very quickly on your face for a snackable experience. Your hands are also kind of busy holding it and then handing it to your friend like, oh my gosh, this looks amazing, right? So your hands are, this is a very social experience. So your hands are used there already, so you know, it's something to think about as you build experiences. Their hands will be on there.
Well, on that note, is length of experience a factor that developers should, like length of time that the experience lasts?
Yeah, I think we want to, like for Cardboard, you want it to be sort of, as I said, snackable experiences. So more like YouTube content, right? You know, or sort of more traditional YouTube content versus like the you know, a long form experience with Cardboard. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks everybody for coming out.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Liz. I'm a program manager on the Launchpad team. And Launchpad is a program to help startups build better apps over Google and open source technologies. We have event series, we have online documentation, mentorship, developer support, and we created the Launchpad Online series to really bring that program to as many people as possible. Wes and I sat down to really build a foundational curriculum of how Google APIs can help a startup or an entrepreneur.
Yes, I'm giving you an idea for your next startup.
And from there, we got to listen to the users and hear what the feedback was. And from the comments and engagement that we had in that, we built the roadmap for the rest of the show. So it really was the users that took it in the next direction. Look, the Launchpad Online series has helped us bring to life a lot of the existing documentation we have. We reach a new and bigger audience with online content, and we're able to actually get product experts in the studio to tell the story themselves. And so you're really hearing it from the source of the people that know it best and how they can really help your product. It's a lot more three-dimensional than just reading over code samples, but we actually do put up the code so you can see it there. And then they talk to some of the additional use cases that are specific only for an entrepreneur or a startup. We release new episodes of Launchpad Online on the Google Developers YouTube channel. Check out our past episodes there and see the full playlist. It really is intended like a curriculum. Use those comments to tell us what else might be useful to your startup, what other questions you have, and we'll look into getting those answered.
This is Wesley Chen from Google, and I look forward to seeing some awesome app scripts from you. Today, I'm going to introduce you to one of our best-kept secrets. Then we're going to have our spreadsheet ask Google Maps to create a map for us. Your email handler's log message. Booyah!
Good afternoon. Well, actually, it's still the morning. So good morning, Google I/O live stream viewers. Welcome. I'm Natalie Villalobos, Women in Technology Advocate here at Google, and I'm sitting with Harry Stanford, a CEO. She is an incredible woman who has recently been working with the Hack for Congress competition to solve for amazing things in the world. Welcome, Harry.
Thank you so much for having me.
So how did you get started? Actually, tell me a little bit about your background. You have a fascinating background.
Well, I agree. It's not entirely common. I was actually recruited by the federal government when I was this was back in 2005. They were hiring for security professionals, and I had an international studies degree, was teachable, and passed a number of intelligence and writing and
Did you have physical
tests.
stamina tests as well?
So that would be that's like, we'll get into that really later.
Okay.
But
I just don't know if Hollywood is depicting it. In my mind, you're like running miles with bricks and.
you've totally got to go through the clearance process before they even get you physically, out
ready.
there.
Okay.
But in my case, they went, hey, she's trainable, she's teachable, and we need some people to train up as security professionals. So I took a role fresh out of college and really just learned how to protect people, facilities, and information, and that involved a lot of really cool technology.
And what three-letter agency was this again?
So I was hired by the CIA.
CIA.
Yes. A lot of people go, oh, is that NSA? Very hot topic.
There's a lot of acronyms. So, so when you bring this up, what do people do? Do they usually shrink away? Do they lean in? Do they want to know classified secrets and you just got to like shut them down?
Wow. So, you know, as a security officer, I am very attentive to other folks' reactions to this. And frankly, you know, we live in a world now where it's, you know, people are really becoming very, very sensitized to issues of, you know, government, you know, surveillance and Big Brother thoughts. And so naturally, they kind of want to go, okay, are you, you know, are you a part of the empire? You know, which is, you know, sort of covertly plotting against
Star Wars. So
that's fair. That's fair. Right. No, there's a fair amount of curiosity, but frankly, I'm accustomed to being more observant of how where that curiosity is coming from, than sort of you know, taking a perspective of, you know, what's more common. I would say the most common thing is just curiosity,
absolutely.
and then maybe a little protectiveness. Is there anything that you can't tell me?
Or do you know everything about me? So
right.
So you did that for many years, working with them, and
about 8 years.
About 8 years, and now you're in the tech world. How did you land here, and
Good
why?
question. Right, sure. Well, first of all, it's always been a passion for me. I was lucky enough to grow up in the Research Triangle Park, an area of North Carolina.
I've been there.
It's a great place to grow up. It's full of, actually, they say it's the highest per capita PhDs in the country. Maybe that's an old statistic, but you know, we're talking about Raleigh, Durham, and Chapel Hill, and they, of course, have excellent universities, one of which is Duke University. And as a result of really just interacting with a lot of folks, including, both of my parents, my father a student and my mom working in the IT department at Duke, it was easy for it to be sort of dinner time conversation to talk about how binary works, or you know, token ring, which IBM and token ring, I've just dated to the early 80s, and that's a little embarrassing. I was 8 in 1988. This is awkward.
It's all good.
But the reality was that I was exposed to kind of the realities of you know, how problem solving can be done with computers very early. And later on, I think that really made it possible for, once I had come out of, you know, my undergraduate education, it was easy for my supervisors and colleagues to see that, you know, there was some complex technology that made sense to me in a different way than perhaps a lot of my predecessors in security positions. So that really kind of, I think, led them to shift me over to some more supporting more advanced
So it's
work.
cool. So you had mentors or people who saw that in you and wanted to give you more. I think
That's
it's
correct.
a success problem to take on more responsibility, right?
That's always true. That's always true. And you know, it's natural for employers to want to push you to be of the highest use and value.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the Hack for Congress competition, you were saying it was your first competition in the foray into the tech industry.
That's correct.
How did it go, and what were you solving for?
So it was a wonderful event. This was you know, over 2 days, over a weekend in March of this year, and you know, the first thing that I think of is kind of the crowd that convened there. We're not talking about folks who were sort of independently coming up with, you know, how they wanted to build something and then, you know, coming and sort of presenting these as solutions. These were folks who are committed to civic tech, people who recognize that our government lacks efficiencies, and that, you know, there are civil servants who want to do the right thing, and yet may not have the ability to do that, or are barraged with information. And that goes all the way up the line, from congressional staffers who are, you know, running around trying to assist people, representatives themselves. Darrell Issa was a huge proponent for Hack for Congress, you know, and he was very frank about the big problem, which is, you know, there's stuff that you know, human beings miss. And yes, I'm a congressman, but guess what? I need regular folks' help to see where attention needs to be put.
Yep.
So convening a group of people who kind of have their antennas up about these realities, really meant that we ended up kind of hacking some cool ideas.
Is there anything you can share about what you successfully found in these projects?
Of course, of course. So the team that I ended up on really hyper-focused on the issue of campaign finance reform. Now, that is really a behemoth issue. It's really and one that is not something that could be solved in a weekend, so to speak. But what we did do, and what was exciting about it, was that we essentially designed a mobile solution through which folks can very easily connect their own values with the values that are being shown through voting and bringing bills forward for votes by area representatives. So for instance, if I'm very, very concerned about public schools in my area, and that's really my top concern, then I can drag and drop that issue to the top of my profile and choose 2 other issues under that, and I can immediately hit, match me. And through some very interesting recommendation engines, can see representatives who match that profile through their voting history, through some of the Sunshine APIs that have been invented just by some of the nonprofits, especially in the DC area. So the whole point is really to be able to find a matching point where people are engaged through issues with representatives or candidates who are interested in the same ones, or who have priorities that are aligned with theirs.
And I think that's really great. You expressed a user interface that seemed really intuitive, really easy. And it's really nice because I know that just even when I'm voting, I get sent like paper pamphlets and update pamphlets, and I'm just overwhelmed. Like, I don't know what is like the latest version, and I just end up, going with estimated guesses. Maybe
Yes.
whoever's name I've heard the most, or, and a lot of my friends will actually get together and they'll host kind of get-togethers, and you have to defend topics that you normally wouldn't want to defend in a voting season.
Yes.
And we try to have these education parties. Sometimes I just can't get to them. But so I love what you're doing is you're making this process more accessible to everyone in a way that we're all starting to come into, right? And having these mobile technologies. And so I think it's really awesome.
Thank you. What you're talking about, I think, is a growing trend, but there are a lot of folks who are being left behind who aren't in crowds where that's more common, and to make that possible is an interest that I have for sure.
And so at Google I/O, are there specific platforms or tools that you feel are good for these civic innovation ideas that are going to drive the future of getting more of the public to participate with the government?
That's a great question. So there are some technologies that I was really excited about. In particular, there was, during the keynote, there was some discussion around something called Loom, which is really, I mean, anyone who wasn't able to catch the keynote or what have you should Google it. But why it's so exciting to me is, for instance, my parents live in an area where their internet service is pretty much, hit or miss. And in the age of technology, it's imperative that they be able to, be in access.
Access to information is
Exactly, that's key. That's part of our evolution as humans, I believe. So what Loom is capable of doing is providing, service through, really, it's a physical device. It's, hey, we're going to put this in the air, and it lasts for about 100 days. It's really, it's around the same ideas that the government uses for transmitting communications data using satellites, but it's below the stratosphere. It's lower down to the ground.
Right.
So it's basically allowing low or no connectivity areas to be able to be online. So to me, that is where the democratization of technology and civic involvement are permitted to meet. If when everyday people are become linked in with their neighbors, with their families, with their neighborhoods, and then out into the wider areas, they're already being represented, and laws are being passed that affect them every day. But if they don't have that two-way communication mechanism, then democracy really isn't working.
And so it's this pervasive knowledge economy that you're creating with the work that you're doing and blending it with this, innovative technology that we're starting to see pop up in the industry. So, last question, and
Sure.
you've already solved for so much, I feel, in your lifetime. You've got a whole lifetime to go. So what do you want to see solved for in the next 50 years?
Wow.
Or 10. We can go to 2, we can go to 1. What is the thing that you're most passionate to see solved for?
So I have two diverging responses to that, truly, because the world is represented by very different populations. And we see a very narrow field of it, being in a developed country where we are in access easily to food, water, shelter, and information. There's another, part of the world that we don't see every day, where those things are not taken for granted. So my initial response is, well, I would love to see materials design ideas really coalesce into products that can allow us to have flat screens this small on my wrist, and but on the other side of it, perhaps material science can help me to create a water bottle that very, very quickly filters what would otherwise be non-potable water to make it potable.
Right.
Those are the kinds of technologies or tools that I'm also interested in.
Very cool.
And that is, I think, at the core of what what I would call tech, because we're talking about tools. We're talking about using existing materials to make something new that's useful. And that's really kind of the intersection of my interest in making things.
Well, thank you so much for being with us today.
Absolutely.
It's been a pleasure getting to spend time with you.
Absolutely.
I'm certainly inspired by the work that you're doing.
Thank you so much
Please come
for
back
having
again
me.
to I/O next year, and perhaps you'll be on the stage talking to us about what you've created.
You're so
Thank
kind.
you so
Thank you very
Thanks.
much.
Android Wear is great for quick, glanceable information that lets you stay in the present whilst being connected. So naturally, one of the most requested functions is to display locations on a map. I'm Hoi Lam, and with the latest Google Play Services update, Google Maps API has arrived on Android Wear. This means best-in-class mapping functionality is only a few lines of code away. In this dev bite, I'll run you through some common use cases for the Maps API on Android Wear, giving you a head start on how to implement them. Before we begin, some good news. The Google Maps API on Android Wear is based on the same APIs on Android phones and tablets. As a result, if you have used the Google Maps API on Android before, you'll feel right at home. One of the most common use cases is simply displaying a map. Your app might need to show a marker to denote a landmark or display a running route. In this case, you can use the map fragment or map view and apply for a Google Maps API key, adding markers and polylines when they're needed. All of this functionality is available to you using the same Maps API you're already familiar with on Android, with just one caveat though. Android Wear reserves the gesture of swiping from left to right for dismissing the current application. If you do not need your map to pan around, this will continue to work. However, if you need your map to move around and pan, we need to override this particular dismiss gesture to reduce confusion and actually let our user exit our apps. To do this, you'll need to implement the dismiss overlay view, this red circle with a cross, and attach it to the long click event. The view will handle the dismiss action. Another common use case is to select a location on the map so that your friend or your taxi can meet you there. To implement this, you can place a marker in the middle of the screen and let your user pan around the map. This indicates the selected location within the map fragment element. Then use the Google Map on Camera Change Listener to detect if the user have panned around the map. You can access the new location through the camera position, dot target, dot latitude, and longitude. You can then send this information to the recipient, be it a friend or a taxi driver. For more technical information about how to implement the use case we described in this dev bite, please head over to our Maps API blog post. In addition, more in-depth reference information is available on the Google Developer Portal via this second link. I'm Hoi Lam. Android Wear is designed for users to stay connected whilst on the move. With the Google Maps API on Android Wear, developers have a powerful tool backed by Google Maps. So let's keep our users moving in the real world.
Hey everyone, this is Natalie Villalobos from the Women Tech Makers program here at Google, and I'm excited to share with you some of the amazing innovators here at Google I/O that are hanging out on this playground. Let's go meet a few. Hey, what's up? Hey Joanna, can you tell me a little bit about what you make and what you're passionate about?
So I'm actually most passionate about Android performance because that's my thing, and I came up with this really cool hashtag for Perf Matters, and I think it's just so great to sit around and really try to teach people to understand what their apps are doing and how they can best use their frame rates and make sure that they're really nailing it.
Awesome, and I'm guessing you're with this guy who
works with me.
Yeah, this Perf Matters sign. I think I was seeing this hashtag trending on Twitter. Colt, can you tell me a little bit about this sign you're holding?
Well, it's about performance. I, too, am passionate about performance, Joanna. Thank you for that. Toast, that's what this is about. This is a hashtag about the performance of toast and toasting of toasters for the Internet of Things. And the performance of, I told you not to steal
I think you stole his thunder.
I didn't steal your thunder, Colt McCandless. It's my thunder. Yeah, yeah, I know.
I think it's about to turn into a weapon. I think I'm just going to get in the middle here. I think I'm going to get in the middle here. Guys, performance matters. Can we all just agree? Performance matters. Performance matters. Perf matters. Perf matters. Perf matters. I'm going to go meet some other people. Okay, let's go over here. Hey, everyone. So what's your name? Can you tell me also, what do you like to make?
My name is Anna Billstrom, and I like to make Android apps, iPhone apps, just mobile apps, and also connecting with different hardware I really like.
And can you tell me a little bit more about an app that you created or a project that you're really passionate about?
Sure. I recently made a Android Wear watch face, which got me into kind of notifications on the watch, which I really like. And I'm working on an app that does, it's called Step Rewards. It helps you keep your goal in Fitbit. So it does little notifications reminding you of a goal you've set. So.
And how do you create healthy habits so that people want to keep coming back to that app?
Yeah, I think if you kind of keep your eyes on the prize and you have small improvements and you get reminded of what your goal is every day, it helps instill that habit in you. So.
And is this similar to me trying to get 10,000 steps on my Fitbit?
Yeah, yeah. So if you could say like, oh, I get to buy myself yoga pants at the end of the week if I meet my goal every day or accumulate it, and it'll just remind you of your goal every day.
Awesome. And you built this specifically for your Android phone and for iOS, or are you on other platforms as well?
No, it's Android, iOS, and then Watch. Remind notifications on Watch, yeah.
Awesome, cool. And hi. Can you tell me a little bit about what you're working on and what's important to you?
Sure. I'm working in a watch face. It's a cupcake watch face. I like to create Android applications, and I'm passionate about increase the visibility. I'm sorry.
Yeah, visibility.
Visibility of women in technology.
Awesome. And where are you from?
I'm from Mexico.
Cool. And what is the technology scene like in Mexico?
It's growing up now. Yeah.
Cool. And can you tell me, so did you start, was this your first foray into Android, was building this cupcake Android Wear watch face, or was there another way that you got started doing Android or in the tech industry?
I started 2 years ago just by myself because I wanted to do something different and something new.
Awesome, great. Do you mind if I come sit next to you? Oh, cool, thanks. How you doing? Good, I'm just doing a little dance so I can meet as many meet as many people as possible. So I see it's like there's a commonality here. So you've also created an Android Wear watch face. Can you tell me about what you've created?
I created a little minion because I love minions, and I always wanted to if I look at my watch, I want to see them. But also I learned from the Women's Tech Makers lab code. That's when I started. I was like, oh, this is cool. This is something I didn't know. Because I started programming in Android, but regular apps for phones, but not for the watches. That's when they're like, oh, Android Wear. I was like, what is that? That's when I learned, and then, they gave us a Moto 360 to play with. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. This is something, that we want to teach other people, because a lot of people, you walk into any places, it could be a school, and they're like, what is that in your hand? And they're like, oh, what is it? What is it? And you show them like, oh my God, I want one. And they're like, oh, I should go online and find out if I can find one for myself. And they're like, I don't know how to work it, but I'll have it on my wrist and look cool like you.
No, that's really cool. And where are you from? And are you teaching people? Are you extending your knowledge beyond what you've learned?
I'm currently going to grad school, so there's a lot of people that don't know how to play with watch faces. And during my class, for the final project, I showed that as a second project and how they could build with it. And I also provided them with the link that we have for the co-watch during the Women Tech Makers.
And so from what I remember from Despicable Me, there's like thousands of minions. They all kind of have their own personalities. How did you decide on this one particular minion design?
This one's so female-like. This is like a little girl. It has a flower and everything. Compared to the other ones that are plain little boys, we want to make sure that we get women's out. Say that, you know what, we're strong, and we could, even though minions are all males, they still want to be like a woman, cool like us. Dressed with a little pretty bow and everything. Call it a day.
Yeah, no, this is beautiful. So thank you so much for making it out to I.O. I'm going to go see what these other makers have created.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Thank you. So Chuki, so I know you from the Google Developer Expert Program. Can you talk a little bit about what that is and how you got involved?
I'm an Android developer, and I started doing a lot of public speaking and writing blogs, and I got invited into the program to share my knowledge more with more people.
And can you tell me is there a particular project that you've made recently that you're especially proud of that you would want to share with others?
Sure. It's actually a pretty funny story. I got this idea to make an Android Wear watch face, which is called Fit Cat. And what I want is a really, really cute cat on it, but I don't know how to make cute cats. So I asked for help on Google Plus and tell my friends if they know any good illustrators. And one of my friends introduced me to Virginia, who is an awesome illustrator, and we've been working together really hard, actually, because we wanted to bring the Fit Cat out as soon as possible. And what the Fit Cat does is, it's a cute cat that starts off the day sleeping, and he's fat. And the more you walk during the day, the fitter the cat gets. So if you walk a lot, then it will be like weightlifting and doing other crazy things on the skateboard and things like that. So it's been really fun working with Virginia.
Cool. So you have a weightlifting cat. Can you tell me what are the challenges in drawing a weightlifting cat? Or can you tell me more also about your illustration background and why a cat?
Yeah, so I'm actually an illustrator and designer, so I've been doing a bunch of different watch faces. So I had a little bit of practice with making images for Android Wear, and when I met Chuki, and I loved her idea, and I was like, that sounds like so much fun. And of course, she's fantastic, so we made a list of what we thought would look cute for the watch face, and we just sort of started drawing and getting some ideas together. So yeah, it's been fun.
And how long did it take for you to go from concept to coding it? And I don't know, is it in the Android Play Store?
Yeah, it's available for download right now. I think it took us like version 1 maybe 5 days, something like that.
You were very organized.
You were really fast, because I may have contacted you on a Friday or something, and then I just made a Google spreadsheet and said, these are the actions that I thought would be cool. And the next day she's like, what do these look? And I opened up my email, and all these like pencil sketches. I just fell in love with the cat. Like that moment, I was like, oh, so cute. And then you just ink them in and send me over all the things, and she was amazingly fast.
I'd love to know more about your process. How did you, I mean, I don't illustrate. So to me, taking a picture in the real world and creating it digitally and putting it on a watch seems extremely challenging. Can you tell me about your creative process in maybe going from sketch to launching it?
Yeah, so I actually, when I first got my watch, I was looking in the Play Store at what was there, and there was a lot of awesome stuff, but I wanted to take some of my doodles and see how they would translate. So I have like an octopus and a skull and a bunch of just crazy, colorful stuff that I was like, I don't know how to do this, but I'm just going to start and see what happens and see what works and what doesn't. And so it was sort of trial and error to see what was successful. And I also post a lot of my process online to get feedback from people because I think that's really helpful too. So just trial and error, I think.
Yeah, I think most designers, most engineers would say trial and error is a big part of creating a great solution. Can you tell me about who you are, what you like to make, and maybe a little bit about what's worked and what's not worked in your pursuit of creating a personal project?
Sure. So my name is Trish Wetzel, and I'm interested in building apps, or I'm interested in Android apps for Glass and the watch face. And so I had a great opportunity at the Women Tech Makers event to learn how to make a watch face. So that's what I've started off with first with the watch.
And what was your first design, and how did you come up with it?
My first one was a smiley face watch, so I wanted to just pick a nice, fun image, keep the image part simple for now, and learn the code on the back end.
Yeah, I mean, so not everyone has a Virginia, right? So it's like, so I think picking a really solid. This is also a very universal image that everyone can relate to a happy face, and I think if I had to look at a face every day, you'd want it to be a happy one. So what other projects do you have, either in your career or in your work, that you're especially proud of, that maybe in being here at I.O., the education and things you're learning today help supplement those projects to go forward?
So I'm really interested in wearables for healthcare, and really how those can better improve communication between patients and doctors, and also the exchange of information. So really just continuing to learn more about Android.
Awesome, super cool. Well, thanks so much for letting me barge in to your conversation. I know you guys were just kind of hanging out. So thank you so much for coming to I.O. I really appreciate you being here and for being awesome makers. That's it for us. Really, really excited to be here at I.O. As you can see, we're in the playground area where all the innovators from around the world are coming together, meeting each other to make the future of technology. This is Natalie Villalobos from Women Tech Makers. See you soon.
Understanding what people are doing can help your app better adapt to your users' needs. I'm Mark Stagaitis, and I'm going to show you how you can tell if your users are walking, running, cycling, or in a vehicle, and how to use it to improve your app experience. This can be done with the Activity Recognition API on Android. Once you've set up the system in your application, activities are automatically detected by periodically reading short bursts of sensor data and processing them using machine learning models. We've recently trained new models, as well as added the use of Bluetooth to significantly improve the accuracy and reduce the latency of detected activities. Receiving recognized activity callbacks only takes a few lines of code. Start by connecting to the Activity Recognition API and defining where you want connection callbacks to go. Then, request activity updates by specifying a desired detection interval and a pending intent where you'd like activities delivered. Your application will receive callbacks with extras containing an activity recognition result. This contains a list of activities that the user may be doing at a particular time. So what can you do with this extra information? Well, for example, if a user starts running, you'll get a callback indicating the most probable activity is running. If the confidence is 75 or higher, you know you can act on it and show a notification asking if they want to start tracking their run. Or, when an app is in use and the user starts driving, you can offer up a switch to car mode dialog. You can also use it for historical cases, such as showing your users where they park their car or how long they spend commuting to work each day. Reducing memory consumption is important to keep phones running smoothly. When using the API, a common use case is that an application wants to monitor activities in the background and perform an action when a specific activity is detected. Typically, when developing for Android, you'd use a persistent running service to handle this. But sadly, that consumes a lot of resources. This API removes that burden by delivering the data via an intent. The application specifies a pending intent callback, typically an intent service, which will be called with an intent when activities are detected. So there's no need to keep a service always running in the background. Minimizing battery usage is also important. On devices that have a significant motion sensor, the battery is conserved by stopping activity reporting when the device is still for an extended period of time. It'll resume once device moves again. I hope this gives you a taste for how your app can make use of the Activity Recognition API. This is just the beginning. Watch out for new activity types being added soon.
Enterprise is a huge opportunity. When most developers think about Android, they look at the general end user numbers, but often they forget about the massive opportunity available for business devices. My name is Matt, and with Android for Work, you can take advantage of this huge opportunity. Did you know that as of 2014, there were 250 million Android devices in use in businesses around the world? And it continues to grow strongly in two flavors. Bring your own device, or BYOD, is where the employee owns their device, but their company also allows them to use it for work. Currently at 175 million devices and growing at 15% per year. On the other hand, corporate liable is where the company owns their device and typically only allows it to be used for work. Currently around 75 million devices and growing at 8% per year. Compare that to the 1 billion Android devices in use today, and that's already 25% being used in businesses. So how do you reach this massive market? Start with Google Play for Work to get your apps into the hands of businesses. Google Play for Work provides a dedicated storefront to businesses using Android for Work. Google Play for Work, when combined with Android for Work devices, allows a whole set of control and install options for IT admins. This is why it's been integrated by these top enterprise mobility management companies, or EMMs. This gives your app exposure to a broad range of business customers. IT admins are able to install your application across an entire workforce at the click of a button. We are working with more EMMs to get them on board as quickly as possible. Using Google Play for Work as a developer is straightforward. You're able to ship your apps to both Google Play and Google Play for Work within the Pricing and Distribution tab of the familiar Play Developer Console. But what if you have a paid application? At I/O 2015, we made it possible for IT admins to purchase paid apps in bulk within Google Play for Work. It's now possible for an IT admin to buy multiple licenses of your app in one transaction and then distribute them to employees who are using Android for Work. This gives you the opportunity to grow your user base more quickly. The licenses are owned by the company, so if an employee leaves, then the company can transfer that license to another user. That means it is critical for you to keep track of which users have licenses assigned. We recommend that your app uses the Google Play licensing API to periodically check ownership. Now, it's important to understand that IT admins for businesses typically have stricter security concerns than regular users. Here's a quick checklist of items to keep your eye on as you're developing your app. Firstly, IT admins will scrutinize your permissions closely before making your app available to their employees. So make sure you're only requesting permissions that you really need. Make sure user data is secured and encrypted in transit and while on your servers. Consider also describing the security measures that you take in your Google Play app description. Data leaks caused either accidentally or maliciously from your employees will really put businesses off your app. Set authorization policies within your business to minimize the number of employees that can access user data. Finally, avoid features that might cause information security issues, like sharing with social networks, or allow these to be disabled by IT admins using managed configuration through the Android App Restrictions framework. For more information on app restrictions and testing your enterprise app, watch our previous video here. So, does your app have the potential to make a difference to an entire workforce? Whether it be barcode scanners for warehouse staff, collaboration tools for remote office workers, or stock market tickers for finance, there are countless opportunities opening up with Android for Work and Google Play for Work. Which one is knocking on your door?
Inspiration's a funny thing. I mean, there you are idly going about your day, eating a banana, and boom, some amazing revelation hits you. How fitting is it that all of the technological advances we've had over the past 40 years have been because of these sort of crazy, amazing, inspirational thoughts? Take Burroughs-Wheeler transform, for example. It's a very common compression algorithm for Linux and the web, but even the authors themselves will admit that they don't fully understand how they came up with the algorithm itself. That's the trick with inspiration, I suppose. You get greatness from nothingness. But that doesn't really help you if you want to implement the algorithm itself. But fear not, young programmer. I'm here to help. My name is Colt McCandless, and this is Compressor Head. One of the funny things about information theory is that whole theory part. See, there's some interesting points about the theory that don't always work out right. Take entropy, for example, which generally measures the information content of a data set given in bits. But one of the issues with entropy is that it fails to take into account the order of the symbols. See, regardless of how I shuffle this data set of 0 through 9 here, it will always have an entropy of 4. But if you've been watching the rest of our shows, you know that order does in fact matter. Take delta coding, for example. If we have this variation of our data set, we can see that the delta encoded version really doesn't provide us with any lower entropy. However, if we sort this data set, giving us the nice linear number range from 0 to 9, the delta encoded version produces a much lower entropy than the source stream. Now, in an ideal world, we'd be able to just apply this type of sort to all of our data and end up with a perfectly compressible stream. But that's not actually how it works. See, pure sorts are generally one-directional. That is, once you sort it, you can't get it back in its original order without a whole ton of extra data to tell you where everything goes. So we can't purely sort it, but we can get close. See, the Burroughs-Wheeler transform, or BWT, will shuffle around the data to cluster together groups of the same symbol as much as it possibly can. The benefit of this is that once the symbols have been clustered together, they effectively have an ordering, which can make it more compressible for other algorithms that can take advantage of it. Now remember, this isn't a perfect sorting algorithm. It's more of a rough clustering algorithm. Well, technically it's a lexicographical permutation. You know what? Anyhow, the point is that BWT has one amazing characteristic. We can encode to and decode from BWT without having to add any significant additional data to our stream. Let's take a look. Go! Whoa!
We want him talking?
The transform part of Burroughs-Wheeler transform starts by creating a table of shifted permutations for your input stream. So let's take the word banana as an example and write that in the first row of our table. Now on each row under that, let's do a rotational shift of that word to the right, one character. That is, all of the letters in our string shift to the right, and the frontmost character gets pushed onto the back. We do this for each symbol in our stream, rotating one character to the right, so we end up with a table whose number of rows equals the length of the stream. The next step is to sort the rows of this table lexicographically, giving us a sorted table form. Now, this is where some of the dark magic happens. You can see that each row is effectively a permutation of the word banana, but also each column is a permutation as well. The first column, of course, is the sorted permutation of our word, but really what we want is the last column in general. This NNBAAA has some interesting characteristics. Notice it's got better symbol clustering than any of the other columns, especially our input stream, and thus is what we output as our encode. Now, before you run off, there's one other piece of data that we need to grab as well. Notice that in our sorted table, the input string actually sits at index 4. We'll need this row index during the decode phase of the Burrows-Wheeler transform because it will allow us to move from our more compressible permutation back to the source string. Now, you may ask yourself, why do we choose this last column? I mean, the one right next to it seems just as good, seems to have very close clustering. Why not that one? Well, this is more BWT magic. See, this last column has an interesting feature. If we have only this, NNBAAA, we can recover the rest of our sorted table entirely. The other columns don't possess this same characteristic, which is highly important when we're trying to invert our transform. Banana.
That's great!
All right. The remarkable thing about Burrows-Wheeler transform is not that it generates a more compressible output, any ordinary sort would do that, but that this particular transform is reversible with minimal data overhead. And to help us demonstrate that is my good friend Magnus, who turns out is training for the World Sorting Championship.
Yeah, sorting is my thing, yeah.
Yeah, this guy right here, he's gonna take it all. All right. So at the start of our decode step, we're given the string NNBAAA and the row index of 4. If you recall, NNBAAA represents the last column of our table. So Magnus, can you put an NNBAAA up on the board for us?
Like that?
Just like that.
Great!
Do it! Now when he's doing this, I want you to watch his technique. Watch the way his hand flows through the process.
Yeah, finished.
Fantastic. Yeah. Young kids, you're afraid of this guy. Now, once we have this data in our table, the next step is to sort it, which is where Magnus comes in for us. All right, Magnus, you ready?
Absolutely.
We're going to do a sort, nice warm-up, don't pull anything.
Okay.
All right, when you're ready, go. Excellent, good job. Great form, nice. Remember, clench those abs. Yeah, good, stay with it. Fantastic.
All right.
It's good. All right. Now that we've got a sorted table, the next step is to prepend the input string again. So Magnus, another NNBAAA, please.
Over there?
Right there.
Great, man.
This guy gets it, right? Good. Nice. All right, now that it's there, we got to do another sort.
A sort?
Another sort.
Okay.
All right, now I'm going to time this one.
Okay.
This is going to be a good warm-up round.
Yeah.
All right, ready? When you're ready, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, let's go.
Good. Now remember, you got to tighten your abs during the sort. You're going to be judged on speed and accuracy here. Boom! Fantastic. Look at that, 11 seconds.
Yeah!
That's a personal best for this guy.
Wow!
You're already sorting faster than Michael Phelps.
That's great to know.
I agree. So this is how the BWT decode works. We append our input string across the rows of our input table, then sort, and then continue on until we've recovered our original matrix. So Magnus, ready for the big one?
Yeah.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. Okay, we're going to do this 4 more times.
4?
So we've got 6 letters in each row.
Wow.
You think you can do it?
Yeah.
Are you ready to do it?
I'm ready.
This is for the World Championship.
Yeah, man, let's do it.
Ready?
Yeah.
Set, go. All right, good, great. Good job. NNBAAA. We're going to get you so many endorsements. You're almost there, Magnus. Finish strong. Oh, man, great job, kid. All right. Calm down. Why don't you hit the showers and I'll walk the people through the rest of the algorithm, all right? Good job today, good job. I don't think he's got a shot at that one. Anyhow, thanks to Magnus, we've got a recreated permutation table alongside a nifty row index that we output during the encoding phase. Since this matrix over there is identical to the post-sorted one from the encoder, the 4th row actually contains the original input string, banana. See? Pretty easy stuff. Oh, and to be clear, kids, training to be a world champion at sorting requires a lot of practice and dedication. So eat your vegetables and listen to your parents. How do you make your hair do that?
Lots and lots of gel.
Really? I'm jealous. Not just because it's a pun. Thanks. Take him a second. In 1994, Mike Burrows and David Wheeler were set up to be the title fight at the 2nd annual UFC Championship in Las Vegas, Nevada. But before the fight, while playing a few rounds of Pai Gow, the two ended up creating the Burrows-Wheeler transform algorithm.
That isn't really true.
No. No, it is not. You know, one of the problems about working at Google is you can't really throw a stone around here without hitting the inventor of some amazing algorithm. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to the co-inventor of the Burroughs-Wheeler transform, Mr. Mike Burroughs. Mike, it's fantastic to see you. Maybe if you have a second, can you sit down and talk to us a little bit about your algorithm?
Certainly. I'd like to put you straight about that title fight.
Okay. I guess at the beginning, let's start there.
Well, it really started with David Wheeler. He was on the faculty at the University of Cambridge, but on sabbatical at Bell Labs and working on compression, and he came up with the algorithm there. I only learned about it some years later when I became his graduate student.
In the world of data compression, like Burroughs-Wheeler transform just stands alone against everything else. There's nothing really like it. How did you all come up with it?
Well, I asked David what was going through his mind when he came up with it originally, and he didn't know. He could not explain to me how he came up with that particular algorithm. I got the impression that he was playing around with sorting the contexts of characters that were to be encoded and using that as a good predictor. And then he must have realized that it was possible to invert that sort under certain conditions.
Did you and Mike kind of co-create the article together? I mean, was it more of his idea and kind of he handed off to you? How did that relationship work?
What happened was that he never bothered writing it up. I learned about it from him as a graduate student, and the years ticked by after that, and he never wrote it up. At the time, when I was a student, I thought that it was just one of those things that grad students learn. And then eventually I realized, no, this was really special, and the world ought to know about it. When he did it, he did not think of it as a practical algorithm. He thought of it as an algorithm to use to calibrate other algorithms. It wasn't practical for him because he didn't have a really fast implementation, and computers at the time were significantly slower, and so it didn't really go fast enough. So I decided that what I should do is write it up myself, and in order to do that, I had to do something, and so I worked with him to make it go fast, and we came up with ways to implement it efficiently.
Well, so I got to ask you, I mean, in the 20 years since this algorithm's invention, what has been the most amazing thing you've seen it applied for? I mean, it's been everywhere, from the Linux operating system to, a protocol on the internet. What's impressed you so much about its use so far?
Well, I suppose the most unexpected thing has been its use in DNA sequencing. It puts together the fragments of DNA that have been sequenced independently very efficiently into a combined whole. But there have been many other advances around it, particularly in ways to do the sorting efficiently. Also variants of the transform, one that sorts only limited length contexts. It turns out that Michael Schindler of the Technical University of Vienna discovered that if you sort the contexts up to any finite length k, it's still invertible as a transform. Unfortunately, the inversion takes twice as long, so it's not popular, but it still works. David Scott and Yossi Azar managed to find a bijective variant of the transform where the size of the transformed string is exactly the same as the size of the input string.
Oh, so you don't need the row index at the end?
Yes, that's correct. It's a bit more involved and a bit slower to do the compression, but it still works. And that was another surprise for me.
Give me a little bit of background here. Where did you actually publish the paper originally for this?
There's a funny story about that. We first of all sent the paper to the annual data compression conference, but they rejected it. And there were no comments about why they rejected it. So I wrote to them and asked why they had rejected it, and they told me that it was their policy not to explain why they rejected papers. So we just published it as a technical report. The next year, people at the same conference actually asked me to submit the paper again so that they could publish it. And I said no, and I wasn't really going to explain why, because it was my policy not to explain that sort of thing. So the algorithm actually became more well-known when someone else who saw the technical report published a popular article about it in Dr. Dobbs' journal. So that was the first real publication where people got to know about it.
Wow, so just completely bypass the academic route and, you know, go for mainstream media. That's how we get our algorithms out nowadays, right?
That's the way it worked. Yeah.
Listen, Mike, thank you so much for coming on and talking to us a bit about this algorithm. We're really honored to have you here.
It's a pleasure to be here. I felt, given the state of the other compressor head episodes, that I ought to come along personally and fix things.
Okay, well, thank you for that. You sure did.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, it's on me. Huh. I was just texting my boss. So it's apparent that BWT doesn't actually compress the data. It just transforms it. To practically use BWT, we need some way to apply another transform that's going to yield a stream which has lower entropy and thus is more compressible. Good old delta compression doesn't really help us that much. Encoding our post-BWT stream of NNBAAA yields us the version of the string, this whole thing, which has an entropy of 1.77. While the source entropy itself is only 1.45. We haven't actually improved anything. No, for this type of data, we need a different type of transform, which is better suited for the type of symbol clustering that BWT produces. We call this move-to-front encoding. Effectively, start by creating a buffer that contains all the unique symbols that your stream could have and list them in a sorted order. For our purposes, we'll just use the English alphabet. The move-to-front algorithm is pretty simple. For each symbol we read, we write its output buffer position and then move it to the front of our buffer. Now, for example, if we input the letter N, that sits at position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we write that to our output stream. The next step is how the algorithm gets its name. Once we've written its out position, we then move that symbol to the front of the buffer. Time to read in the next symbol, which is also N. Since that's already at the front of our stream, we write a 1 to the output stream. This is the trick of the transform. The idea is that since BWT clusters symbols together, there's a high probability that subsequent copies of that symbol will appear in the stream after we've encountered the first one. So we end up outputting more 1s as a result. Let's take a look at the rest of the encoding. Let's read B onto the stream, and as such we output the index 3, because that's where it sits in the buffer, and move it to the front. We next read A and output the index of 3 again, since here it sits once more. We'll just fix that. Now, the next two A's that we read from the stream won't adjust any part of the buffer, since A already sits in the first position. As such, we simply emit 1s to the output stream. Now, after encoding, the output stream here is 14.13311, whose entropy is 1.45, which is identical to our source input stream. Pretty good. From here, you can simply throw the output of move to front to any statistical compressor, like Huffman or arithmetic compression. In fact, bzip2, the popular Linux compression application, couples Burrows-Wheeler transform plus move to front plus arithmetic compression for its exact algorithm. You're looking at the inner workings of science here, folks.
That's an interesting thing to say.
Like, that was just really cool to hear.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right, yeah, sorry. We could do this all day. What's amazing about Burrows-Wheeler transform is that it stands alone as a compression algorithm. LZ, Huffman, arithmetic, they all have tons of variants and have been worked on by tons of different people. In the last 20 years, Burrows-Wheeler transform has gotten much less attention. But that doesn't mean it's any less useful. In recent competitions to compress human DNA sequences, BWT-based compressors were all in the top 10 finalists. And as far as the compression world goes, there's still plenty left to improve upon here. But that's a topic for a different show. My name is Cole McCandless. Thanks for watching.
So in the last episode, I talked about how you can work with Polymer and JavaScript routers, but I'm sure some of you were thinking, hey dude, come on, this is web components. Can't I just do all my routing with an element or something? Now for anyone out there thinking that, this episode is just for you. I'm Rob Dodson. Today on Polycast, I want to be showing you how to do all your routing using nothing but HTML. So let's check it out. So today's element extraordinaire is called More Routing. It's a little library of elements thrown together by a member of the Polymer team, and to be honest, it could not be easier to work with. First, you configure it to tell it what kind of routes you want. You can either do hash routes or pretty URLs. Then you define your list of routes, and you can optionally give each route a name so that they're easier to refer to later. So I've got these two routes here. I'm calling the first one home and the second one users. And lastly, you can drop in any element that extends core selector and give it a few children that sync up with the various routes. Since the core pages element that we've covered in the previous episodes extends core selector, we can use that for our example. So let's hop over to another code editor and get cracking. Now, the first thing I need to do is install more routing. So over in terminal, I'm going to type out bower install polymore, note the spelling there, more-routing. Polymore is a side project created by one of the Polymer team members. It's basically just a kind of catch-all place for interesting elements that he's created. Next, I'm going to create a routes HTML file. And this way I can keep all my routes in a separate place so they don't clutter up my main document. Inside of routes HTML, I'll first import the more routing element, and I'm going to configure it using the more routing config element. I'm going to tell it to use hash URLs so I don't have to bother with setting up a server. Then I'll define a list of routes. I can give each route a name so that way I can easily refer to it later, and a path which is going to actually be used to update my URL. Now over in my elements HTML file, I've already got a few elements imported, so I'm just going to add a new line to import my routes.html file. Then back on my main document, I'll create a more routes selector element, and I'm going to drop in a few core pages tags for it to control. Lastly, I'm going to add some sections in here and just fill those with some W content. And very important, I'm going to give each section a route attribute, which matches one of those named routes I created in the routes HTML file. Now I'm also going to go up top here and I'm going to wrap my core menu in a route selector. And I'm going to give each menu item a route attribute as well. I'm also going to give these anchors URLs, and to do this I'm going to use More Routing's very handy URL for helper. So I pass to URL for the name of all my various named routes, and that way I can generate these URLs really easily. I don't have to explicitly write the path in there, which is really nice in case the path to, for instance, the user section, if that needs to change at some point, the name of the route will remain the same, the path can change, and I don't have to go back and update my code in a bunch of places. Now, if I pop up in my browser, you'll see that I can click on the different menu items, and it's going to update the URL as well as the content in the page. The important thing to note here is that so far I haven't written any JavaScript, which is pretty cool. Now, some of you might be wondering, how can I handle parameters in my routes? For example, if you're in like a user section, you've got the username up in the URL, you might want to actually use that in your application. So let me show you how to hook that up. So I'm going to add a new route for a specific user and name it user-info. I'm going to nest this route underneath my existing users route. Note that the route has a colon in this URL here. What this is going to do is it's going to create a property on the params object with the key name. And that way I can use it to access the value later. Now you could create any kind of key you want. For instance, you could write :foo, and then you'd have a property called params.foo. Over in my users section, I'm just going to add an anchor for a user named Rob using the URL for helper. I'm also going to pass a second parameter to the URL for method, which will populate the anchor's href. So this anchor would link to /users/Rob. Then in my route selector, I'm going to bind the selected params attribute to a scope variable called params. Selected params is an object exposing the parameters from my URL. Then I can create a new section with a matching user info route attribute and just populate it with some dummy text that uses that params.name binding. Now when I pop open my browser and go to the user section, I can click that little link and see the parameter up there in my URL, and the value gets reflected on the page. Pretty neat. And there you have it, routing using nothing but HTML. It's a really fast and convenient way to wire up your application, and it definitely cuts down on boilerplate code. Now you're ready to go build something really awesome. Be sure to hit me up on Twitter to let me know what you've created. Also, make sure you click the subscribe button so you see our future episodes. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
In the mystical world of compression, there's one algorithm that constantly puzzles developers. Its ability to compress data so well is shrouded in ancient secrets of statistical probability. I'm talking, of course, of arithmetic compression, the de facto statistical compressor that has its hands in every part of the modern compression industry. Everything you see online, from images to videos and even your text data, has been sent through its enchanted algorithm. Writing an arithmetic compressor yourself is no easy task. It requires you to stare into the face of the unknown and accept what it has to tell you. But fear not, young programmer, because I'm here to help. My name is Colt McCandless, and this is Compressor Head. Now, if you remember, variable length codes, or VLCs, take a given symbol from our input stream and assigns a code word to it that has a variable number of bits. That VLC is then pushed to the output stream, producing a compressed version of our data. The trick is that variable length codes produce compression that's close to entropy, as long as the probability of your symbol distribution matches the probability table that you've built your VLC from. But the trick is that VLCs are generated with a specific set of probabilities in mind. For example, here, there we go. Let's take a look at omega codes next to even row day codes. You can see that for these two VLC types, they're not equal for every given value of n. This is because of the statistical probabilities that they've made assumptions towards. See, omega codes expect that there's not going to be lots and lots of most probable symbols. If we end up with a lot of symbols that are close in probability or have a shared probability, then we get into trouble. Omega codes are weighted towards having a dominant symbol with the most probability, while everything else trails off in very small amounts. Even row day codes, on the other hand, expect that the top 4 symbols are actually pretty close in probability to each other. But once you hit the 8th most probable symbol, the code word size increases dramatically. This expects there to be a grouping of symbols that are pretty close and a drop-off after that. As such, you run into a problem. What if the probability distribution of your data stream doesn't match your chosen VLC set? Well, in that case, you get bloat. You'll end up with code words that are not minimal, and as such, your compressed stream won't be equal to entropy. This is the trouble that most folks have with practical implementations of variable length codes. Which VLC do we use for our data that gives us the best compression? I mean, it's not like we can iterate through every VLC and find the best match. I mean, that would just take way too long. Instead, we want some way to encode a stream that optimizes for a probability without having to fit some pre-existing statistical table. And this, my friend, is where arithmetic compression comes in. Jorma Rizanen published... Most standard literature that discusses arithmetic compression puts it a little something like this. In contrast to VLCs, which assign a code word per symbol, arithmetic compression assigns one code word to the entire data stream. Which is elegantly stated, but really doesn't tell us anything. I mean, what kind of code should we actually apply to that stream? If I'm given AZZ as an input, I can really pick any number. I mean, if I make it 12626, that's cool, right? But that ends up bloating the stream. Or I can make AZZ equals 1, but how would I decompress that later? See, the magic of arithmetic compression is a data transform that is applied to the source data in order to create a single output number, which uses less bits to represent than the source stream itself. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. First, let's talk about binary search. Am I not totally? Let's say I search for the value 6 in the number range 0 to 9. A binary search works by dividing the space in half repeatedly until we find our number. So effectively, we start with low equals 0 and high equals 9, which means the number that we're checking is the 5. Now, if 6 is greater than 5, which it is, we erase our low and move it around so that low is now equal to 5, and we're checking 7. Now, we continue doing this process of subdividing the space in half each iteration until we find the number that we're looking for. But now the question is, what if instead of subdividing our space in half each iteration, we instead subdivided it in thirds, fourths, or sixteenths? For example, let's subdivide our number space into 4 parts. And when we choose what section we're looking for, we subdivide that into 4 parts as well. This concept of subdividing the space each time we refine our search is the basis for how arithmetic transforms work. Effectively, we assign a subspace to each one of our symbols. When we encode the symbol C from our input stream, we subdivide C space further, assigning new symbols to the space in the proper order. And this continues on. Every single input that we grab subdivides the space into smaller and smaller subsections each step, but with one simple modification. Rather than subdividing our search space into equal portions, we subdivide it based on probabilities of the symbols in our stream, kind of like our code word tables. So if C is the most probable symbol, it gets the most space. Now, in order for this to work, we need our number range to be something that makes sense to actually be subdividing. So I mean, we can't use integers. Instead, we will subdivide our number space and define it existing on the range 0 to 1, and then that allows us to assign each symbol an area on the word space that's equal to its probability. And this right here, my friends, is the starting process of how arithmetic compression works. But enough chit-chat. Let's encode something. So let's take an example with 3 symbols, R, G, and B, with the probabilities of 0.4, 0.5, and 0.1, respectively. Now, it's pretty easy, given the probabilities of these values, to assign them ranges on the interval of 0 to 1. Or perhaps there's a better way to look at this in number line form. So let's encode a simple string, G, G, B. First, we pull the symbol G from the input stream. And since the interval of G, according to our table, is 0.4 to 0.9, we then subdivide our space, giving us the values between 0.4 and 0.9, respectively. It's now time to read the second symbol from our stream. It's a G, once again, which sets our low and high values, 0.4 to 0.5999999. G actually ends up being 0.6 to 0.84, 99999, and B ends up being 0.85 to 0.9999999. When we read our B value, we subdivide that interval once again. After encoding B, our final interval is now 0.825 and 0.85. This is the range that we want to output as our encoded value. Now, congratulations, you've actually just arithmetically encoded a stream. Now, decoding can be viewed as the same process, but in reverse. Now, since our final value range is 0.825 to 0.85, honestly, we can output any value between those two to our encoded stream. So let's just randomly pick a value and say that it's 0.83, right? The decoding process can be thought of as drawing a vertical line through our subdivided ranges, updating the intervals as we move down. So if we start with 0.83, the symbol for that range that it falls in is the letter G. So we output that as our first symbol. Then we subdivide that space, and 0.83 once again falls in the G area, which is our second symbol. And finally, 0.83 falls in the B range, which is our final symbol. There you go. Encoding and decoding of arithmetic compression, all in one nice package. Good? Remember this guy? Besides inventing a plethora of variable length code patterns, Peter Elias first proposed the concept behind arithmetic compression in the early 1960s. It wasn't until a decade later, though, when Jorma Rissanen published some of the first suitable research for its implementation, alongside a massive patent. For the next couple decades, arithmetic compression pretty much fell off the map due to an impossibly aggressive patent strategy enforced by IBM at the time. The patent problem was so aggressive and arithmetic compression was so good that a separate coding algorithm called range coding was invented in 1979, which basically did the same thing as arithmetic compression, but was free from patents. Nothing like a good government system to stifle creativity, huh? No, I really don't think this is all really that necessary. I mean, it was just a comment on a video. What do we got here? We got another signature. Fine. I don't even know what this says. Initial, too. You guys, of course, need an initial. So really, I think that...
And here.
You guys need, like, blood samples and hair and everything else, too?
Signatures.
Just, okay, fine. Listen, I'm very busy. Can I at least get back to all of this?
Let me just check.
You're going to check it all? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. In the early 2000s, though, the patent expired and arithmetic compression took off again, allowing itself to achieve the status of the gold standard for the current generation of statistical encoders. In fact, the majority of modern compression formats for archives, like LZMA and BZIP, audio and video, like JPEG, WebP, WebM, and H.264, all work with an arithmetic compression system as its statistical compression step. Oh, good, fantastic. Okay, so here's the tricky part with arithmetic compression. Why the hell does it work? I mean, it's a simple concept, but how does it get us close to entropy? Well, it has everything to do with probability distribution and how we subdivide our space. So let's try to subdivide our space evenly. If we've got 10 values and we subdivide our space between 0.2 and 0.3, we end up with 10 new ranges starting at 0.2, 0.21, 0.22, 0.23, 0.24, 0.25, 0.26, 0.27, 0.28, and 0.29. Look at what just happened. By subdividing our space, our range values have been increased in size by 1 digit. If we stopped right now, all of our outputs would be 2 digits in length. So if we subdivided any of them again, we would end up with 3 digits per range. And if we divided those regions, we'd end up with 4 digits per range, and so on and so on. Can we, quick. Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. Now let's subdivide that space unevenly, and just for the sake of argument, give one range 9/10 of the space. So we'd end up with the starting spaces of 0.2, 0.291, 0.292, 0.293, 0.294, 0.295, 0.296, 0.297, 0.298, and 0.299. Now look at that. Every time we fall in this first range, going from 0.2 to 0.291, we're outputting less digits to the output stream. At best, we could simply use the lower bound of 0.2, which is less digits than any other starting value in our range. And at best, we don't end up outputting any new digits to our output code at all. Even if we're 10,024 levels deep into the subdivision tree, picking this first range will output less digits to our output, and at best cases, won't put out any new digits at all. This skewing of unit space based on the probability of the symbol is the core idea that makes arithmetic compression a statistical compressor. Effectively, the more probable the symbol, the less digits it outputs to our encoding. Props. When all the dust settles, arithmetic compression can consistently get close to entropy for arbitrary streams, regardless of the data type or the probability of its symbol distribution. Its single-minded focus makes it a Swiss Army knife of statistical compression. But there's a large battle between Huffman and arithmetic in the minds of compression programmers out there. Some claim that the Huffman king is dead. Long live arithmetic compression. While the true believers claim that the king is alive and well, living under the alias dynamic Huffman encoding. But that's for a different episode. My name is Cole McCandless. Thanks for watching.
Hey everybody, so I'm Ellie Powers from the Google Play team, and thanks so much for cutting your lunch a little bit short to make it back here. So, when I was 13 years old, and I was in middle school, we read this book. It was called Lakota Woman, and it was this really powerful story of a woman who grew up in a Native American reservation in South Dakota. The place looked like this, really beautiful place. But her story was completely different from mine. She went through all sorts of struggles that I'd never heard about. And we read this book as part of our larger unit that we were doing on Native American history. And in order to graduate 7th grade, we had to complete a massive independent research project. I'd never done anything like it before. And after reading her story, I said, I have to do my presentation on Native American religious freedom and oppression in the United States in the second half of the 1900s, because I was a 13-year-old, and I guess that's just what made sense to me at the time. So I went into the library. I had procrastinated a bit, I do admit. So I tried to find books that talked about the topic that I wanted to write about. And I really wanted to write about individual stories of people who had experienced oppression and had had struggles in terms of being able to express their religious beliefs. And it wasn't so surprising looking back on it that I couldn't find these books, because the information was either too new or it was too controversial to be published. But luckily, I grew up in Silicon Valley, so even though my life was a little bit weird, it meant that I had some tools that I could access that helped me do a little bit more than I could have done with my local library. I want to introduce you to my Spark Station. Anyone remember this computer? This was the first computer that I had that could access the internet, and it was back in the early 90s. And my family had a Sun Spark Station that looked almost exactly like this. And this computer was so awesome. Not only did it have a CD-ROM drive, it also had a color screen. It didn't have Firefox, because that didn't exist. But it had a 3-button mouse. You can't even buy those anymore. I mean, 3 buttons, that's 50% more efficient than most mice on the market today. And best of all, my Spark Station had a modem. And I was one of the first people I knew who could connect to the internet. The internet wasn't amazing back then like it is today, and you couldn't do a lot, but this was my first chance to find information that wasn't available in my local library and to reach out to people who I would have never met otherwise. So when I was trying to write my report and I couldn't find any books, at first I thought I was completely out of luck. But then I realized that my Spark Station had Mosaic. Do you remember Mosaic? Do you remember these dark gray backgrounds? You remember them, I can see that. Do you remember the blue links and when you clicked on them, they turned purple? I mean, that was awesome, right? And I found Mosaic, I could cruise around a little bit. And then if you didn't have Mosaic, maybe you had Gopher. Do you remember Gopher? It was like a lot of folders, and you could just go from one folder, the next folder, another folder. And sometimes you could find images and text in those folders and send your folders to your friends and tell them which folders were the best. This was really cool. And it was through these tools that I stumbled onto something amazing that solved all of my problems. It was called Nat Chat, Native American Chat. And basically, this is where historians and other people interested in Native American issues would go to talk about anything related to Native American culture. So I started hanging out in Nat Chat. I got completely immersed in a whole new world that I had never even heard of before. I got all the information that I needed for my project. I interacted with new people who had nothing to do with my regular everyday life, and I wrote my report. Not only did I write my report, but I included all this information I'd learned from people that no one in my school had learned about, and I felt that I was able to educate not only myself, but also my teachers and other students. I felt so powerful, and I said, this is great. I've accomplished something important, and I want everyone else to have this same experience. So, of course, remember I was 13, I taught my little siblings how to use the computer. I wanted them to have that feeling too. And that was cool, but that wasn't enough either. I wanted everyone to have, this great experience, this feeling of connectedness. And I thought, yep, sooner or later, everyone's gonna have their own Spark Station just like me, and this is gonna be awesome. But looking back, this was never gonna happen. It wasn't gonna be possible that everyone could have a Spark Station. If you look at the technology that we have today, it's so different from that Spark Station. Let's do a couple comparisons. So this Spark Station, with its awesome 3-button mouse, thousands of dollars. An Android One phone, which is basically a supercomputer in comparison, less than $100. Obviously a huge benefit. Before, do you guys remember learning touch typing? Mavis Beacon, and you had to learn how to press all those little buttons in the right order? That was actually hard looking back on it. And today, we have touchscreens and sensors. They're so simple that you don't even have to teach young kids how to start using a phone or a tablet. They just figure it out. Back then, you had your big Spark Station stuck on your desk. There were tons of wires coming out of it. If the power ever went out, you lost all your work. But today, you can connect anywhere in the world. You can charge your phone wherever you can. It's so much better. And this is great because back in the day, only a couple of super nerds could connect to the internet, and I didn't think that was fair. I wanted all super nerds to connect to the internet. In fact, I wanted everybody to connect to the internet. And so this ability to give people the same powerful feeling of connectedness and access to information is actually why I'm at Google. I'm really excited to be here because Google's mission to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible is so deeply tied to what's important to me and what has made a difference in my own life. And so what Google Play is it's what happens when we've connected now literally 1 billion people, and we've given them access to a connected catalog of experiences. And that catalog and those connected experiences are made possible by developers like all of you. And so now here we are at this special moment in history. Developers can have a huge impact on both local and global problems because everyone's connected now, and a lot of that is through Android. So I want to tell you a story of some of these developers. Our first story takes us to Sao Paulo, Brazil. And emprego legado means jobs online in Portuguese. We actually have a couple people here from the Emprego Legado team today, which is pretty awesome. And they're proud to say that they have made the #1 blue-collar job service in all of Brazil. So let's learn a little bit more about why this is important. So Sao Paulo is home to 11.8 million people and the worst traffic jams in the world, according to Time magazine. So Emprego Legado saw this common pain point. This commute time in Sao Paulo, it's just painful. I mean, 3 hours. That is a long time to spend commuting every single day. And the most common way to get around there is actually on a public bus. There's about 16,000 buses in Sao Paulo. These buses are often overcrowded. It can be hard to get a seat. And 3 hours a day is a long time to spend your life sitting on a bus or standing on a bus. And so this is some of the traffic that you'll be spending your time sitting through. Luckily, it's a beautiful city, and it even has some cool murals to look at. But, I mean, that's just a lot of your life. And so Emprego Legado had a key insight. Let's say we compare 2 people. One person has this crazy 3-hour daily commute. Another person has a more reasonable commute of around 1 hour per day. So if you do the math, that basically means that the person with a long commute is wasting 20 business days of their life commuting. That's time when they're not economically productive, they can't earn money, they can't spend time with their family, and it's creating a huge financial and psychological impact on them. So Emprego Legado was founded back in 2012 by 3 college friends who were incredibly passionate about Latin America and went to live and work there. Not only did they see this problem, that people were spending a lot of time commuting, and that wasn't very fun. And actually that was leading to the traffic problems in the big cities of Brazil getting worse and worse. But also, employees had an extremely inefficient recruiting process, and it was hard for them to find the right employees for their companies. So the job market was really broken, actually. Job seekers had no way to find out about new jobs that were available. So if you had a job, you would just stick it out until maybe you happened to hear about something, maybe your friend tells you. But until then, you were stuck. And employers were really struggling too. They needed to find people with the right experience. And the commute time was the top reason that a lot of people left jobs. There was a survey, actually, that 37% of people who were earning a kind of low to middle wage in the region said that they had actually left a job due just to traffic, no other reason, just their commute. And so imagine if you had 37% of your workforce potentially leaving their job at your company, and you'd have to replace them just because of the commuting situation. I mean, that's tough. And so they calculated that, let's say we have a company with about 100,000 employees. So you could be losing up to $80 million a year due to employee turnover because of these retention and recruitment difficulties. But not only did they see this problem, they also saw an opportunity to increase transparency in the job market. So they looked at the job market, and these are the most common jobs in Brazil. So you have, you could be a waiter in a restaurant, maybe you drive a truck, maybe, you're a contractor, maybe you work as an assistant in a shop. And in fact, these types of jobs represent 85% of the entire Brazilian workforce. And so they decided to focus on these types of jobs. And these not only were the most popular jobs, but also here the information transparency was the poorest. So this was really an opportunity to have a hugely broad impact. Often, you'd find out a worker could have had a similar job in their local neighborhood, but they just had no way to find it. Imagine how frustrating that would be. So let's talk about the type of person who Emprego Legado is able to help. So Fernanda, if we drew her as an Androidify cartoon, would look like this. And so, you know, she's got a cool pink suit. And so she had been unemployed for about 3.5 weeks when she signed up for Imprego Legato. And this time had been really stressful for her. She had a family who depended on her, and they needed her support. And she also used to have a long commute. And with a city full of supermarkets, you'd think it should be easy for her to find a new job. But unfortunately, she hadn't had any luck. So when Imprego Legato got started in 2012, they built a full-featured job search system using just text messaging. So think about the lax text message that you sent. You know, maybe it was like LOL, OMG, or a couple of emoji. Now imagine that you were using the same system to find qualified workers meaningful jobs in their local area. So this is a big usability challenge that they managed to overcome. So I want to walk you through what Fernanda did with this system. So first, she enters her location. Then she says that she wants to work in a supermarket. She specifies her desired salary. And then she starts getting a list of jobs matching her criteria. On average, these jobs are about 4 kilometers away from her home, so it's a big improvement. Then she can schedule an interview or share each different job with a friend. She confirms her interview. She's good to go. And Imprego Legato had started getting some great results from their SMS-only service. But you can see that this process isn't quite as interactive or as easy to use as you might want it to be. So they saw another trend. Android was starting to take off in Brazil, big time. And so they saw that this was an opportunity for them to build a much more engaging experience. So the app launched in September 2014 with all the same goals as the SMS service, but it's a lot more fun to use. And they saw that Android users were actually a lot more engaged with the service too. They were, in fact, applying to about 8 times more jobs than the average person on the SMS service. And the jobs they applied for tended to require more technical skills too. They also saw that the people using the Android app were actually much younger on average than the people using the SMS-only service. And that's pretty exciting because in Brazil there's actually a very popular national apprenticeship program. That's a real big on-ramp for a lot of young Brazilians to find a meaningful career that will take them far in their lives. And now they're doing this with Imprego Legato to help them. So far, they've had a significant impact. They've had over 1 million users through both their SMS and their Android app services, and they've been able to match about 8 million jobs to their users' search criteria. And think about what that would do if that was you. If your commute time got reduced by that much, not only would you feel more relaxed, you'd have time with your family, but maybe you could even walk or bike to work, and that would have a big impact on your health too. And then it also had a big impact on employers. You know, we talked earlier about the struggles that employers would have with recruitment. And now it's really helped them reduce their training costs because they're able to find employees who have more relevant experience. And because the commute times are better, they're no longer losing so many employees due to the traffic problems and the transit time. And so this is how Imprego Legato is using their disruptive job matching algorithms to save millions of dollars for Brazilian companies every year on retention and employee recruitment. And Imprego Legato actually makes money providing this service. That's pretty awesome. And this has allowed them to expand their own team. They've now grown to a team of 40, and 36 of them are Brazilians. They get interviewed on the TV news regularly about how they're helping the traffic problem. They're actually taking crowded buses off the roads. So let's go back to Fernanda. So with Imprego Legato, she was able to find a new job really quickly. And it was a job that she was really well qualified for, and it was much closer to her home. So with this extra time she was able to save, she could spend more time with her family and really had an improved quality of life. So here we have how Imprego Legato is making the Brazilian job market work better for everybody. They're increasing access to information for both employees and employers. Now we're going to move to a totally different part of the world, and we're going to talk about Flipkart in Bangalore, India. So has anyone here used the Flipkart app? Yeah? Fantastic. Well, if you haven't tried it before, I'll tell you a little bit more about what you can buy. You could get basically any type of product. You could get a lamp for your living room, you could get a refrigerator, you could get some new clothes, and actually when I was cruising around the Flipkart app, I learned about a new type of product I'd never even heard of before. Bike sleeves. Does anyone know these? Yeah? These are awesome. So if you've never heard of them, they're something that you wear on your arms. They're kind of like leg warmers, but you wear them when you're riding your motorcycle. And if you want to, you're a more minimalist person, you can choose a basic color like black or white. And then if you want to go a little bit wild, you can choose these tattoo printed bike sleeves over here on the right. And the reason that Flipkart sells bike sleeves is that in India, motorcycles are an extremely popular way to get around. Today, we're seeing that in India, about 2 million cars every month are sold, but about 12 million motorcycles. So having the right set of products that meets the market's needs is really key to Flipkart's growth. And their growth has been enormous. As of March this year, they're moving about $4 billion of merchandise annually, and they're expecting it to double by the end of the year. So where's this growth coming from? It's coming from mobile. And the online shopping market in India is growing huge. In 2016, there's going to be about 100 million online shoppers, and the market's going to grow by about 50% for the next 4 years. It's going to get up to about $16 billion in 2018. And this is all made possible because of the massive growth of smartphones. So next year, in India, the number of smartphone users is actually going to be bigger than the entire population of the United States. This is huge. And in India, mobile has gotten so popular that Flipkart's focusing more and more on apps. They're making so much more money. In fact, their Android app has about 1.5x higher order frequency compared to the desktop web. 90% of their mobile traffic's on Android. And so they've taken the next logical step. They shut down their mobile website. And they said, hey, just go get our app. And their sister site, Myntra, which is actually owned by Flipkart, took it one step further. And on May 1st this year, they actually shut down their desktop website too. You just go there and it says, get our app. And we're seeing a lot of similar announcements across all sorts of online retailers in India because of this massive growth in mobile. So one of the reasons that Flipkart has been so successful is they know how to market to people there. They know how to make the right things, but they also know how to make sense of logistical problems and how to solve them in a local way that makes sense. So I found about this group of people recently. It's a whole community of people, and here's what they do. If you're an office worker, they go to your house in the morning. They pick up a hot cooked lunch that someone in your house has made for you. They deliver it to your desk hot just in time for lunch. You eat your lunch, and then they take your lunchbox back home for you. And they're called the dabwalas, and they've been doing this for about 120 years. In Mumbai, there's about 5,000 dabwalas, and they deliver about 200,000 lunches per day. It's amazing. And Flipkart recently announced that they're going to be working with the dabwalas to do last-mile delivery in some of India's biggest cities. And the reason they wanted to do this is that the dabwalas are basically awesome. They deliver tons of packages with nearly 0 errors. In fact, Harvard Business School did a 2010 case study, and they compared the accuracy of the dabwalas to the Six Sigma process, and they said, yep, it's basically meeting that same level of reliability and service. And so we're seeing here how Flipkart is combining new technologies with local market insights to create a new market, a new e-commerce market in one of the world's biggest economies. So next, we're going to go to Europe. We're going to go to BlaBlaCar. And if you haven't tried them yet, you should the next time you're in Europe or one of the many other places that we're going to talk about soon. They're the most successful long-distance ride-sharing service. So when you sign up for BlaBlaCar, you have to describe yourself. OK, anyone else in the audience a blah? If you don't know what that means, it means you don't like to talk in the car. Just don't talk to me. Maybe you're like me, and you like to talk a little bit, but not the whole time. And then we probably all know someone in our life who we'd call a blah, 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 and that's someone who just talks non-stop. So why is this important? Well, if you are running a hugely successful long-distance ride-sharing service, where the average trip is about 200 miles, you're going to quickly learn that if you stick a blah and a blah, blah, blah together in a car for 200 miles, you are going to have 2 very unhappy customers. But if you have this algorithm and you know what questions to ask, you'll know that you can just stick 2 blah, blah, blahs together, and maybe you've built a lifelong friendship. So let's talk about how BlaBlaCar works with one of its most popular routes. Let's say that I'm a driver. I have my Renault. I live in Paris, and I'm going to go back to my hometown of Rennes, where I grew up. Maybe it's for the holidays. Maybe I'm just making an impromptu visit to a friend. And I'm actually going to have to spend a lot of money on gas and tolls to get there. It's going to be a long drive. And in fact, the trip may be so expensive that I can't even go as often as I'd like to. So I can just launch the BlaBlaCar app, and it'll match me with other people going the same way. I don't actually make money doing this, but I can offset all of my costs of gas and tolls. And I can sell the other 3 seats in my Renault to 3 other people who are going on the same trip. So this is a much cheaper alternative. So a train ticket would cost about 3 times as much. A plane ticket would cost about 6 times as much. And if you've ever had that experience of buying a train or plane ticket at absolutely that last minute when it's so critical, you know that those costs could be way more. So it's a good option to have. And this is the BlaBlaCar team. They're headquartered in Paris, and it sounds like a really fun place to work. One of my favorite programs I heard about is called the BlaBlaSwap. So they have offices all over the globe because they reach so many users. And if you do a BlaBlaSwap, what you can do is go work in another company's office for a week. And this helps not only you to have fun, but also to exchange ideas and best practices between offices. So BlaBlaCar has made massive expansions recently. They're now reaching about 2 million people every single month. They have about 20 million members, and they're reaching 19 different countries. So they're all over Europe, but also in Turkey, Russia, and most recently, Mexico and India as well. And here are the benefits that BlaBlaCar can bring. So we talked about the money savings before, and that's great. But it also helps with the environment, and it helps with traffic problems as well. The average BlaBlaCar actually has 2.8 people, up from a typical average in Europe of about 1.7 people per car. And BlaBlaCar has had Android apps for a long time, since back in 2010. And they found that their mobile experience means people can book rides easily at the very last minute. And because more than half of their users are actually on Android, they've invested a lot in making some great Android experiences. So they made an Android Wear app here. It allows you to see when someone is trying to link up with you to arrange a ride. And they did a material design refresh of their app recently as well. It's gotten some great user feedback. They're also going to add a new feature soon called Meet My Co-Rider. So this is a neat feature where it'll allow co-riders to temporarily share their locations. So this way, they can see each other as dots on the map, and it makes it a lot easier to try to meet up with somebody. So the CEO of BlaBlaCar says that people join because they want to save money. That makes sense. That's a logical reason. They want to travel more often, and they don't want to spend too much. But they keep using it, not because of the money, but because it allows them to make social connections that they never would have had before. I thought the BlaBlaCar was going to be basically just college students, right? That's kind of who you'd expect to take it. And there are some college students, but if you look at their demographics, they're actually reaching all sorts of different age brackets. Typically, actually, it's the older drivers who have the cars and the younger riders who pay to ride. And so it's an interesting way to create these different intergenerational connections that never would have actually happened before. So when you use BlaBlaCar, you save money, and you usually get to know somebody, and you get a good story. So I want to tell you one of these. So there was a guy who had just retired. He had used to have a big car to drive around his son, who did a lot of sports and had a lot of sports gear that he needed to carry around. When his son went off to school, he retired and said, I want to spend more time in St. Malo sailing my boat. Sounds great. But unfortunately, he realized that that was going to be really expensive and difficult for him to afford. So he discovered that BlaBlaCar would allow him to share rides with different people. And that was great. He got to do a lot more sailing. But over time, he realized the thing that contributed most to having an enjoyable retirement was not more time on his boat, but he created 2 new social networks, one in Paris and one in St. Malo, with all the people that he'd met using BlaBlaCar. So this is how BlaBlaCar is connecting the world. They're making travel more affordable and creating new social connections because of information being able to share easily between people. So next up, we have Dexcom. They're here too today, which is great. And they're making some of the world's most advanced blood glucose monitoring technology. And they're focused on improving human health through innovation. So every time I look at these stats on the screen, I get a little bit depressed. I've looked at them a few times. 29 million Americans have been diagnosed with diabetes. And when we say diagnosed, that means that there's a lot more people who have diabetes but are not diagnosed, or people who are pre-diabetic and will become diagnosed soon. But even still, that 29 million is 9.3% of the population. And worse, 200,000 of those people are under age 20. It's also led to a ridiculous amount of cost in terms of lost wages and medical expenses in the US. So if you don't have diabetes yet, you should be happy, because it's a lot of work. I have a few friends who have diabetes, and when they're going through a period where their diabetes is getting difficult to control, they have to test their blood sugar all the time. And that can mean before meals, a few times after a meal, before and after exercise, in the middle of the night, anytime they don't feel well. And they have to make sure that their blood sugar doesn't get too high and it doesn't get too low either. And then the information that you get back from a typical blood glucose test is not very useful. What does 95 mean? What's going to happen a half hour from now? How do I know if 95 means that I should eat some candy now because my blood sugar is about to go too low, or I should take some insulin because it's about to go too high? And one patient described this to Dexcom as basically this. It's like I'm driving down a windy road at night, and I only turn on the headlights occasionally. That is scary when your life could depend on this. So the Dexcom team thought that there must be a better way to be able to deal with this. So they've created this continuous glucose monitor, and you wear it on your body, as you can see here. So instead of pricking your finger a few times every day, you just get this continuous graph. Basically, it does the equivalent of checking your blood sugar every 5 minutes, and it gives you the full picture of how your blood sugar is reacting in terms of, you eat something, does it go up and down, you go do some exercise, how does it react? And this makes it easier to monitor your diabetes and keep it under control. So, does anyone here have anyone in their family with diabetes? Maybe a friend? Yeah, a few people? I do. And so this can be a scary experience that you have to manage, especially if that person who has diabetes is a child. So Dexcom, next week, we're very excited about this, they're going to be launching their companion app on Google Play. So the whole idea here is that a parent can use this app on their Android phone to check on their child's blood sugar, and they can even get alerts if that blood sugar goes out of the safe range. And this is great because parents don't have to buy a separate device or carry it around with them. They can just use their existing Android phone to stay on top of their kids' health. And finally, we're incredibly excited about a special integration that Dexcom is doing with Android Wear's latest technology. So we now have something on Android Wear called Direct Connect. And the whole idea here is that you can connect your Dexcom monitor to your Android Wear device without your phone. So why is this really cool? So imagine that you're a kid in school and that you have diabetes and you need to be checking your blood sugar all the time to make sure that you stay safe. And before, you'd have to look at your monitor all the time. Imagine being a kid and you're kind of pulling something out of your pocket that looks like this all the time. Other kids are probably going to be looking at you, and you may or may not want that. Or you could have it, connect to your phone, and that's definitely better, and you're pulling your phone out of your pocket, and that's a bit better, but it's kind of a hassle. Maybe the teacher's wondering if you're texting people, right? So you want to have something that's more subtle. And the best option here is to just have it go directly to your watch. So you can just glance at your watch as though you were checking the time, and you can see if your blood sugar is staying within range. That's really awesome. And it can allow kids to do things that they might have felt a little scared doing before. Like if you have a waterproof Android Wear watch, you can now use that to check your blood sugar in the pool without even getting out, right? Wouldn't that be great? You can just go swimming, and this can be really critical because exercise can be actually one of the things that can very quickly push your blood sugar out of the safe range. Or imagine that you're playing soccer and you can just check your watch again without having to, try to take some big phone or monitor and try to clip it into your clothes somewhere. It really gives a lot of freedom. Or let's say that you have a really young child. Maybe that child might misplace things, right? We all lost things as a kid. And so if you just give them a watch and you can clip it onto their wrist, then they don't have to worry about misplacing something expensive. So this is a glimpse of what's being possible. And Dexcom is creating all these great new accessible and flexible experiences that make it a lot more convenient and a lot more discreet to keep an eye on your blood sugar and be able to monitor diabetes and manage it well using your smartphone or your watch, whatever works well for you. And they've actually been able to expand now to 39 countries globally, including the US, India, Europe, and also South America. And this is saving families a good bit of money because if you already have an Android or Android Wear device, you don't need to buy something else in order to do this monitoring. And Dexcom has made a huge amount of innovation here to be able to use new technologies to make critical health data available and accessible and shareable as you want at any time. So, before we talk about our next app, we're going to have a little quiz. So, does anyone know which film industry makes the most movies every year? Bollywood. I heard someone say Bollywood. Okay, yep. You get an A, it's Bollywood. Okay, so where is Hollywood in this list? Any guesses? 3. Okay, another A. So who is in number 2? Hollywood, Bollywood, and who's in the middle? Okay. It's actually Nollywood. That's the Nigerian film industry. And they're not only are they number 2 in terms of the number of films made, they're also number 3 globally in terms of the revenue in their film industry. And so we're going to talk about an app called Afrinolly based in Lagos, Nigeria, which is a mobile entertainment app. So Nollywood makes about 1,000 movies per year, yeah? And they have a pretty low average production cost. And they've grown so popular that they've actually become the 2nd largest employer in all of Nigeria. And so directors recently have been focused on making even higher quality production value films using new technology to have very high resolution video and audio and producing great experiences. So what doesn't make sense here? We have 173 million people in Nigeria and we have 50 movie theaters. So how does that even work, right? What's going on? And what we learn is that the Nigeria movie culture is based around DVDs. And this can work really well. You go to a city or a town in Nigeria, there's often stores and even people in the streets selling DVDs, and it's basically great. Until DVD making technology got way cheap, maybe even too cheap. And the problem now is that there's a serious problem with piracy of Nollywood DVDs. So if you're a filmmaker in Nigeria, you can actually have a serious problem in terms of making money to be able to create more great films. So the makers of Nollywood saw this problem. But again, they also saw an opportunity because there was a new trend also happening in Nigeria. And yep, it's the mobile phones again. Almost every adult in Nigeria has a mobile phone, and smartphones are growing really quickly too. They're also seeing a lot higher rates of mobile data access, and a lot of adults in Nigeria also get great Wi-Fi service when they're at work too. So this meant a new way for Nollywood directors to distribute their films to all of their fans. And so it's also easier for Nollywood films to reach the global fan base more quickly. So, you know, people in Nigeria are obviously fans, but also people all over Africa, and Brazil is also a huge market for Nollywood films too. So Afrinolly won the Android Developer Challenge 4 years ago in 2011. And the founders got the idea for their app because they saw some data on the top Google searches all over Africa. And a lot of them were searches about Nollywood movies. But at the time, there was no IMDb for African cinema. There really wasn't anywhere to send people. So they decided to create something, and they built Afrinolly to make this information broadly available. So they won the big prize here, $25,000, and they decided to invest that money in marketing the new Afrinolly app. And today, Afrinolly is basically your typical startup. They started with a handful of people. Now they have a team of 12. They're all based in Lagos, Nigeria. And their technical team, 5 people there on the right, are responsible for building the Afrinolly app as well as all of the technical services that Afrinolly works with. So we said that Afrinolly started out as a place to read about the latest Nollywood news and gossip. But now their app has over 4 million downloads, and Android is their fastest growing platform. And this has been building on the massive growth of Android in Nigeria and the rest of Africa. So of course, the set of features that they offered have grown too. In addition to news, you can also watch the latest Nollywood trailers and other video content. And now they're about to take the next step. We mentioned before the piracy problem and how they want to help people make money so that they can make more films. So they're going to be able to let people buy full-length movies within the Afrinolly app. This is going to create a new revenue stream for filmmakers, and people can either stream these movies or download them at work, maybe on the Wi-Fi, and then watch them at home offline. So they had this app, and they wondered, well, let's say that, what if we imagine a world where most of the movie viewing happened on mobile phones? What would be the best sort of content format for that? And they thought about short films. And that was cool, because a lot of young directors make short films as well. It's a great way for people to get started. But the problem is there wasn't a well-established sort of framework in the customer's mind to actually be able to make money on short films. So they started a short film competition, and they now give away $100,000 worth of prizes every year. In the first year, they got 500 submissions from African filmmakers in 14 different countries. And then the Ford Foundation actually gave them a grant to train and mentor young filmmakers who had been part of the short film competition. And they ended up making a series of films designed to drive social change in West Africa. And these films are now distributed through the Afrinolly app. So maybe we can try to load this. We have no slide. Hey! All right. All right, I'm going to describe what's on this slide. So what we're seeing in our mind's eye is something called the Afrinali space. So it's really cool. You get to see video studios. Whoa, we're going to go back. All right, we're going to go back. So you get to see video studios. You get to see lots of places to work. You get a high-tech editing space where you can use a high bandwidth connection and a lot of advanced video equipment. And you know, they're able to basically give filmmakers a place to be creative. And so they're going to start doing something new in the Afrinali space this year. They're actually going to start teaching coding. They're going to give a coding class to a bunch of high school students, and they're actually going to teach more than coding to them too. They're going to be able to learn how to do filmmaking, how to do cinematography, screenwriting, and more. And so they're hoping that a lot of these young people will be able to create high-quality films, not only when they're teenagers, but may actually go on to pursue careers in the film industry in Nigeria. So that's how Afrinali is using mobile technology to be able to connect film fans with filmmakers in a new way that would never have been possible before a few years ago. So now we're going to talk about Aviro Health. I'm happy that their slide got to be on the screen for a little bit longer because they're pretty awesome. So, whoa. All right. So they built an app, and the whole idea is that it's able to give nurses up-to-date decision support to prescribe the right antiviral drugs for HIV patients. And they've been working with a developer called Mobile Kinetics based in Romania, and they're also working on a new app to be able to connect nurses with experts to consult on the most complex HIV cases that they have. All right, everyone cross your fingers. Think good thoughts. Hey, fantastic. Has anyone here tried Duolingo to learn a new language? I've tried it, try to brush up on my rusty French, fantastic. So it is now used by 95 million people to learn a language completely for free. And learning a language can be really fun, but it can do so much more. Learning a new language can also break down barriers and increase social mobility for people. I learned talking to their CEO that there's actually 1 billion people globally who are learning English to be able to get a job and improve their life. So Duolingo is going to be able to help them get to that goal. And education, we've seen, is a lot better when we have students, teachers, and parents all connected and on the same page. And Remind has made a new app that's been able to connect 35% of all US K-12 teachers with their students and parents to have engaging conversations. Runkeeper and Lose It have used new Google Fit technology to create a personalized workout. They can measure which donut you ate and then tell you exactly how far you have to run to burn it back off. And Gojek in Indonesia has made a surface that's now the fastest way around to get around Jakarta or other Indonesian service cities. They have over 3,000 registered drivers today. We also have Mango Health. We have Jamia. We have Best Fiends raising money for malaria. We have WeVideo. And I could go on for basically the rest of the day talking about all the different developers that we have here who are trying to have a positive impact on the world. So today's 13-year-olds don't have a Spark station, right? They have this. They have access to this thing. And they grew up thinking it's normal to have an app like Mango Health that reminds you to take a critical medication, or an app like Gojek that means that when you go to Indonesia, you can summon a motorcycle taxi like that. And, you know, they're starting to do some pretty cool stuff with that. I think back to my 13-year-old self, my Spark station, my Blue Links, and I wrote a paper. But these kids are doing so much more than that. Here are 3 teenage siblings in Georgia. So their parents worked in corporate America and managed software developers. They saw all the benefits that these software developers were getting by having those skills and always encouraged their kids to study computer science, even from an early age. And as many of you know, the world where we live, it's not perfect. And recently in the US, we've had a lot of concerns around law enforcement and civil rights. So these teenagers, in response, decided to build an app, because that's what we do today. And they're enabling people to understand what their rights are. And they're also able to share their experiences with law enforcement, both positive and negative. The experience here is to improve transparency in the whole process and to give a voice to people who didn't have one before. So in case you're wondering, this app now has an average rating of 4.5 stars and tens of thousands of installs. These young developers have shed light on an important issue, and it's really powerful. So when I was 13, I wanted more people to have access to information so that they could empower themselves and their communities. And I can't wait to see what the world looks like when these teenagers here are up on this stage telling their story. Thank you.
Ow! Dude. One of the characteristics that makes Compressor Head successful, I think, is really that dynamic range between the two of us. Ow! Dude. Can we try that again?
Sure.
Do we want to do that again?
Compressor Head is a universe of knowledge.
It was my way of trying to rekindle a love for this sort of lost computer science art.
So here's the tricky part with arithmetic compression. Why the hell does it work? I mean,
Even if you're a PhD in computer science, you really aren't taught these core fundamental algorithms of compression.
I never was.
How would you teach the most complex thing possible to a 3-year-old? Well, you wouldn't do it with a computer. You wouldn't do it with a diagram. You would put like blocks and sticky tape and really bright colors to show them things moving in space. And I said, well, if that's how I would teach a 3-year-old arithmetic compression, obviously it would work on a programmer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Huh.
I remember when we pitched it the first time internally, we were like, we want to do this crazy thing where we talk about compression and we use Play-Doh.
Oh, right.
And like, just deadpan from everybody we pitched it to, they're like, I don't, why? We shot a prototype. We didn't tell anybody we were shooting a prototype. And then we just handed the video to people. And it kind of went viral internally, if you remember. Like all of a sudden, like my boss's boss's boss saw it. And they were like, yeah, this is great, we want more. And then all of a sudden, like overnight, everyone wanted Compressor Head.
There's something in this video series just for you.
It really was Brian's vision to do a show that was different than what we'd done before. What was it, the rules of Compressor Head?
Yeah, you can't walk in with any props in your hand, and everything that you use has to come from the room. At Google, there's this place called The Garage that is made to develop community and collaboration. We found out that we could go into this room, we could use it like a studio. There were so many possibilities. It had so much junk in it for us to make things out of that we could actually go on set with Colt's ideas and make stuff that represented them pretty much in real time right before we started shooting.
Part of the mania of Compressor Head is literally about the fact that none of us know what we're doing until 5 minutes beforehand, and the fact that all of us on the shoot, all of us around it, just kind of have to be okay with that. Literally, I mean, we do...
The lighting guy doesn't like it.
The two ended up creating the Burroughs-Wheeler transform algorithm. For me, the magic was really meeting Mike Burroughs, or as he prefers to be called on the internet, Mike Burroughs.
That's what he goes by.
Mike's, I mean, the co-inventor of Burroughs-Wheeler transform, and he works here at Google. Charming man, but you talk to him about the invention of Burroughs-Wheeler transform, and you realize it should be the stuff of cinema. Like, this story is so amazing and dynamic, and you're just like, why does no one know about this? Why is this not published? Why is this not on the Wikipedia page, for God's sake? Just getting a chance to meet someone who was a part of that was, like, I kind of fanboyed out a little bit. Like, I got red. One time he caught his finger in that. It was actually pretty funny. You know what was number 2 for me? Magnus.
Yeah, man, let's do it.
Ready?
Magnus.
The power of Magnus in that scene.
Oh, yeah.
If you keep up with the Play Services What's New videos, Magnus is the guy who does them. And Magnus's energy is just so higher than any of us can just even get close to. And then number 3 was Joanna.
I want you to go and do your job and tell them exactly how to succeed with compression.
Joanna did a fantastic job. She really didn't have to act in that role. She really does hate me that much. And she hates what I do that much.
Yeah,
that it was perfect. We got to talk about the dynamic arithmetic.
Some of us have real work to do.
She has so little respect for you.
She does.
So anyway, we're trying a bunch of different things. Tell us what you like.
We did season 2 because I could not walk through a conference without people stopping me and asking for more. That's why we do these things, is for developers out there. And so if the developers want more and we hear them wanting more, we'll do season 3 in a heartbeat. The best thing about working with Brian that really humbles me is his patience. I mean, to have some crazy bald guy running around, here's all this crazy stuff, and you know, iterating back and forth between UI about the movement and the shot and the direction, and then someone who actually has a background in film, like actually being patient with all the craziness that I bring to the table in the last minuteness, and like that thing kind of makes this magic happen. It's the mania kind of makes it magical in that regard, and Brian's ability to manifest that and make it happen is really cool.
I enjoy every moment of it.
Well, it's the cursing really that brings us together as a team.
The dirty talk. If I was going to work with one of the guys here, this would be the guy that would go do something crazy with me, and I wanted to do something crazy. He is known to make everybody a little bit better than they were, and I feel like that's happened to me as well. I've learned more about compression than I ever thought I'd want to. It's really like the most fun I think I've had at work.
We get it done.
We get it done.
Fist bump. Boom! My name is Colt McCandless, and this is Compressor Head.
Hi, Lawrence Moroney here. I'm in the Coffee with a Googler stage, and I'm going to be chatting with Jason Titus. He's the lead of the developer product group at Google, and he had so many great announcements for developers at the keynote yesterday. So Jason, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Glad to be here.
So what kind of feedback have you been hearing from developers? What's been exciting?
It's been pretty cool. It seemed like folks were really excited about the new things in Android Studio, where we're now supporting C++.
That was pretty cool.
That's a lot of folks have been doing native development kit work for a while, and they really wanted to be able to have that support. So that's a big step. We made cloud messaging cross-platform, so now you can use it not just on Android and Chrome, but also on iOS. Yeah. And people seem pretty excited about that.
We added topics to that as well, right?
Yeah. So now. It's a great way, essentially, with topics in cloud messaging, you can just, without having to manage and track all the different users that follow specific things, you can just on the client say, for an arbitrary topic that you create, like, I'm interested in the San Francisco Giants or something like that, you can subscribe the client, and that can be happening across all your users, and later on you just do a single push notification, say, new information about San Francisco Giants, and it fans out to all of them
Nice.
across platform without you having to do any sort of management.
And that's Android, iOS, and web.
Yeah.
Right, so yeah. And one of the neat things about GCM or Google Cloud Messaging is like if you've got multiple devices, right, that if you dismiss the notification on one, it can be dismissed on all of them. So you don't have that kind of clutter on your notification tray.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, right? So, and it's a free for developers, right, as well. So
And probably the other thing that got the most excitement was around our cloud test lab.
Oh yeah.
So we recognize that there's a lot of developers are having problems going, hey, there's all these different devices. I don't have access to all of them. I want to be able to test my stuff. How do I do that? And so we're going to be rolling something out that actually allows you to just upload your APK, and we'll run it across the top 20 devices from around the world and give you a report saying like, hey, if we run into any issues, here's a screen video of how we got there. Here's crash logs of what happened. And so you can very quickly know whether or not you have any issues.
That's pretty cool. I'm looking forward to trying that one out because it can be difficult to try on different devices, or if you live in a country or a device isn't available, right, then you can use the Cloud Lab for that. So that's pretty cool. Also, Polymer was, Polymer 1.0 was announced yesterday.
And I think folks, we did both Polymer 1.0 and then elements on top of it. So you can actually get libraries where, with a simple, just insert an element, you can have a map, charts, toolbars, menus, a bunch of stuff. I think people will start making some pretty nice web apps based on that.
Cool, that should be good. Now, with all these like little bits and pieces, there's like great releases here and great releases there, but this all must be part of some bigger picture to make developers' lives easier.
So, our whole, the point of our group and what we're looking at across the company is how do we make it easier for developers to get up and running? How do we solve problems that developers actually have? I have actually only been at Google a little bit more than a year.
Okay.
And,
Same as me.
So, before that I was at Shazam.
Oh, okay.
And so I spent 3.5 years like banging my head against the wall and kind of fighting all the things you have to do to try and get an app built and successful across different markets. And I think we're doing a bunch of things already across the things we're doing in the Play Store to let you A/B test listings, making the developer tools better, like on Android Studio. On iOS, releasing, moving to CocoaPods to make using our libraries better. These are all just about saying, how do we make it so when you have an idea or something that you want to build, that it's easier to do it with our stuff. And this is just the beginning. I think what people should recognize is this is the first round of just making it faster, better, easier, and you'll see a lot more in the future.
Nice. And one of the themes that you had in your keynote, and we've seen it in a lot of the talks, is really thinking for developers to, this tent pole of developing, engaging, and earning, right? So, and that in many ways is the workflow for a developer. You have your idea, and if you have your idea, you want to be able to express that. And what kind of things are we doing to help them express that, to help them to learn?
So, on the develop front, it's how do we make it easy for you to build your code, like with development tools like Android Studio.
Right.
How do we make it easy for you to sign up for anything you need to use? We have a new flow to sign up for analytics and messaging and all that we think gets rid of a lot of the pain there. And then we redid the entire developers.google.com site. I think hopefully folks will find it much more useful.
I see that just
easier.
launched, right?
Yeah, so that just came out, and that's a redesign of the entire site. So that's all things around how to make it easier to develop.
Okay.
On the engage side, we're recognizing that folks they want to get new users. You got your app done, you upload it to the store. Like, how am I going to actually find folks? And so, both making it easier on the Play Store to try and find the best way to pitch it. Like, how do you describe the app? Try 2 or 3 different text for your listing. Try different icons. See what works best. Giving you the ability, once somebody's installed your app, make it really easy to message with them and do notifications. And then, for folks who actually want to start buying app install ads and try and buy distribution, I think maybe it's been harder than it should have been with us. And so we're starting the process of giving you, like, here's a single place you can go. It'll be in the Google Play Developer Console. You can buy across all of Google. You just say, I'm willing to spend $200 a month, and I'll pay this amount per install. And we'll just do it, set up the campaign for you. Cool. And I think that's the kind of thing you should expect to see more of from us. It's just ways to make it easier, fewer knobs and dials, more straight to the meat of the things you need done.
Good. And for engaging, there was one technology that I really enjoyed is the app invites.
Yeah.
If you're familiar, because like
Yeah.
for me, we had a talk about it yesterday, and one that is like, I discover most apps from friends. Like,
Right.
Magnus was my co-speaker, and he sends me all these crazy hockey apps, and my son sends me all these games. And when you've got friends sending you apps that you can trust, and then the app invites technology is really good to help
And
engage.
so that came out of saying, what are the main things developers are trying to do? We see again and again and again developers build invite flows, and they're, it's like, okay, hey, how are we going to get it? Most app installs are happening from word of mouth.
Yeah.
How are we going to do that? Oh, we'll build an app invite flow. But it turns out that we actually have a bunch of data that we can use to make it more useful for a particular user.
Right.
Like if you use Google Services, we have a better sense of across your 1,000 contacts who are the ones you actually communicate with, and we can sort of bubble those to the top and make it easier for you to share with the folks you're more likely to share with. And that's something that would be very hard to do as a third-party developer.
Yeah.
But we can provide that to you as a service, and we think it'll make it easier. And then over time, just reduce the friction, make it easier for the install flow to work, all that.
And if I'm a developer, I can then focus on my domain expertise.
Right.
Instead of trying to roll an app invite.
Yeah,
I'll roll a sign in.
The reality is that most developers are coming at something where they say, I know I have a better way of doing this than other people have done. I'm going to build this app that's, it's going to make it easier to organize a block party or, sell these things or whatever. And they shouldn't have to spend a whole bunch of time rewriting things that everybody else has written. And they shouldn't have to spend forever gearing up and signing up and configuring things. They should just be able to say, okay, I need notifications. Boom, it's in. I need this. It's set up for me. Now I spend my time working on the part that's unique to my app.
Cool. And so this is wealth of new stuff that you've announced, and there's a whole lot of stuff that we're actually working on. Particularly, we've a lot of iOS stuff that we've announced, but you're only just getting started, right? So there's
So, like I said, I think you're seeing these as the beginnings of, sanding down the sharp edges, taking the things that we've gotten feedback that are hard and making them easier. But we have a lot more in store in the future that we think will be great for developers.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, Jason. And thank you, everybody. Remember, the new developers.google.com is live. Go and check it out, and you can learn about some of these great technologies that we were talking about. Thank you so much. And thanks again.
Thank you.
When the balloon rises, it expands, and when it gets high enough, it bursts. We could just lose the balloon completely.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ben Poise. I'm the product manager for the Android framework. I wanted just to thank everybody for sticking through on a Friday on permissions. So we're going to talk about some of the best practices, some of the new stuff that's an end that was talked about in the keynote, and getting some into the specifics, into the nitty gritty. But first, let's kind of start with where we are and kind of where we're going to. And so today, we kind of have a situation where users have awareness of what permissions are, but they don't have the level of control that we want them to have. We also have an issue for developers that are updating their applications, are making really tough decisions about, do I add this permission? Do I want to get a hit on my update rate? And so we're looking to solve that as well. And the last one is this install friction that we get as well. When you're clicking the install button, it doesn't actually install, right? You get a prompt saying, hey, here's a bunch of information that you probably don't want to read right now, but we're going to show it to you, and you're going to hit this accept button, and then we'll download it and install it for you. And so the question that we kind of asked ourselves a lot over the last years and months I've been looking at this problem is, how do we make it better? And so here's what we've come up with. And so the idea is we want to make this much simpler for users to understand. And the idea being, if it's simpler and it's focused on the things that users care about, then they're more empowered and in more control. The other part is we want to put in the control in the developers is that you can request these permissions at runtime at the point in time it makes sense for you to provide context to the user about why you want it. And the last one is to also improve some information to the user about auditing. And the idea for auditing, we'll talk about it a little bit, is that if you have an understanding of what applications do what's normal, what's different, users can also make informed decisions about odd behaviors. And so here's the list of permissions in their entirety. The keynote didn't have the full set, by the way. So we start off with location and camera, which are fairly straightforward. The next is microphone. And so microphone is separate from camera. So camera controls photos and video. So if you're doing video with audio recording, you'll want to request both. Phone includes phone state and dialing. So this is if your application is performing functionality that makes calls often or is trying to manage calling, you'll want to request this. These are groups, by the way, just as a moment, forgot to mention. There's still the individual permissions that you request. These are just the high-level groups, and we'll talk about a little distinction a little bit later. For SMS as well is for controlling and reading SMS on your application. And then the next two are pretty straightforward, contacts and calendar, each being separate for read and write access to your contacts and calendar respectively. And the last one is about sensors. And sensors is a tricky one. Users don't really understand this one quite yet really well. It's around heart rate monitors, body information, and body sensors. And this is a new space that's evolving pretty quickly, and we wanted to make sure it was accounted for in the new permissions model. So what this gives us then is now we're asking at runtime, we don't need to have a prompt when you're clicking the install button. Installing now does the thing that it says it does. It installs. This also means updates can now happen automatically. And so when you're getting your applications pushed, they include new permissions. Those permissions aren't granted on install anymore. They're granted at runtime. So those APK binaries can all get pushed right away. And so what happens at runtime then? When do you ask? How do you ask? And so this is where you're able to ask the user at a point in time that makes sense in your application what you want to have access to. In this case here, we have Hangouts asking for the ability to manage phone calls. These are unique for each user, so no longer is this applied across all users on your device. It's individual to each Android user. And there's a special note here, and we'll talk about this in the best practices a little bit later, is about don't ask again. On the first request, the users are not going to see this checkbox. So you'll just have the question and allow deny. Allow deny in this world is a long time. It's not a one-time response. It's a forever answer. But developers are able to ask again in the case of saying no. And the trick is, on the second request and subsequent requests after the user said no, they have a shush kind of button where they can say, don't ask me again. And this is a clear indicator to us at the OS level that the user and the developer aren't really on the same page about what's being asked of them. And what will happen is feature requests by the developer go straight to the no answer. We don't prompt UI. We won't bother the user with it because they've indicated this flag. And so the idea is the first request, there's no penalty. So feel free to use it. On the subsequent requests, make sure you and the user are on the same page about what you're talking about. And we'll cover this again in the best practices, because it's a big point that we want to make great about the experience. The other part is in system settings. And so in system settings now, not only can users, like today, see all the permissions, but they see the new groups. And they have nice little toggle switches next to these groups. And so every application on your device, users are now going to be able to toggle these switches. This means that they're able to look at something. They can turn things on that are off, turn things off that are on. There's no penalty with them turning stuff off. So if a user says no to something, you have the ability to ask again. They'll then have that prompt, as I mentioned before, to say don't ask again if it's been too often. And the idea is this is always available anytime, all applications. And that's a big distinction and really empowering users to use these controls. We also have a vertical view. And so in the vertical view, I can look at camera. And this is that auditing I was mentioning before. And then the user can look at every application who's using camera. And I can say, oh, these ones make sense. I use these. Oh, these ones don't make so much sense to me. Let me turn those off. And if the application then is running, and they can say, hey, you turned off camera for me, but I do really cool things with the camera. You should turn this back on. And they're like, oh, you do cool things with the camera. I'll turn you back on. And so that's like what will lead into, what do you do? We have this world, and so what are the best practices for the developer? And the trick is, for many folks, you kind of feel a little nervous, I guess, as a developer. And you start feeling like, what's the user going to do? What's going to happen? I'm not really sure. And so these best practices we're going to talk about are so that you don't have it's not guesswork. This should really be predictable. Users should understand why you're asking. And when users understand what your value proposition is, and you're explaining yourself clearly, they're going to say yes most of the time. And so that's kind of the idea. And so let's talk about some of those practices. One is having a warm welcome. And all these practices, by the way, you don't have to do them all. This is just kind of covering a variety of things that make sense and depending on situations and how you structure your application. And so the idea here is on a warm welcome is you're kind of pitching the user on what it is your application does. You'll see this in Google Now as an example. It's an application that asks for a lot of permissions. It's very integrated in your experience. And so they're making very clear in the Google Now application what their value proposition is to the user. And when that's made, it makes sense when you ask for things up front. And so in the case here, we have Hangouts asking for SMS, and it also will ask for other permissions as well. But the idea is when you're asking it up front, and it makes sense, where your application, Hangouts case, manages and sends SMS and messaging in general, there's no real dissonance between the application, what its use case is, what the user expectation is for this application, and what it's asking for. If it was coming up and asking for calendar out of the blue, I'd probably be scratching my head and wondering what's going on. And this is where we don't need to provide that education for these initial requests, where it makes sense based upon your functionality of your application. For things where it's a bit more edgy, or maybe you don't need to ask for it up front, and it's a particular feature, and here we're looking at Keep again, or Keep it the first time, and you have an option here for recording, where I can record a voice note, and it'll transcribe the voice note. And this is a great case where now it makes sense for me, the user in this case, clicking the record button, and Keep asking me if I can record audio. And I'm like, of course you can. And this is the structure that we want to have, where you and the user are on the same page. This also avoids cases of double prompting, which we've seen in other platforms where we have similar kind of runtime models. And we really want to avoid a double prompt. And so the idea is if you're asking the first time, and there's no penalty on the first request, go ahead and ask. If they say no, be cool about it. And then figure out what's the best way to ask again at some future point in time. Maybe you wait until the next time I hit the record button and say, hey, you're hitting the record button. You want to record a voice note? I'm like, I do. And so that's kind of the idea for it. Also, you don't always need permissions. And so it's on the highlight that we have a variety of system intents in the platform. So these are for camera, for making phone calls, for getting contacts. These don't require permissions. The reason they don't require permissions is because the user is the one pressing the button, selecting the contact, taking the photo. And so your application is freely able to invoke these. So when this is an option, highly preferable to use these approaches because it doesn't require any upfront ask. And it lets the user know, like, the developer is caring about my ability to set actions. The next one is, what if your application needs a variety of things to do its job? And as an example here, using Hangouts, Hangouts is a messaging client. So it would need things like contacts, phone permission, and SMS. And so we have an option for allowing a developer to request multiple permissions in one go. Now we do, as you're seeing in the animation here, present them one at a time to the user. So the idea is you want to be balanced in how you're presenting these multiple requests. If they make sense and they're relatively narrow, you'll get a quick user understanding and a quick response. If you try to blast everything up front, you'll probably get some no's in there. And so the idea is to do the things that make sense for the user. The next one is give a response immediately. If you ask for something, think of it as an exchange. I'm going to give you some of my data. What are you going to do for me? And so in the case of Earth, it's a really obvious one. Zoom in to where you currently are. But there's lots of other ones that are particular to your application. But always think about what's my ROI when the user's thinking about it. What am I going to give them back? In cases where you ask for something and it's not immediately understandable to the user as to why you asked, they're going to wonder why they turned it on. And they might go turn it off. The next thing is to look at the material design documents that we have online and the guidelines that are online. Empty state is a really useful one to take a look at and think about how, if you have a function, maybe you have a search view and your search view depends on certain permissions to populate its data. How do you present an empty state? Or how do you present the suggestion of, this is better if you had this? And so those kind of structures enable users to understand your value proposition better and get them to say yes to these different, the different permissions that you're looking to have. And so let's get into the little bit more the nitty-gritty that I mentioned before. And this is that on an M, we're not requiring all applications to support runtime permissions. However, if you're on an M device and you're compiling against the M SDK with a target of API 23, you're going to be in the permissions model. And so what this is going to mean is you need to write some really complex code. I know it's pretty rough. But what we have here are just kind of highlighting the two main APIs that you're going to be wanting to look at. One is check self permissions, and the other one is request permissions. And so the idea is you'll check, hey, what permissions do I have available to me right now? If you're missing anything that you need, you can request those permissions and then continue on with your functionality, assuming it's gone well. That's kind of the structure of it. You don't have to worry about callbacks at runtime, where you're wondering, like, what if I'm in the middle of an operation and the user turns off a permission for me in settings? Not to worry, we kill your process. So the good part about that, though, as opposed to being killed, is it's the same method as if you're in low memory. So there's not a special mode or handling to do here. It's treated the same as a low memory condition. But what happens is when you're booting up in your application sequence, just check your permissions values. If you always do that as on your startup, you check your results and cache them, you'll be fine. They won't change on you. They'll only change when you ask, and they'll go in the positive sense. They'll never go away on you. When they go away, you'll get killed and brought back up. So you don't have to worry about runtime handling. The last one is you might be kind of furiously thinking, where do I use permissions? What are my APIs that are using permissions? How am I going to check them? And so this is what we've added in Android Studio. And if you were in that talk, they made mention of it. So I'll cross-reference their mentioning of my stuff and with their stuff, is they added annotations. And what annotations does is it introduces new lint warnings and errors so that when you're using Studio and you add a function that needs a permission, in the case here I'm using the location manager to get the location of the user, I'll get a warning saying, hey, your APK doesn't actually declare the necessary permission to use this function. Also, we'll notice is if you don't have a check around, you're not guarding this particular call. And we give you a templatized version where we can populate in a little boilerplate piece of code to help you do a request. And so that way everything is about our M apps on the M SDK. And so you may be wondering, what about all these L apps and pre-M applications that are all out there? How are they going to behave in this model? Because if you noticed before, I said a lot of alls and every about these different controls. And so one thing that's going to be different is at install time, you're still going to see the current dialog. So because applications that are pre-M don't understand what it means to have the permissions taken away or what it means to start up with nothing, we're going to treat them a little bit differently. So we're still going to prompt to the user. There'll be a call out that this application is a legacy app in play. And on install, you'll be granted your permissions. Pretty much the same as today. Also, updates will now be blocking as they are today instead of the smooth ones that I spoke about before. The next thing, though, is in the settings panel. Users will still be able to turn off settings on your applications. Now, this isn't going to cause security exceptions for you. That would happen in the new model if your app is on the MSDK. But in this case, what we do is we identify that this application is compiled on an older SDK, and we begin feeding it empty state data. And so if we were to ask for, what's the location? We'd say, the location's not available. It's a valid error state. If you'd say, are there any contacts? No, there aren't any contacts. When you want to save a contact, we're like, OK, yeah, we saved it. No, we didn't save it. And so when you check it, you would find that it'd be empty. So this can make some wonky behaviors in applications. Users will get a warning. So when they're turning something off, we just don't want to let the user flip it off and assume it's going to be OK, or if the app starts behaving strangely. So we do have this warning to make sure users are aware this is a control that they have, but also they may need to come back and turn it back on, or maybe they have to get rid of the application if they end up in an odd behavior. An example might be as I do Hangouts and I see it's using camera, and it's not maybe not apparently obvious to me that it needs camera. I turn it off. A few weeks later, I have a Hangout call, and the video's not working. And I'm like, why? And I might not go, oh, because I turned off the camera. I have to go back and flip it on. Hopefully, Hangouts won't have that problem because they'll be a modern application, but just for the example. The last one is when things are turned off in a pre-M app, because it's not on the MSDK, it can't request permissions. And this is where we're really looking for app developers to adopt the model as quickly as you can. This really only makes good sense for users when we only have one model where everything is runtime, as opposed to the hybrid that we're going to have in the beginning. Like I've used the metaphor that this is switching from the left side of the road to the right side of the road. It's going to be a little messy in the beginning. And so we really want to make sure that applications are moving over. We've tried to give a lot of incentives for developers to move over, especially around being able to ask multiple times, around being able to ask in bulk, and making updates more seamless when you're adding new permissions. And so with that, I'm ending early. So if you're planning to head home, you'll be able to go home early. But if not, lots of Q&A. I'm assuming there's lots of questions here, so I'll stay here for the next, I think we have 24 minutes. And if you guys have questions, feel free to go to the mic up ahead and try this out. Also, there's a full code example on the website. We have code snippets of all this stuff. There's a big write-up about permissions, about the best practices, about the behaviors. There'll be more coming out on best practices and behaviors and UI guidelines. So please check developer.com, developer.android.com for new updates. And with that, thank you. Go for it.
Hi, it's cool to have granular permissions finally. Reminds me of iOS sometimes. Speaking of which, is there a way to supply an explanation of why we're asking for the permission?
Not right now. We are looking at the options of like a note from the developer in the dialog that I was showing. There's a little bit of trickiness of when the OS is kind of stating a piece of information on behalf of an application developer. Like, is that a false premise? Is it legitimate? And so we're trying to deal with what's the right way to present a balance. Like, this is a statement from the developer while it's in system UI. If you do feel like you need to explain to the user why you want something, I highly recommend like the approach that we mentioned before. Ask first. There's no penalty if the user says no. If they say no, present rationalization, present your value proposition to them. If they still say no, let it be. But the idea is the first request, users that understand your value prop, they get one dialogue. That's great. Users that don't, they'll get a no. They'll see your value proposition. If they still say no, let it be.
Thanks.
Yep.
What happened to the rest of the permissions? Like if I've got an app that wants to do Wi-Fi scanning, where'd that one go?
Yeah.
And what do
So there's a lot of refactoring that we've been doing under the hood and soul searching about permissions. One of the things that I didn't mention is there's dangerous permissions and normal permissions. And so normal, everything that's flagged as normal, you don't have to worry about being taken away. Those are still automatically granted. There's no toggle to turn those off. Things like Wi-Fi, we're changing some of the semantics around how they get requested and some of the rules around how you get MAC addresses. So one of the more nuanced items, I'll mention it now so you can find that out later, is if you're trying to find out the MAC address of remote Bluetooth devices when doing Wi-Fi scans. Those will come back null unless you actively hold the location permission, since typically remote MAC addresses for Bluetooth and Wi-Fi tend to be about finding and triangulating your location. So we've done some restructuring and behavioral stuff under the hood. That's actually somewhat documented already, but there'll be more coming out on that. If you look at developer.com, the current highlight on permissions, it actually mentions some of that stuff about Wi-Fi specifically.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
So I may have missed it, but there's no category for internet-style permission, right?
Correct.
So that means by default, all internet-like permission are basically allowed to the app?
Yep.
So that also means like you could have a flashlight application that could just get the internet permission and then send data back to whoever.
Yeah, so a flashlight application could have internet. Then, though, we'll have to ask for all permissions to get data off your device. So the idea is because we're preventing access to the data up front, it may have the internet, but it's not going to have anything that we're concerned about, at least that the user should be concerned about.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So did you consider a model of sandboxing instead of just returning like null information? And what is the possibility of that in the future?
Yeah, sandboxing is something we've been looking at for a few different things, but it's not something we're planning on doing, at least right now. The idea was to try and minimize, like in the sandbox, you mean like to provide like fake data as opposed to just null
fake
set?
data or just only certain data. Like if they wanted to save a contact, we could let them have access to that one contact.
Yeah, it's kind of, you create a new kind of issue. Is like it's now the application is working, and the data set's kind of disjoint, and the user really notices weird behaviors. Where if you're seeing a null set, it becomes much more obvious. So where I go to calendar, and my calendar application shows no calendar entries, and it's much more obvious as to what's going on. But yeah.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been any thought of granting an equivalent of like the intent handler chooser of a just once? So, grant permission to do the action I'm doing right now, but not blanket permission from now on?
Yeah, so we're looking at a number of different ways that developers can ask for different types of data. We're trying to look at them as like things that are just once, things that are user chooses, or things that are more blanket independent access. What we're trying to do is balance like user fatigue on seeing too many. So at least right now, we're trying to avoid the just once for these groups of permissions. But for the intent ones that you're mentioning, those are kind of like the way we're structuring just once, is fire the intent, and it's a one-time picker for it. But thanks for the comment. Yeah.
Can you clarify about the don't ask again option?
Mm-hmm.
So if a user selects that and say like in the Keep app, they hit the record button again, do we get a security exception or?
No, you'll get a fast no from that. So if a user says, don't ask me again, you invoke the API to check, the OS will respond very quickly with a no. You do have the information to know that the user said, don't ask again. And so this can be, like when the user says, don't ask again, you're aware of that, and can be either, there's a few different strategies you can take. Depending on how important the feature is, you might just say, let's just hide the record button. You might just say, oh, no, maybe we should keep the record button. If they press it again, we're back in the game. But generally, you should consider the don't ask again, like almost like the nuclear option. It's what we're using it as a signal of dissonance between the developer and the user.
Okay. And at that point, we would present, if we kept the option on the screen, we would present a message saying that, hey, you disabled this permission, so we can't do this. If you want, can we link them to the, do we have a direct intent to the settings?
You have an intent to take them to the app page for yourself,
okay.
But not to the permissions page
okay.
specifically. So we did want to make it kind of a big deal when the user says don't ask again,
okay.
But you will have recourse. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
Hi.
I have a question about compatibility. So will I still be able to build a single APK targeting Android M and leverage this new permission model and have it work properly on the older devices that do not support it?
No. Yes. No. So I'm sure anyone would believe me if I said no. So yes. So the structure of it is, since you're still declaring the fine-grained permissions, the individual ones, because those are being mapped into the larger groups that you're seeing, you don't really need to do anything special on older ones. SupportLib has mainly null functioning for the different functions when you're calling check permission grants and request permissions. All those things get nulled out, so you don't have to do anything special in your code to deal with older OSs. You just keep doing what you're doing, declare ones. There is one, it's more of an advanced feature, but you're kind of asking about it, is let's say you have a permission you want to add. You don't have it today. You want to add it only on M devices, because you don't want to take the hit on L devices. And so we have a manifest option that you can define that will allow you to only ask for this new permission and declare it on M devices. This way, your L devices don't get impacted by your requests and requiring users to accept, but you can get the free flow up front. It's a choice. If you want them all, go for it. If you only want it on the new ones, go for that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, in case of legacy device admin apps, would user will be allowed to disable the permissions?
Yes.
Is there any way to disable that?
Disable being able to turn off the permissions?
Yes.
Not in which sense? By who?
For device admin apps.
For development apps.
Where admin wants to control the device.
Oh, I get you. So in the case of device owner and profile owner, which are kind of the Android work features that we have in Android, there is an ability to set policies around the permissions. So if you're doing, as they've mentioned, a KOSU device, it's a corporate-owned single-use device, like a kiosk. You could then say, I want this application running. I want its permissions enforced to these values. And so as your device owner in that scenario, you're able to dictate terms. Okay. Device owner is not device admin. It's a different concept. But that's a cases where you want to be able to have that stricter control. But in general, we're pretty sensitive to making sure users have the full power of this.
So legacy device admin won't have those permissions?
Correct. Device admin is, we're kind of transitioning that, it's maybe an aside, but we are transitioning that to a more consumer-oriented feature set, as opposed to a corporate feature set, with device owner and profile owner being the tools that are better scoped and have better longevity than device admin.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Does this code have any kinship to the apps ops feature that was briefly in 4.3?
I blanked out there. What was that?
Does this?
I was waiting for someone to ask. Sorry. It has. We learned a lot from app ops. I think a lot of the technical guts of it are how we implemented the fallback behavior for L. But we found by itself, without a more holistic relook and rethink and restructure of how we do permissions, it didn't make a lot of sense. But it does have some underpinnings from that.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hey, I can see cases when it can be really annoying to the user asking permissions at runtime. Is there a plan for still allowing people to ask permissions all at once ahead of time?
So it's something we're looking at, and we're going to be tracking pretty closely to see what's going on. Myself, I'm very sensitive to that. The reason is if we end up with user fatigue on these, you end up not actually helping people, right? And so there's this balance of making sure that we have enough prompts, but not so many that the users are like, I don't care, just go away. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. At the moment, the reason, just to be blunt, that we structured it where we let you request many, but then that we'll present them one at a time, is that we have the API for you to ask for multiple things, and we have then the right at some point to change the UI, right? Where we could say, okay, we do think it's more appropriate to show multiple in one shot as opposed to one-on-one. The reason we didn't was many teams, thankfully, were very honest with us internally about what they planned to do if that existed, and we kind of extrapolated to what we saw around external developers as to what they would do, and we felt most applications would probably just ask for everything up front and then fall back to asking individually, and that's arguably worse than the situation we have today. So that's the main reason we didn't do it, but it is something we're keeping an eye on.
Thanks.
Similar to the previous one, what's happening with applications that listening to intents and start services without any UI, even on app install?
So applications that have no UI whatsoever but need permissions, I don't really understand those, just to be honest. But there are ways to get something. If you don't have an appropriate way to ask for something, say you're a background service and it's hard to present yourself, one is you can invoke an activity directly. You could present a notification as well. And the notification could be hey, turn on this permission. And they click it, and you can invoke these dialogues from the notification. So you do have some recourse. But the idea is even if you're in the background, you need to be able to present your ROI effectively in your use case to the user as to why you want to be given that permission.
Hi. So if a user has denied a permission twice, and they've said, don't ask me again, but it turns out that permission is actually kind of critical for the application to function. You said that we should show some messaging that says this is required to turn on. Will there be an intent provided that we could actually take you straight to the permission settings for your application?
Yes, so you can intent directly to settings to the top level for it. If they've said don't ask again, you can only intent to your application level. If they haven't said don't ask again, so maybe it's the second request and they haven't said that apocalyptic version, you can intent directly to your permissions page. And that's a difference that we make, to try and balance the user's statement that they don't want to be asked anymore. Okay. So generally, I think it's important to the model is ask first, it's cool, but the second ask, be pretty sure the user's on the same page as you before you ask again. And that's where things like screeners or hey, I do this, is that okay? And they're like, yeah, okay, now prompt. Consider the second prompt to be, be careful about the second prompt because they might check the box.
Okay, so if it's already been denied and they say don't ask again, you cannot go to the permission settings page. But if they haven't,
if they haven't checked don't ask again, then you can intent directly to the permissions page. If they have, you can't.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Hi, are OEM installed apps still subject to the same runtime permission checks?
That's a good question. So yes, they are. We are working on some specific policies to avoid silly situations, like things where calling doesn't work and things like that. But in general, yes, we do want it to be a runtime model, so we do want people to be asking.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
You mentioned briefly system intents that have implied permissions. My question is specifically around the context. When you have the people picker, it gives you permissions. It seems in practice to only give you permission actually to the full name and the phone number, I believe, not the email address or anything else. Is there any chance you might take a look at that again?
Yes.
Okay.
I will take a look at that again.
Thanks.
What if you've included a library that requires permissions and it's not compiled?
Yes, it's going to call it. You should know what your libraries are asking for and need. Either the library should be doing requests for you or letting you know very clearly what they may be needing. It can create kind of a strange situation for the developer if you're including a library and it needs a permission and it starts exploding because it doesn't understand the new model, but you compiled it on the new SDK, but maybe they're not ready for the new SDK. It's just something to be aware of. I don't have a good fix for you other than tell you, be aware. Yeah.
Hey, do you have any plan to differentiate between required versus optional permissions?
No.
Okay.
Do you want, I can give you a bit more of an explanation, but the idea is we kind of felt that a lot of folks would, if there was a required option, we'd find very quickly most things would be required.
Yeah.
And we felt for applications where they truly are required, like it should probably make sense to the user by the purpose of the application. It's like I'll use WhatsApp as an example, since they were in the keynote. They upfront want to verify your phone number, right? It's how they make sure that you're the owner of a phone number and they reference all your links. So if you say no to that, I expect them to be like, I don't know what you want me to do.
Yeah.
So I think there'll be pretty clear kind of cases for apps to take that behavior where they don't need the OS to help in that enforcement.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
So my question was already asked about the libraries and how concerned are you with behavior is going to be breaking with all libraries and everything, and also the problem that is going to be created with analytics providers because they require a lot of dependencies that we don't know about. Something to be considered.
Yeah, so Lint is going to flag it. So at least you should be able to know. If you look at Lint, it will let you know.
It'll be sandboxed.
Yeah.
So change my question then. You talk about a support library that was going with backwards compatibility. What are you throwing in there? What are you putting in there?
What is it?
Yeah.
It's essentially just if you're calling the new code in your application that's on targeting API 23. We want to make sure that you're not going to explode when you're running on other OSs if you happen to run that code.
So the method for the checks are going to be in the support libraries, right?
No, there's versions of them in the support library for old OSs, but it's in the SDK, the proper SDK, the OS SDK.
Okay, thank you.
I saw that Android M has a new auto update capability as well. Do you know if permissions will be carried over as part of this in addition?
Auto update?
So if I were to uninstall or reinstall, I would have all of the previous data synced up to Google Drive?
Yeah. Permissions is not a part of that. When the application's uninstalled, we will start anew, as if it's a new situation.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you all.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Today's episode is all about good times.
First thing, you need a Google account. If you don't have one, that's easy to fix.
Doing so will reward you with a plethora of colors and bars on your device,
engaging users in an immersive and joyful experience.
To help you make your graphics look their best.
That kind of intelligence will be built inside the software. Our team here at Google works closely with app developers.
What kind of challenges do you see developers facing, and what are we doing to make their lives easier?
Great apps engage all learners. And so we did a very simple web app that lets you type in your address and the age of your kid, and it would tell you which schools you were eligible to attend.
So you can think of today's episode as a little bit of extra credit. So how does this help you?
Let's take a look.
Look, that dinner reservation is on my Google Calendar, so I don't forget.
These are things that you can worry less about.
But with a fundamental understanding of how the digital world works.
Highlighting what matters most to users.
But I wanted to show you something here.
What if I told you I was going to do it without using a database or a backend server?
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Whoa!
This is the type of technical minutia that's worth knowing.
They've never before realized how important geeks are.
1 billion active.
Yes.
And you'll end up with a community of people that you really enjoy and feeling really good about the work that you guys can do together.
Well, these are just some ideas of how to take good experiences and making them great.
So now we're done.
Don't forget to join our Google Plus community as well.
And make software more intelligent.
And Google takes care of the rest.
Thanks for watching.
Hope we get an opportunity to serve you again.
Hello, this is Google I/O, and this is Coffee with a Googler. I am sitting on a chair, but that doesn't really matter because on the sofa next to me is Alex Komorowski.
Yep.
How you having a good time? Are you enjoying?
I'm having an
Google I/O?
amazing time. There's all kinds of, every year it's different, and so they have all these interesting like swing sets and stuff. It's pretty cool.
So what's your job title then?
I am the product management lead on Chrome's web platform team.
Okay, that's quite long. So I would shorten that. I kind of think of you as a sort of web hero or champion of the web.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, I like that. That sounds good. Let's go with that.
So why the web? What is the web to you?
So I think like a lot of people have had this long, deep connection with the web. So I shared yesterday this story, this embarrassing story about the real ultimate power, and actually how we uploaded a picture of our crew team posing for that. But for me, it actually really became like sort of an important moral issue for me in college when I read this book, The Wealth of Networks, by Yochai Benkler, who's a professor at Yale or something. And it totally sold me on the power for society, these open systems or whatever. But all of this, I guess, is really abstract. And so I think one of the reasons I love the web is that it makes it really easy for you to reach a lot of people with your stuff and get your ideas out there.
Yeah, and part of it for me as well, I guess, is that and the openness of it. One of the things that really got me into the web was like view source. Like I was able to go and see. So wow, this is a thing on the web. View source. Wow, that's how it's being put together.
Yeah, and it's great for tinkerers because you don't need to get anyone's permission. You don't need to buy anything. You can just use a text editor that comes on your computer and get into it that way. That's totally how I started. That's how I bet a lot of us started on it.
Yeah, I know we have a bit of like sort of back and forth, sort of banter with the Android guys, and like the Hello World for Android comes in at like 800K. I think they've got down to, whereas Hello World on the web is Hello World, right? It's just a text file with that. Upload that somewhere and off you go.
Yeah.
So you gave a talk yesterday morning on the next generation of the mobile web.
Yep, that's right.
So when I remember Web 2.0 from a few years ago, it was a kind of marketing thing with no substance.
Yeah. Well, so actually I found that for those kinds of things, the terms, when they're really successful, some things are just always hot air, right? They just start as hot air, they end as hot air. But some things that are actually really something meaningful then become so meaningful that everyone who doesn't understand them starts using those words. So like Ajax.
Oh my God,
right?
yes.
Ajax was totally a thing, right? It totally meant something very specific. And then all these CEOs and marketing people said, oh yeah, like, you know, Ajax. Like,
can we make it Ajax?
Cool web things. And like, so it lost its meaning. And so meanwhile, we're sitting here like, that's not Ajax. What does that mean? That's silly.
Yeah, so it's like, yes, it's asynchronous. Yes, it's JavaScript. We can go with that. What is it? It's not XML. It was very rarely XML, and it all sort of fell down from there. It just became to mean anything vaguely asynchronous.
But to me, Web 2.0 is the same way. Yeah, it's a buzzword. It totally has become a buzzword. But the fact of the matter is, there's a number of amazingly successful companies that got their start during that time. And so now we look back on it and we're like, oh yeah, Web 2.0, whatever. But like, it actually was always a really successful companies that we totally take for granted today totally got their start because of the web.
Yeah, and because companies were asking for, can we make this the second web rather than the first web? I was like, oh yeah. So what you essentially mean there is you want it to be a bit faster and a bit simpler, and that was a good excuse, I think, for us as developers to sort of crowbar some of what we wanted.
Absolutely, because I think with the earlier web, everyone had like this oh, what static sites, things are slow, you click, it takes a while to load. And there really wasn't any reason at that point because techniques like Ajax and XML HTTP request allowed you to build these immersive things. And so actually a new label really helped developers go with it and find that. In the same way, I think, as what we're at now, people say, oh my gosh, look, this native app loads so much faster. It's like, well, look at the web version. They just took this huge 25 megs that required to download it. It's got 13 different third-party scripts, many of which are calculating the same stuff with synchronous layouts on every scroll event. Of course that's not fast.
So how's the next generation of the web different?
I think it's people really learning how to use some of these new technologies, how to build things that feel at home on mobile. So using the Rail framework that we talked about to help understand when you have good performance and when you should be optimizing and when you add an extra script to your site and go, nope, you know what, that made my site load too slow or scroll too slowly. I'm not going to include it, it's not worth it.
That's one of the things I'm hearing sort of becoming more and more popular, and it's music to my ears, the idea of having a performance budget as part of your design process. Right. And that's a big part of Rail.
It totally is, because if you wait till the end and try to make it highly performant, it's too late. So what you really want to do is build something fast from the beginning, and as you layer in things, make sure you don't ever regress your performance. And that's one of the reasons that we're looking forward to doing things in DevTools to make it easier. So right now, when you open up DevTools, you're like overwhelmed, right? And there's so much there. And that's why we're looking into tools that will make it much more, hey, looked at your page, your reaction time is pretty good, load time could be better, animation speed, terrible. Like you were always janking. This third-party script right here is doing way too much work on every scroll event, take it out. And that would make it much easier for you to go, oh, sure, okay.
Yeah, because this is the thing, the web is fast by default, right? I mean, if you have a blank page, pretty fast.
Right, exactly.
It's all regression.
Right, exactly. And I think also, by the way, everyone goes, well, native apps load so much faster. Well, again, well-made native apps definitely can load very quickly. Well-made web apps can as well. But remember, you're comparing the first visit to a website. You're downloading all of the images and resources to display this on the screen versus a thing where when you install the native app, it did take a while to download. In fact, it probably took a minute or so to download. It's just you did it at install time.
Yeah, it's many megabytes, and if you're on 3G, it's normally like, I'm going to have to download this later.
And it gets past that 10-second mark, so you say, yeah, I'll install this. I'm going to go over and play some solitaire or something.
I'm data roaming at the moment, and I'm locked down to 3G, so I'm completely aware of that right now. So it's not just about like the improvements in next generation web, but we're getting new features as well, right?
Absolutely. So one of the ones we're most excited about is push notifications. So on mobile in particular, increasingly we're moving from this world where it's driven by the grid of apps and into more things that happen in context. So actually just before we started this, I got a notification on my watch about some breaking news that happened from Vice. And I was able to interject it in conversation because I just glanced down at my watch. That actually came from our website, which is really cool.
So even though it's on your watch, which I mean, we don't run Chrome on the watches, but it's.
So yeah, so Chrome running on my Android device, got the notification, and then it's just a normal system notification, so it showed up on my watch.
It's brilliant. Yeah. So I visit. I get sent a link by someone, I'll go to that website, and one of the things I like about the web is I don't have to think, ooh, do I trust this website before clicking the link? Yeah. But I mean, to be able to do notifications and things, there's code running in the background. So what kind of protection is there a break in the security of the web here?
That is a really critical point. And everyone goes, you should just copy native apps. Or native apps do some things extremely well. The web, one of its biggest and most important strengths is how easy it is for people to navigate to a diverse collection of stuff so easily. So if you were afraid to tap links, that would be a total failure, right? Because that's the benefit of the web. In fact, yesterday we shared that on average, Chrome for Android users visit 100 distinct domains a month on average, which is
more
crazy.
than most people have apps.
Oh, way over. And it's because it's so easy for you to dive into these things. So that's incredibly important for us to maintain. So the way that it works is you visit a site, and what we encourage developers to do is, in context, explain to the users why they might want push notifications. So say, for example, you visit The Guardian. You've read multiple articles on a given topic, and they say, hey, at the end, you like this topic. Would you like to be notified when there's more articles on this topic? Well, yes, I would. You tap that on, and then of course Chrome verifies, hey, Guardian would love to send you notifications, just to make sure that you knew what you were doing. And at that point, if you say yes, they'll allow them to register for notifications. But there's an important bit too that this is, then say you register, and it says, this sounds good, you register, and they send you a notification every minute. We also make it very easy in each notification we show. There's a prominent site settings button. If you tap that, it's just a couple more taps to turn off notifications for that domain. To make it very easy for you to revoke that permission if you decide that that site wasn't using it in a respectful way.
And that's excellent as well, because we've been building a few test apps with this technology, and just because there's just a button that sends a push message to someone else, I've sort of woken up in the morning with like 100 of these, and I'm like, and it's just so good that it's like, right, actually,
I'm done.
I'm done with this. We've had our fun, and yeah, we're sort of back to safety, able to just revoke those permissions, and you're sort of back to just being like any other website.
And I think that's what's so important about this feature is everyone goes, yeah, you got push notifications and apps. But remember, websites, you visit so many of them, so easy to stumble across other things. And instead of having this all or nothing, do you want to fully commit to this thing, give it space on your home screen, give it all these powerful permissions? Nah, I just want push notifications. Like, I check into this airline. I don't fly them very often. I don't want their app necessarily. I don't fly them that often. But it says, do you want to be notified if your gate changes? Why, yes. Yes, I would.
Yes, yeah, exactly that case. It's not something that you would visit every day, but that notification is so important to you.
Exactly, it's critical. And so I think we're combining this amazing reach, this no commitment for the web, and allowing you as a user to sort of escalate on your own terms as you feel comfortable, and pick and choose which aspects of it, the experience you want.
So the whole push messaging thing is one of the features that's from native, right? When I think of the apps on my home screen, the native apps, the reason they, well, previous to now, it couldn't have been done on the web is push notifications.
That's a big one.
As the web, are we just copying native? Are we always going to be behind and just picking and choosing their innovations?
So I think I don't think it would be a good way for us to go. And so, yes, we look at the features, the things that people are relying on these devices, and we figure out a way to bring it responsibly to the web. But at every point, we're trying to marry these capabilities with the power of the web, this reach. And so, for example, background sync is a functionality that native apps often have. They can sort of wake up in the background, refresh in their resources. Why don't we just bring this to the web? Well, it's actually really hard. So imagine that you visit a site every day on your personal computer. It's an embarrassing celebrity gossip site that you don't want to admit to anybody you visit. You go often. You never would visit that at work because you're supposed to be working, right? So you visit it, and we say, okay, cool. You visit this pretty often. Let's let you background sync that. Well, now you go to your work network, and it syncs in the background, and your boss goes, Jake, what are you doing? Why are you wasting time on the company network?
Yes.
So that's just, we have to think very carefully about these things and make sure that users have the right expectations about what's happening, so the right things can happen and they don't inadvertently waste their battery or leak personal information or what have you.
And it made me really happy in the keynote to hear that the Android's permissioning model, they're changing to what you mentioned before, this kind of just-in-time contextual permissioning model.
Yep.
So I kind of thought that's a case where, hey, they've kind of copied the success of the web, which I thought was great.
But I think there's a lot of great properties of apps and of the way the web works, and I think it's great for them to be inspired by one another, to figure out how to bring these lessons from the other realm into the other, and just make it better for everybody. So
I think it's great to see like the web progressing and getting all of these new features, but still staying true to the benefits of the web.
Right.
This is Mr. Alex Komorowski talking about the next generation mobile web. Thank you very much for watching.
I'm Martin Omander, the host of Google Root Access, a show for startups featuring startups. In each episode, you will see me interview a successful tech entrepreneur about a business or technology challenge they faced, how they overcame it, and emerged ahead of their competition. These are some challenges we've explored in previous episodes. What to do if you have lots of users, but have a hard time getting revenue from them? What to do if your platform can't scale up with your users? And using crowdfunding to your advantage. The result is actionable insights that you can use for your startup.
Computers that we now carry in our pocket.
Yeah, good. What Google developer products do you work with?
So we develop for Android.
While general purpose computing is all the rage these days, let's not forget about a massive area of computing, single purpose machines. From point of sale devices to vending machines and reception kiosks to in-flight entertainment, computers that are produced to serve a single purpose are everywhere. Often, these deployments require a highly customized OS, but now Android packs enough of a punch for bespoke app developers and enough control to device administrators to meet all these needs out of the box. I'm Rich Hyman, and I'm going to let you know how to cater for single-use devices when writing your apps and how they can be easily provisioned and managed using Android for Work. With a new focus on corporate-owned single-use devices, one or more apps gets installed when a device is initialized, and it can be locked down into single app mode. That means things like the home button and touch switch are gone. There are also enhanced controls around the status bar, notifications, incoming calls, and quick settings menus. And of course, at reboot, it will launch you right back into your chosen application. Because updates on these devices can be problematic, we've added APIs to give IT admins the ability to accept them remotely. Admins can set an OTA policy for a device and use these APIs to control them, remotely accepting OTAs, scheduling maintenance windows, or even postponing them to give them a chance to verify app compatibility. Like all Android for Work features, Kosu is designed to be supported and managed by your enterprise mobility management vendor. Once a supporting EMM is configured, provisioning your Kosu device is as simple as an NFC bump, and you've got your own interactive building map or hotel check-in station. As a developer, there are a couple of things to consider when building for single-use machines. Firstly, the power state of the device. Many applications of Kosu devices will be plugged in and require the screen to be kept on the whole time. There is a device policy for it, but it's also worth ensuring it's in your application, or at least make it configurable, as you might end up in a multi-app Kosu system. The best way to do this is use the window manager flag Keep Screen On in your activity. There's also the Keep Screen On parameter you can use in your XML layouts. Your app should also be self-contained. Avoid things like the send intent for single-use apps. Your app should work on its own without the need for interactions with other applications, as you want to be in full control of the device the whole time. Probably goes without saying, but it applies to in-app purchases as well. These devices won't have access to the Play Store. Finally, we also recommend keeping your app within one task. Support for Kosu deployments will mean you can now target a huge range of new use cases with your applications, and we're really looking forward to seeing the results. When considering the reach of Android for Work, enterprise mobility management companies make up a critical part of the availability. They integrate Android for Work into their offerings so that IT admins can manage the devices in their organizations. They install your apps from Google Play for Work. They apply security policies, set up corporate Wi-Fi networks, application restrictions, and they can even set up single sign-on by remotely installing certificates. We're constantly updating the APIs available to EMMs to give them more flexibility in their offerings. For more information on integrating Android for Work into your enterprise management product, you can contact us through the partnerships form at google.com/work/Android. To simplify the testing of your enterprise apps, we've released and open-sourced a new device policy client called TestDPC. When developing functionality for enterprise, you can use TestDPC to simulate the majority of features of Android for Work. The app lets you set up a work profile, apply device policies, set app and intent restrictions. You can even set up Kosu devices. You can find the app in our GitHub repo at github.com/Google Samples. It's ready for you to incorporate into your testing workflow. These new updates could revolutionize single-use devices whilst keeping IT admins happy. For more developer information, you can check out developer.android.com/work, whilst I go and look up some more acronyms. So for now, it's TTFN for BYOD, whilst your apps go KOSU.
We are ready? We're ready? Hey, look at that, we're ready to go. Hi, everybody. Oh, wow, I actually got like, it was like, let's do that again. Hi, everybody. Hi. Yeah, wow, I did not think like this crowd would have any energy at like 3 on a Friday afternoon when everyone's like tired or hungover or both, but this is great. So, hi, I am Todd Kerpelman. Thank you for attending the Developing with Google on iOS presentation. I'll be honest, I was worried giving this talk on iOS at Google I/O at 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. There was going to be nobody here. But like, there's hundreds of you out here. This is a big crowd. You're all here to see this, right? It's okay. Man, wish I'd known there was going to be so many people because there's a lot of profanity in this thing. I'm going to edit as we go. So anywho, Often in conversations when I tell people that I am focused on iOS developer products from Google, the reaction I often get is something along the lines of like, what? Like, Google doesn't do anything on iOS, do they? You must spend your entire day eating snacks. But the truth of the matter is, actually, yes, I do mostly eat snacks. But also no. Here's the thing we want you to know. Despite all of the Android M announcements and all the Android Wear announcements and all the Apple versus Google stories you're probably going to see in the blogosphere, we care deeply about iOS developers. We care about building products and services that you are all going to use. And the fact of the matter is we live in a cross-platform world, and we can't provide you with services that you're going to find great unless you can use them everywhere you're building your app. And so to that end, we have a number of Google services available for iOS developers to help you develop your app, engage with more users, and of course, earn a little money. Now, we've been making these libraries more powerful over the last few years, but more recently, we've also taken a few steps to streamline the developer experience so that it is simpler for you to add these into your iOS project. Combine that together, and you get something that, jeez, that's a little more disturbing than I thought it was going to be. Shoot, come on, go, get out. Point being, we want to make the power of adding Google to your application simpler for all you developers out there. And the first big step we're taking towards that goal is supporting CocoaPods. All right, applause. Where were you guys during the keynote? We needed you then. So show of hands, who here has heard of CocoaPods? All right, that's like nearly all of you, but and that's because it is awesome. But for the benefit of those of us joining live stream on YouTube, hi YouTube, I'm going to just tell you why CocoaPods is awesome. It takes care of a lot of the steps required for adding third-party libraries to any iOS project. So it does things like grabbing zip files from around the web or your favorite GitHub repository, extracting the files you need, adding them to your Xcode project. It can activate whatever iOS frameworks are needed for this library to work and add any like -obc compiler flags that you might need and blah, 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 blah. And of course, if any of these libraries depend on any other libraries out there, CocoaPods will go out, find those other libraries, repeat the entire process until you have everything you need for your library to work. All these steps are taken care of with one simple pod install command. Like that. And of course, if you ever want to update any of these libraries, CocoaPods will also go out onto the internet, see if anything's changed, and if so, reinstall it again and update it for you with a very simple pod update command, assuming, of course, that the pod specs are up to date. And that's something we'll get to in a moment. So we've talked to our partners, and most of them have basically told us, yeah, this is pretty much what we do anyway. And so we've decided, you know what, let's just make CocoaPods our primary channel for releasing Google services on iOS. And, well, what does that mean? Well, for starters, it means adding this to our documentation. So, hooray, we have documentation that reflects how you work in the real world, which is great. It also means that we are going to be owning and publishing these pod spec files ourselves instead of relying on our loyal fans on the internet to do that for us, which we totally appreciate, by the way. Thank you very much, all of you loyal fans on the internet. We totally dig your hipster mustache. But you know what? This is really work that we should be doing. So we're going to take care of it. This also means, incidentally, that this is now going to be part of our build process. So anytime we create a new build of one of our libraries, our build tools will automatically, behind the scenes, create a brand new up-to-date pod spec file so that it is fresh and up-to-date and ready to publish as soon as the library is, which means that you won't have to sit around saying like, hey, this new library's been out for weeks. Who's going to update the pod spec file? Who's in charge of this thing? Who do I need to bother? All of this, our new pod spec file should be ready to go and published to the world as soon as our library is, which is great. I do regret to inform you, however, that our actual build process for iOS libraries does not involve any giant robot welding arms yet. Working on it. We're also adding support for pod try. How many of you out there know what pod try is? Okay, yeah, fewer of you. Pod try, it's a lesser known command that is now part of CocoaPods. And basically, the way it works is, let's say you're interested in checking out some library, but you're not ready to commit to adding it to your actual Xcode project that you're working on. The way pod try works is I say, hey, let's pod try a library. CocoaPods will go out. It will find that repository out there on the internet, and it will scan it for anything resembling an Xcode workspace or an XC workspace or a project file, preferably in a directory named something like demo or example. If it finds it, it will download everything onto a temporary directory on your hard drive for you and run it within Xcode. So you can kind of fiddle around with the code, make changes, see how the library interacts with you. Basically try out your example really easily without having to do any other work, or add it to your official Xcode project. So to make this work, we have started including all of our samples in the very same libraries that we're supporting, so that if you ask to pod try any of Google's libraries, this should just work. So you should give pod try a try. Another nice benefit of using CocoaPods, by the way, this should reduce a little space. In the past, if we had like library A and library B, and they both required another library to work, like say a logging library, typically we just kind of bundle everything together and do some namespace hacking to avoid dual include errors. But it tended to get these things a little bloated. But now that we're using CocoaPods, we can say, hey, you know what? Both of these libraries, they're just going to list this other library as a dependency, so that no matter how many of these others you add, this logging library will only be added once to your project, which is nice. Right now, this official CocoaPod process has been incorporated by a number of our libraries, and we're working with many of our others to ensure this number grows in the future, very soon. The other part of the process that we want to make easier for you is configuring everything when you are first getting started. There is a lot of power behind some of these features we are building, particularly when you start delving into some of the finer details around something like Google Analytics. But that's also a lot of detail you don't necessarily need when you're just getting started, right? Ideally, you want to spend the first couple minutes of your project saying, hey, I would like my app to use all the things, please give them to me. And so that's what our new configuration flow is going to focus on. We're basically, we're going to give you all the basics and provide you with lots of sensible defaults so that you have what you need to start building quickly. This is probably something that is better demonstrated in a video, so we're going to roll the clip here. Here I'm going to be creating an iOS project, and I'm going to be adding a bunch of services to it. I'm going to add like sign in and analytics and AdMob and app invites. And you'll notice that as I go, it might not look like I'm doing much. I'm just kind of clicking a bunch of plus buttons and clicking a bunch of OK buttons. But this tool is doing a lot of work behind the scenes for me. For sign in, it's creating an OAuth client ID, again, with sensible defaults. I can create a new Google Analytics property without having to jump to the Google Analytics page. And I can also link up my AdMob account. Normally, I would have to go to like 2 or 3 different screens to get all this stuff working. Now I can do it all just from one site. At the end, I also get some nice lines that I can copy and paste into my pod file so that I can install all of the libraries that I indicated I was going to use. You might also notice right before this step, I downloaded a info.plist file. The way this works is this new file, in conjunction with the Google pod we have built, will simplify a few more steps in the process for you. So in the past, usually when you were done asking to add Google Analytics or add Google Sign-In, we gave you constants that you had to copy and paste into your code, like your analytics tracking tag or your client ID and so on and so forth. But now our library can simply read those constants out of the plist file that we give you to download. So saves a couple of cutting and pasting steps and some opportunity for careless error. So that'll be kind of nice. And of course, when you do need to go in and adjust your requests per second per user quota limit for some API or activate a certain type of tracking in Google Analytics, you can. All of those pages, all those consoles, they're all there for you, but only when you need them, which is probably not in the first 2 minutes of creating a project. If you want to see more, you can check out our newly released developers.google.com/iOS page. Yes, that's right. We now have an official landing page in our documentation for iOS developers, which is nice. Isn't that nice? Yeah. Yes, it is. It's nice. It's great. So now that I've explained what we've done to make things a little more streamlined, let me go away. Good thing I had that with me. I should have practiced that bit in rehearsal. I'm going to give you a tour. It smells like linen. I'm going to give you a tour of what we have available for you. I'm going to cover about 10 of these services over the next 20 minutes, mostly focusing on things that are new. Hopefully, not too much of this is review, but for those of you who are joining us fresh online, this should be new for most of you. So buckle up. Here we go. We're going to cover 10 services over the next 20 minutes. And we're going to start with what we have to make it easier for you to develop a more powerful app. And we're going to start with Google Maps. Hey, look at that, Moscone Center. That's where we are. How did it know? Magic. So you probably know about the Google Maps SDK for iOS, right? Like you can add some super fantastic, up-to-date, accurate maps to your app. You can add indoor maps in Street View, which is always kind of fun. But most of this you probably knew already. What might be new to you here is the Places API. So Google has a massive database of over 100 million stores and restaurants and bars and coffee shops and theme parks and convention centers all over the world. It's a lot of places. And you can use this database to let the user share where they are with a meaningful location. So instead of my telling you, hey, why don't you join me for Bite to Eat at 37.788204 latitude and whatever longitude, I can tell you, hey, why don't you join me for Bite to Eat at Ryoko's? And here's the address, and here's a little embedded map, which is, I think, the engineer showing off here in the demo. The Places API also includes a few other nice utilities, like a picker UI if you don't feel like building your own, where a user can select their location based on a list of locations near where they are, as well as an autocomplete feature because typing proper names on a phone is still no fun. So we've had this on Android for a little while. You can do this now on iOS as well. This is a sneak preview of a new app from PixArt where users can use the Places API to choose where a photo was taken. So apparently we had Left Shark visiting Google headquarters. He's kind of a big deal from what I hear. Let's talk about Cast. So you know about Chromecast, right? The $35 device that lets you put all of your entertainment on your TV while you use your phone as the fanciest remote control ever. So there's a whole lot of Cast devices out there. Do we not 17 million at the keynote? 17 million sold? It's a lot. But I do want to clear up two misconceptions about Cast. First off, it's not just for use with Android devices. A large number of our users are controlling their Cast device with their iPhones as well. And second, it's not just for binge watching superhero shows. It is great for that. I do it. But Cast can also be great for playing local multiplayer games. I mean, if you think about it, you have a TV that is perfect for displaying a common game state to everybody in the room. And then every person also has a phone that's ideal for displaying a little bit of private information and entering commands. And if you think about it, this is basically the ideal setup for something like a Texas Hold'em game. But this also pretty much describes every good board game that's out there. I mean, if you think about it like Scrabble or Carcassonne or Settlers or House on Haunted Hill or Dominion or any of those, most really good board games rely on a public game state that everybody can see, and then a little bit of private information for each player and a way for them to enter commands. And this is something we really couldn't do until a couple of years ago when everybody had supercomputers in their pockets with awesome displays and a TV that they could control with it. And so to that end, the Chromecast team has announced the Game Manager API. And it's basically here to help you deal with all the kind of tedious and boring setup tasks you always have to deal with multiplayer games on any platform, frankly. Things like synchronizing your game state across devices and creating a getting started lobby and dealing with people joining and leaving and figuring out who the host is and a whole lot more. I do encourage you to check it out, particularly if you are a game developer and you feel like you have any kind of board game or card game or co-op game that would fit nicely in this model. And it is cross-platform, works on Android and iOS, because it turns out we like to play games with friends no matter what kind of phone they have. Also new for game developers is the Cast Remote Display for Games SDK. And basically, to explain how this one works, I should probably explain a little bit around how Cast works, in case you're not familiar. Traditionally, the content that's displayed on your TV was powered by the web browser that lives on your little Cast device. So, hi there, fella. So you might send commands to it, through your phone, say play, pause, play this movie. But in general, if I'm, say, streaming a movie off of Netflix or Hulu, it's the browser on the Chrome device that's doing all the work. It's going out onto the internet, it's getting this data stream, it's downloading it, it's displaying it on my TV. So that means while the movie's going on, I can use my phone for other things. I don't have to keep it on this app. I can switch over and browse IMDb or check my email, or even, and you can do this in a movie, folks, turn off my device entirely. So I don't have to worry about my phone's attention being elsewhere and my movie stopping. My Chromecast will still plug away. But there are a few times you do want your phone to power the display on your TV, and games are a really good example. Like imagine a racing game where you can use your phone with its tilt sensor like a steering wheel, and your phone's fancy quad-core GPU chip with a gazillion processors is powering the game on your giant TV screen. And so for these kinds of cases, we are introducing the Remote Display for Games SDK for Cast. And this will let your phone write to your Cast device as if it were sort of another display on the device. So this is good for single-player games as well as multiplayer games. But if you are building any kind of game and you're thinking, gosh, these graphics sure look nice, I bet they'd look really good on a 50-inch TV screen, you should definitely look into this. Again, available on iOS and Android. I'm going to talk about Tag Manager next. This is the only library where we don't have anything new to announce here, but I just really like it. And I'm the speaker, and so I get to decide these sorts of things. How many people have used Tag Manager, by the way, for anything? OK, yeah, a few of you. Using it in an apps context, the best way to think of it is as a way to configure your app via the cloud. So imagine you've got a game out there, and it suddenly starts getting 1-star reviews because people aren't making it past level 5. And you're like, oh no, I made level 5 way too hard. Well, one option would be to create a new build with some new settings and get it uploaded to the App Store and approved and sent out to everyone, and hopefully they all download the new version. But if you had configured your game using Google Tag Manager, you could change the difficulty settings and send that right to the cloud without any of that kerfuffle, and the changes would happen very quickly. Tag Manager is also rules-based, which means that if people with older phones start complaining that your game is running too slow, you could tweak the number of particles in your particle system just for those people who have older devices. Or if you had managed all of your app's text using Google Tag Manager, and then you suddenly figure out that your app is big in Germany, you could add an entirely new language on the fly, doing it all in the cloud without having to upload a new version of your app. So it's pretty neat. Also kind of neat, Tag Manager lets you run experiments. So you could make your purchase button say purchase on half the devices out there and buy now on the other half and see which converts better. This is the kind of thing that giant companies with like server engineers and business analysts have been doing for a while, but this is also now something that a 2-person shop can try out as well thanks to tools like Tag Manager. So there's some really fun stuff there. I encourage you to give it a look. I'm going to talk briefly about Cardboard, but I guess we announced iOS support at the keynote, so most of you have heard about this and kind of took the wind out of my sails, so thanks, guys. But yes, hey, we realized you can create a nice VR device using the powerful GPU and motion sensors on your phone. And you know what else has a powerful GPU and sophisticated motion sensors? Not just Android devices, but iPhone ones as well. And so there was really no reason why you couldn't run Cardboard apps on an iPhone, except that nobody had written the SDK yet. And so that's what our team did. They have primarily been focusing on the Unity plugin so that you can take your Cardboard-enabled game from Unity and port it to iOS as well as to Android. I've played with this plugin in the past. This is a terrible demo game that I made. But it is a lot of fun. I encourage you to check it out and see if there are snippets of your game that might work well as a 3D interactive experience. It doesn't have to be your entire game, by the way. One nice thing about Cardboard is you can kind of take your phone, put it in Cardboard, and then put it out again. So if you're making like a base management game, and you think, gee, it would be kind of nice if my user could explore the base that they built in a first-person VR setting, you can just take that part and put it into Cardboard and not worry about converting the entire UI if you don't want to. There are a lot of design decisions you should be aware of when designing for VR, and also when designing for Cardboard versus sort of a more sophisticated, like sensory replacement VR system. Anyway, if you do think this is something you might be interested in checking out, we had a make-believe session. Make-believe is the name of the title. The session existed. That was, I think, earlier today, and it has been recorded and put online, so look for that. And now to round out the develop section, we're at, I think, part 5 of 10, let's talk about Form. Who knows about Form? All right, a few of you. So Form is unique in that it is not a library that makes your app better. It is a tool to help you build better apps. Basically, it's a really cool prototyping tool from a company that Google acquired back in November, and it's perfect for prototyping animations and interactions. So once you're done sketching out how your app is going to look, you can take it into Form and really start to work on how it's going to feel when your user starts playing with it. So all of these animations and interactions are designed using these elements called patches in a flowchart-like design. And the nice thing is this doesn't require any sort of Xcode or programming or anything like that. So your designer can spend their time tweaking and tuning these animations and adding features as they go until everything just feels right, while your engineer can spend their time browsing Hacker News or fixing bugs as time allows. And the great thing about all this is feedback is nearly instantaneous. This Form app runs on your MacBook, and as you're making changes to a view's opacity or its position or the dampening value of a spring or anything like that, those changes happen right away on your device that's connected to it. So, I mean, you don't even have to stop and restart the app. You just get to see everything happen right away in real time. And I find that kind of super tight feedback loop is really useful when you're trying to kind of zero in on making something feel just right. It's really fun and useful. So the team is going to be launching version 1.3 very soon. I believe it's going through the approval process now. But I can give you a sneak preview of some of the features that they're going to be announcing in version 1.3. First up are some new widgets or patches for you to play with, as well as an SDK for you to write your own custom patches, which is cool. There are going to be easier ways for you to share your prototypes with others. There are going to be some new motion curves, new ways to get your view from point A to point B, as well as a few different built-in animation timing, so different variations of slow in, fast out, fast in, slow out, and so on and so forth, as well as support for more material design, things like the card element or the ripple effect that happens when you touch a view. And by the way, this is another thing, not just for Android devices. Try adding a little bit of material design to your app. We have, and I think it looks pretty good. So Form used to cost $80, but since the acquisition, it is now free, which is a savings of, anybody? Shout it out. Yeah, $80, right. You win 20 internet points. So yeah, that's Form. So building a compelling app is great, but let's look at what you can do to keep your users coming back. Let's talk a little about engagement. And first up, new for iOS is app indexing. So the idea behind app indexing is, there's a lot of you out there who have apps and also have websites that closely mirror the content of those apps. Let's say, for instance, you're a restaurant review site, and I'm searching for donuts in the Mission, and your site shows up. So that's great, right? But what happens when I click on that link from inside the Google Search app? Well, it takes users to your website, where you're probably showing me one of those annoying interstitials to go and check out your app, right? Which, I get it. Like, you've built this nice app, you want to take users to it, but I just want my donut info, right? And you're getting in the way of me and my donuts, and that makes me hungry and angry. It makes me hangry, and you wouldn't like me when I'm hangry. So to address this issue, we take advantage of deep links. And if you don't know what deep links are, they're basically like URLs, but unlike a typical one that, say, points to a website out there, these are URLs that point to your app. And you can include all sorts of data within this URL so that your app can interpret it to, for instance, point to specific content within your app. So the way this works, the way you take advantage of this is for every page on your site, you would generate some metadata. That includes a deep link that points to that page's content in your iOS and Android apps. Then the next time Google crawls your site, it makes a note of these mappings. It says, aha, this is where I can find the same content in your various apps. And then the next time I search for donuts, well, Google will once again bring up your site, but because it knows that this content now exists within your app, it will instead display a deep link that points directly to your app right within the search results. And incidentally, we only show this to users who have your app installed. So we can still show your regular web content to users who don't, and show your app's content to users who do. Either way, your users now can get to your content with one click, which is great. App indexing is something that we started rolling out last week to a small number of people with a small number of initial partners. I believe OpenTable, Zillow, and Pinterest are among them. And we are hoping to expand this as we get further feedback from our partners and our users, and everyone is happy. So definitely go check out the documentation. There's a place for you to sign up to get invited into the app invites list. So if this sounds like something that would fit you, definitely check it out. Also new for iOS is app invites, and this is also in beta right now. But this tool basically gives you what you need to create a nice word-of-mouth experience so that users can share your app with their friends. Because as we all know, word of mouth is a fantastic way for people to find out about your app. It tends to drive more conversions than anything else out there. I think we all know this, but I'm going to tell you a story anyway of my friend Kelly. This is her, head not drawn to scale. But every Christmas, my friend Kelly, whose sister works for The Gap, sends me a friends and family coupon code for a 20% off discount, right? And I love this thing. Every year, I look forward to it. When's Kelly's email? When's it going to get here? Why isn't she sent it to me yet? Am I still her friend? Oh, no, what's happening? Oh, yay, it's here. And then I go off and I buy 5 dozen shirts, which is crazy, right? Because if Gap sent me an email for a 20% off sale, I wouldn't even open it. I'd be like, whatever, marketing, blah, 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 and I'd archive it. But because this is from a friend of mine, this becomes a special event that I am looking forward to. And that's kind of the power of friend referrals and the kind of thing that can drive users to your app. So app invites gives you a way to kind of harness the same kind of energy. Let's say I'm done ordering food online through this food ordering app. And a lot of my examples are about food, aren't they? I should not write this during lunch. Anyway, I have an opportunity to send a free meal to a friend. So app invites would bring up a UI where the user can choose to send these app invitations to any of their friends. You can send these messages via SMS or through email. We also include some recommendations based on, people who we think are hungry, I guess. And these invitations come with a URL that expands to include a deep link, there we are with deep links again, that takes players to your app or prompts them to install it from the App Store. Because it's a deep link, you can include whatever information you want to with it, like a discount code. So when the user is done installing your app and they open it up, your app can read in that code that brought users to your app in the first place and say, oh, hey, look, here's that free meal that your friend Todd sent you, right? Your user is happy because they have a free meal, and you're happy because you have a new customer, and everybody wins. And this does work cross-platform. So if you were to open that same link on an Android device, we would take users to the Play Store version of your app instead, because we're smart like that. So up next, this is probably the feature I am most excited about. This is Google Cloud Messaging, and this is our revolutionary new, wait, I'm sorry, what? Oh, I've actually been informed this is Google Cloud Messaging. Still cool. Kind of wanted the back row, but still cool. The way Google Cloud Messaging works is this is our service that helps you send server-generated notifications to your users. So your server would send a message to the Google Cloud Messaging, or GCM, as the kids say, server, and we would relay those notifications to your target's Android device or your Chrome browser. But now, if you upload your APNS certificate to us, we can send notifications to their iOS devices as well, which means you could send a notification to any of these devices or browsers with just one call instead of like 3 somewhat different code paths that all basically end up doing the same thing. So hopefully this should make your life a whole lot easier. Also new with Google Cloud Messaging is the idea of topics. Basically the way this works is your app can subscribe to any number of topics on behalf of your user. I think we allow like up to 1 million subscriptions per app. So let's say, for instance, you have a sports app, and I want to be notified anytime the Red Sox are playing. Well, in the past, to do this, you'd probably have to record my preference in a database somewhere and do this big, like, select users where blah, blah, blah query, and then loop through the results, and then send notifications to each of those users and the results, keeping track of what device I had so that you could call the appropriate call, right? Well, with Google Cloud Messaging, basically my device would just ask the GCM server, hey, please subscribe me to the Boston baseball topic. Then you can simply say, let's send a notification to everybody who is subscribed to this topic, and I, along with all the other Red Sox fans out there, would get notified with one call. You don't need that database to keep track of it all anymore. You can throw it out, unless you're using it for other things, but you don't need to use it for this anymore, which is nice. Google Cloud Messaging also supports upstream messages, which is sort of a lightweight way for your client to communicate to your server. And if you're like me and you're like, well, why would you do this instead of just communicating with your server directly? Like, how does this help you? The answer is basically this allows you to support some lightweight communication from your users without your having to stand up a full-on server on the internet. I mean, your server in this case could basically just be your laptop running a little daemon in the background that kind of checks GCM every once in a while. So it's, if you want to get a little bit of information from your users, but think, gosh, a server seems like an awful lot of work, look into Google Cloud Messaging for that. So I think we're down to the last two, but the most important two, because they're the ones that help you earn money. So yes, because there's a point in every startup founder's life when they would like to stop eating instant ramen and start eating like fancy hipster ramen, I guess, which is delicious. And I'm on food again. I got to stop that. All right. So we're going to start with Google Analytics, and honestly, this could have gone in any of the 3 categories I discussed earlier, because analytics has basically become the lifeblood of a lot of apps. And there's a lot you can measure with Google Analytics, right? Things like how many new users I have, my active users, where they're coming from, what devices they have. You can get real-time analytics, find out how many people are using your app right now and what screens they're on. We allow sort of screen flow, so you can see like what screens or view controllers your users are spending their time on and how they get from one to the next. It's also possible to get some really good demographic information, like the age range or the gender or the general interests of the people using your app. So you can find out, like, is it guys in their 20s that are using my app, or is it women in their 50s? Because depending on the answer, you might want to market it a little differently. You can also measure funnels towards goals. Here the developer is seeing how many people are making it to the app rating screen. And if this were a multi-step process, you could also figure out where they were dropping out. You can track crashes and exceptions, too, across different versions of your app. And track all sorts of custom events that you want to define. Here are the developers keeping track of how often people level up in his or her game. But one more recent feature that we added that we're very excited about is app install attribution. So basically, Google has partnered with over 20 different ad networks out there so that you can break out a lot of your user data by the ad network that brought those users to your app in the first place. So what this means is instead of going to 20 different ad network sites and logging in and looking at click-through rates and trying to make something meaningful out of it, you can go to Google Analytics and in sort of one view, see important things like which ad networks are giving you customers who retain best, or even better, which ad networks are giving you the customers with the highest lifetime value. Probably something that we'd all be interested in. And last but not least, we've got AdMob. I think probably most of us know what AdMob is, but it's the service that lets you monetize your app by displaying banner ads and interstitial ads within it. This has been available on iOS for a few years now, but there are a few new features that the team would like to make sure I tell you about. First up is native ads. So this is in limited beta, and we are gradually rolling it out to more folks as we go. And if you're not familiar with this concept, basically the way this works is instead of you're just like allocating space within your view and we slap a banner on top of it, you would work with AdMob to specify how you would like to style the ad so that it better fits in with your app's look and feel. We can give you an ad that fits your style without like making some brand manager somewhere freak out. So they get an ad they still like, you get an ad that fits in a little better, and everybody's happy. This is really good for ads that have a more of a distinct look and feel. You can get your ads to feel like they're a little more part of the experience. I believe Atari recently added this to their Roller Coaster Tycoon game. Here you can see it. I mean, it's still clearly an ad. We don't want to kind of trick anybody. But at the same time, this is a little more built into the experience than like if we just had an ad banner pop up from the bottom of the screen. The other new feature that I think is really cool is Audience Builder. And this is what happens when you add the power of Google Analytics to your ads powered by AdMob. It's a really great way of getting the right ads to the right people. For example, I think it's well known that in a freemium game with microtransactions, a large number of your audience is never going to buy anything, which is sad. And you're thinking, gosh, I'd sure like to monetize all these other people, but you're worried that if you bring up something like an interstitial ad with video, that might add just enough friction that it might turn off a buyer or two, and you don't want to do that. Well, with Audience Builder, you could say, hey, you know what? Let's only show these video interstitial ads to the people who haven't bought anything. And for those people who have bought stuff, well, maybe you could show them a banner ad for an in-game item or show them nothing at all. It's up to you. Use the strategy that you feel would work best. But we could get even crazier than this. We could say, hey, maybe I want to show an ad for a power-up, right? But it doesn't make sense to show this to everybody. You only want to show it, let's say, to the people who have made it past the first 5 tutorial levels. And maybe also want to show it to people who have had to restart a level more than 3 times, right? These people, they're getting frustrated. They would probably really appreciate this power-up that you're selling. So now you suddenly have an ad that's much more relevant to these people, and we're getting the right ad to the right people. Or let's say I've got some players that are really competitive into player versus player kind of stuff. Well, I'm going to show them ads for more in-game weapons. But for my players who are really into spending their time dressing up their avatar, I can show them house ads for more awesome hats. Right? It's all about sort of getting the right ads to the people who really appreciate it. And there's a lot more than I could probably cover in this talk. But this is some of the crazy, awesome power you get when you combine Google Analytics with AdMob. So we did it. Yes, Runner, that was a lot of libraries. So I want to circle back to the whole reason I'm here. Next question I get is, well, why? Like, why would Google spend any time at all on providing services that make apps better for iOS? And the answer is that, again, this isn't really about Android versus iOS as much as the press would like you to believe. This whole conference is really about all of you, the developers. And so, yes, there has been a lot of Android M and Wear and whatever announcements, but at the end of the day, I/O is our developer conference, and it's about celebrating the people in this room and everybody online, hi online folks, who are using Google services to power their apps. And we want to make this experience great. And that starts with building out the cross-platform part of it. Like, nobody is really that excited about implementing 2 entirely different sets of services to make their app do the exact same thing on 2 different platforms, right? Like, I'm not. And if we can do that while also making the process a little more streamlined, no, you go back. If we can do that while making the process more streamlined, we can not only give your app a really great head start in the world, but we can make building it even somewhat delightful. That said, we're not quite there yet. We do recognize we're really just getting started, and there's a lot more I think we could do, and I'm hoping that I will have more to share with you over the next few months. Otherwise, I'm out of a job. But in the meantime, I encourage you to check out our documentation. Give our new configuration flow a try. It is awfully neat. Also, shameless plug, I have a show in our Google Developers channel called Route 85. Hey, look, apparently I only own 1 shirt. You should check it out. Google needs to pay me more so I can buy a 2nd shirt. It is chock full of iOS info, including a really fun video that we just released like half an hour ago that talks all about CocoaPods in more detail. And if you can figure out where the title came from, you win 30 more internet points. So thank you so much for coming. And now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get back to eating some snacks. Do we have? We do have some time for questions, but I'll be honest, I'm still learning a lot of this stuff myself, so my answer will probably be, I don't know, or it's my first day. All right, you can just talk to me after.
love the web, but the web doesn't always love us.
Why are developers trying to torture me?
You think you're tortured? Look at all these devices we have to support.
And if you're a web developer and not building for mobile devices, you're just going to lose all of your users.
We have to deal with multiple screen sizes, slow mobile devices, fast desktops, and widely varying network speeds. Is there any hope? There is. Here's some help for building fast, responsive, and beautiful websites.
This course is all about thinking responsibly.
We'll be teaching you how to use images responsively.
The game is super simple. Shoot the jittering ships as quickly as you can by clicking on them.
Now we're on to the fun stuff. Can we start optimizing now? See ya.
Bye.
Hey, Dad.
Why, hi, son. Something bothering you? Your get up and go seems to have got up and left.
Well, Eddie Clark was making fun of me today because he's got Cocoa Pods in his Xcode project and I don't have any. What am I gonna do?
Son, I think it's time to a new iOS leaker flag or two. And, well, heck, if this library depends on any other frameworks, well, you're gonna have to do it all over again with those libraries. It wasn't that funny. Anyway, keeping these things up to date isn't easy either. You have to go out onto the internet, see if anything has changed, and repeat the whole process all over again.
Gosh, Dad, that just sounds like a bunch of work.
Well, there are a lot of steps. And if you're not careful, you're gonna end up making some pretty confusing little mistakes. Like this one. Oh, instance 7FE5B1. I'm sorry I let you down.
Gee, Dad, this just sounds too scary. Forget I even asked.
Well, not so fast, son. You see, this is where CocoaPods comes in. CocoaPods is a dependency manager written specifically for adding third-party libraries to your iOS application.
Really? Well, how does that work?
Well, come with me. I'll show you. So now you see, Robbie. Oh, good thing I have this on me. The author of a library is going to write a pod spec file that specifies everything you as a developer would need to properly install it. What files are required and where they live, what iOS libraries you might need to run it, if there are any pre or post-processing stops, and much more. Now, you as a developer don't actually need to care about most of this, although I do think it's interesting. You just need to know the name of this pod spec file and optionally if there is a specific version you want to be using. See, you're going to create your own file called a pod file that lists the names of the pod specs that represent the libraries you want to use with your application. Then CocoaPods takes care of the rest. We here at Google like it so much, heck, you might even say we're cuckoo for CocoaPods.
I don't get that reference.
You will in a few years. We like it so much that Google is now making it the official way we distribute a growing number of our libraries to the world, including AdMob, Google Sign-In, and Google Analytics.
Wow, so how do we get started?
Well, Ravi, perhaps the best way to understand the beauty of CocoaPods is to see it for yourself. Here, we'll use my laptop. So, Robbie, if you've never used CocoaPods before, the first step is to install it. We're going to be using the Ruby Gems tool to install CocoaPods. Yeah, that's right. We're going to be using a dependency manager to install a dependency manager.
We must go deeper, huh, Dad?
Yeah, that movie hasn't been written yet, Robbie. Anyway, go ahead and open up your favorite terminal program. iTerm2, good choice. Now, the first thing we want to do here is make sure your Gems tool is up to date. So go ahead and type sudo gem update -- system, and you can enter your password there.
Okay, Hunter2.
That's your password? All right. Well, depending on how old your version of Gems is, it might need to update some things. But once that's done, you can use Gem to install CocoaPods. So you'll type sudo gem install CocoaPods, and that will install the CocoaPods tool. This might take a while, so don't worry if it looks like your system is hung.
Gosh, this is taking a long time.
Yeah, it is. Let's skip ahead here. That's better. Now, you're going to type one more command here. You're going to type pod setup. This is going to download every single pod spec file, over 8,000 of them, from the official CocoaPods repository to your machine. Now don't worry, these automatically get updated in the future, so you only need to do this once. All right, once that's done, we're ready to go. Next, let's create a simple application in Xcode. Just go ahead and create a simple single view application here, and now you can quit Xcode.
Well, that was exciting.
Don't be a smart aleck. Now we're going to navigate to the project you just created. You want to be in the same directory as our Xcode project, and here we get to create our very own pod file. Now we could have CocoaPods create a slightly filled out version for us by typing pod init, or we can start with an empty file. Let's do that because it's easier. All right, so now go ahead and edit this empty file. And there are really only a couple lines of text you're going to need to add here. First, you need to tell CocoaPods what platform you're running on by typing platform:iOS, and then in quotes, 7.0. And this says we're building on iOS, and 7.0 is our deployment target.
Deployment target?
Right. See, that's the minimum iOS target that your app is going to support. It's something every developer sets in their Xcode project, and we need to make sure we list it here.
Why?
Well, libraries might only work on certain versions of iOS. You need to tell CocoaPods the oldest version of iOS your project is going to support so that it can point out problems to you ahead of time. Now we can list the pod specs we want to add. Now, what was that delightful little library you're keeping your eye on?
Aw, shucks. It was AF networking.
Ah, yes. All right, well, let's add that one first. Now, the thing is, we don't know for sure what AF networking's pod spec is named. There's no real industry standard there. Luckily, there are ways to figure this out. One way is to use the pod search command from the command line. So go ahead and type pod search AF networking.
Whoa, that's a lot of results.
Well, yeah, but it looks like this first one is simply called AF networking is the one that we need.
What are these others?
Oh, you mean things like AF networking-synchronous? These are mostly categories written by other developers that extend the capabilities of AF networking. But we just want the main AF networking CocoaPod, and as we can see here, you can get that by adding the line pod AF networking to our pod file.
Oh, can we add Google Analytics next? Can we?
Yes, calm down, son. Now, for Google Analytics, I'll show you how to search for it another way. We can open up our browser to cocoapods.org, and in this big search bar at the top, just type in Google Analytics. Well, this looks like the one we want. Now, it has this copy to clipboard icon here, so you can just select that, and now you can paste this line into your pod file as well.
Say, wait a second, what's that squiggly arrow mean?
Well, it gets complicated, but you can think of it as saying, let's start with version 3.10, but feel free to update it for me until you get to version 4.
Sounds like a good topic for a follow-up video.
Oh, you always were a bright kid. So let's go back to your command line and type pod install. There we go. You're going to see CocoaPods think for a while. Then it's going to go out onto the internet, grab the libraries that we need, and install them. We can wait a few more seconds, and we're done.
Say, what's this line about using XC workspace file? What's that?
Well, an XC workspace file is basically a collection of projects. In this case, we have our original project, which is our empty application. And then we also have the pods project, which builds all of our CocoaPods as static libraries.
But I don't get it. Why can't we just use our original project?
Well, CocoaPods has altered our original project to rely on the static libraries built by this other project. See, go ahead and open your original project by itself and try and run it. See, Xcode is complaining that it doesn't know what these libraries are, and we get these fun linker errors.
Yikes.
Well, it's not really too bad. You just need to open the workspace in Xcode and build from there. Once you do that, it builds the static libraries, and everything works just fine.
Oh, I see. But if I tried to reopen my old project from the welcome screen...
That's right. That, along with any recent projects lists, is probably a link to your old project that no longer works on its own.
So is that it? Can I use my libraries now?
You betcha. Let's go back to your view controller here. You can import AF networking and GAI, which stands for Google Analytics Igloos?
I don't think that's it.
No, all right. And in our view did load method, you can make calls on both of these libraries. And look at that. Everything builds and runs just fine. We saved a whole lot of manual steps we normally would have needed to include both of these libraries. And if you ever want to make sure you're running the latest and greatest of any of these pods, you can simply type pod update from the command line. CocoaPods will check and see if there are newer versions of any of these libraries. If there are, it will update them for you. Since we just installed everything a few minutes ago, I would be surprised if this command actually did anything, but I'm sure you can imagine how much work this would save you on an actual project. So there you go, son. Everything you've always wanted to know about CocoaPods.
Gee, thanks, Dad.
Now, when that Eddie Clark starts teasing you again at the schoolyard, what are you going to tell him?
I'm going to tell him, hey, Eddie, it was me who set your car on fire.
You said his... Oh, Robert.
Hi, I'm Rado Maya. I'm a developer advocate at Google, and I'm joined here today by the Director of Android Wear, Dave Singleton. Hi, Dave. Thanks for joining us today.
It's a pleasure.
We heard all about some of the new features from Android Wear at the keynote this morning. I was wondering if you could tell us what are some of the biggest highlights from your perspective?
Yeah, so today's been really great. This is our second time as part of the keynote at Google I/O. Last year, obviously, we announced that we were working on Android Wear and also the first couple of devices. So what's been really great today is that we really gave an update. And we also talked about some of the new capabilities of one of our latest updates. So in terms of the update we gave, it's been really great over the last year to see the diversity of designs and devices and applications coming out, which really gives everyone who wants to use an Android Wear watch a lot of choice. So when we announced last year, we had 2 models, and we now have 7 with some others in the works. So it's really cool to have lots of different shapes and sizes of watch available, and also apps. So this time last year, we've been working with just a few folks that have been helping us, make sure we had the right APIs in place and that we were thinking about things the right way. Today, we were able to announce that we've got over 4,000 apps specifically designed for Android Wear. It's been really great to see how much innovation developers have brought to the platform. I think it's really exciting. This is kind of the first time that you can wear a general purpose computer on your wrist. And by using the same tools and the same APIs that exist on Android for phones and tablets, I think that's pretty powerful for developers. At least that's what I thought before we launched. It was pretty powerful that folks could just kind of imagine what they wanted to do with the completely new form factor and hopefully do it really quickly. And it's amazing just to see everything that's out there. So some of what we talked about in the keynote today were some of the apps that we've seen that really get us excited because they take advantage of a lot of those capabilities. One that I love is called Golf Swing Analyzer, and it uses the accelerometer and the gyroscope in your watch to kind of track your swing. It's actually really cool. So you start it says stand at the ball, and you start taking a swing. It realizes automatically that you've started to take your swing, and then it records the whole accelerometer gyro path, and then you can play it back on your phone to see how well you're doing. I'm pretty bad at golf, so
not for long, right? You've got the tools.
Hopefully that's the case. So that's an example, but I think maybe something that folks watching this might be most interested in are some of the new capabilities of the platform that we talked about on stage today, and we're just releasing in an update that's rolling out. It's on some devices already, and it's rolling out to the rest of the devices over the next few weeks. I think the most exciting feature is something we call always-on apps. So it's been possible with Android Wear watches since the beginning to have an always-on display. So it was either on by default or something you could enable so that you can always just glance down and look at the time. And obviously, at the end of last year, we opened that up to developers because we published the APIs for watch faces. And there are now over 1,500 watch faces, which is really cool because you can have designs that help express your style. But also, if you're an app developer who has some really interesting information that the user cares about, you can put that right on the watch face. So that's really cool. But what we have announced today is always-on apps for regular apps. So you can take an application like Maps or City Mapper, things that are, the user starts the application and you know that they're still going to want to refer back to it. They're still kind of involved in this ongoing activity in the real world. And you can actually make your app stay in the foreground even when the user drops their wrist and their device goes back into the low power ambient mode. And we showed a bunch of examples on stage, but I think that's something that's going to be really exciting for developers.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things you were saying this morning was that You can have full-blown apps effectively running on the watch device itself, which seems like it's an awesome opportunity for developers to create things which are more than just an extension of an app that runs on the phone, but something which is unique to this different form factor. When it comes to sort of the sensors and things that are on the device, do you think we've kind of hit a plateau in terms of the sorts of things we're going to find on devices, or is this something that you expect is going to continue to expand?
Yeah, I definitely don't think we've hit a plateau. I think that, when we started thinking about Android Wear and what we could do in this space, we realized that all technology that we were seeing in phones and tablets was on this amazing path of miniaturization. And that really last year was the first time that you could put everything together into a package that was small enough and power efficient enough to wear on your body all day long and have it continue to work all day long. And a lot of the sensors that are in today's devices obviously started in mobile phones where they had to be low power and small. But now that there's this kind of explosion in wearable devices, I think we're going to see a lot more innovation in the sensors that you would have here. And I'm really excited by some of the technology that you hear about in research labs and in even computer science and engineering departments and universities around the world, and how those will now start to become miniaturized and go into wearable devices. It's going to be cool.
That's incredible. I mean, what do you think, if you're a developer and you're out there and you're thinking, this is kind of interesting, where do you think are the biggest opportunities for someone who's thinking like, maybe I want to move past the smartphones, I want to move into something completely new. Maybe this wearable thing is a thing. Like, what are the biggest opportunities you think for folks?
So I actually think that the always-on apps functionality that we announced today is actually probably one of the biggest opportunities for developers in this space to have come along anytime, really since we started the platform. Because if you think about it, if you want to build a special purpose wearable for a specific application, for instance, maybe you want to have a remote control that figures out which room of your house you're in and controls your lighting or your TV or whatever. That's a really great idea. Wouldn't it be awesome if you could build a dedicated wearable that does that? And I think a couple of years ago, maybe even just a year ago, you would have had to hire a design team, an industrial design team, an electrical engineering team, or somehow find people that had all of those skills, and you'd have to probably do a Kickstarter, some kind of crowdfunding to get your initial seed capital, find manufacturing, go through multiple rounds of iteration just to produce the device so that you could bring that use case to life. But with always-on apps, you can take advantage of all of the sensors and the fact that you have a general-purpose compute platform here and have your applications stay in the foreground the whole time while the user's engaged in that activity. And so for that example I suggested, it would be possible to build a remote control application that maybe starts when you tap your watch as you enter your home and then just stays there all the time. And so you actually can turn your watch from a watch that you could go in and do very quick interactions on, which is still a very core part of the Android Wear experience, into a watch that, when you want it to, can become this very special purpose device for as long as you need it to be. And for developers, I think that means you can go from the idea that these use cases are important or this particular problem you want to solve is valuable to a real, fully fledged special purpose device really quickly. So I'm really excited about that, and I'm really excited to see what people are going to build on top of these APIs.
Absolutely. It seems like there's a great opportunity to weave this wearable computing stuff into the Internet of Things, which we heard about as well with Brillo and Weave.
Right. Definitely very excited about that. So a lot of what they've announced are making some of the processes of getting set up with Internet of Things devices really seamless. And I'm excited about how watches and other kinds of form factors of wearable are going to be able to work with that over time. It's definitely going to be a great area to see people innovate in.
Fantastic. All right, well, thank you so much for coming and speaking with us. I feel like I have to ask you before you leave us, what Android Wear watch are you wearing at the moment?
So right now I'm wearing the Moto 360. This is the one that I was wearing on stage earlier. I love the Moto 360. In fact, you see the band here. This is a nice Horween leather band, but I've actually had it laser etched with a little Android of my own, which was a lot of fun. The watch that we were doing the demos on stage today is the LG Watch Urbane, which was the latest one to come to market. And it's really great just to see the diversity of designs and styles.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time.
Cool, thank you. It's been great talking.
Cheers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tim Anderson and I'm part of the Google Play for Education team. As a middle school teacher in Denver, Colorado, I was able to see firsthand the incredible impact that technology can have on student learning. Today we're seeing an unprecedented level of adoption of technology across all subjects in school. From math to science, literacy to the fine arts, more and more teachers are taking on technology and integrating it into their classroom practice to unlock creativity among their students and to facilitate amazing collaboration. Our team here at Google works closely with app developers, and they often ask us, what do teachers want? We've worked with countless educators to help understand what distinguishes a good app from a great one, and what key elements help to drive engagement and adoption. In this video series, Tech Tips from Teachers, we'll share those insights so that educators and developers can work together to enable amazing learning. We hope you'll check them out, enjoy them. Thanks so much.
Hey everyone, this is Natalie Villalobos from the Women Tech Makers program here at Google, and I'm excited to share with you some of the amazing innovators here at Google I/O that are hanging out on this playground. Let's go meet a few. Hey, what's up? Hey Joanna, can you tell me a little bit about what you make and what you're passionate about?
So I'm actually most passionate about Android performance because that's my thing, and I came up with this really cool hashtag for Perf Matters, and I think it's just so great to sit around and really try to teach people to understand what their apps are doing and how they can best use their frame rates and make sure that they're really nailing it.
Awesome, and I'm guessing you're with this guy who
works with me.
Yeah, this Perf Matters sign. I think I was seeing this hashtag trending on Twitter. Cole, can you tell me a little bit about this sign you're holding?
Well, it's about performance. I, too, am passionate about performance, Joanna. Thank you for that. Toast. That's what this is about. This is a hashtag about the performance of toast and toasting of toasters for the Internet of Things. And the performance of... I told you not to steal.
I think you stole his thunder.
I didn't steal your thunder, Colt McCamus. It's my thunder. Yeah, yeah, I know.
I think it's about to turn into a weapon. I think I'm just going to get in the middle here. I think I'm going to get in the middle here. Guys, performance matters. Can we all just agree? Performance matters. Performance matters. Perf matters. Perf matters. Perf matters. I'm going to go meet some other people. Okay, let's go over here. Hey, everyone. So what's your name? Can you tell me also, what do you like to make?
My name is Anna Billstrom, and I like to make Android apps, iPhone apps, just mobile apps, and also connecting with different hardware I really like.
And can you tell me a little bit more about an app that you created or a project that you're really passionate about?
Sure. I recently made a Android Wear watch face, which got me into kind of notifications on the watch, which I really like. And I'm working on an app that does, it's called Step Rewards. It helps you keep your goal in Fitbit. So it does little notifications reminding you of a goal you've set. So.
And how do you create healthy habits so that people want to keep coming back to that app?
Yeah, I think if you kind of keep your eyes on the prize and you have small improvements and you get reminded of what your goal is every day, it helps instill that habit in you. So.
And is this similar to me trying to get 10,000 steps on my Fitbit?
Yeah. So if you could say like, oh, I get to buy myself yoga pants at the end of the week if I meet my goal every day or accumulate it, and it'll just remind you of your goal every day.
Awesome. And you built this specifically for your Android phone and for iOS, or are you on other platforms as well?
No, it's Android, iOS, and then Watch. Notifications on Watch, yeah.
Awesome. Cool. And hi. Can you tell me a little bit about what you're working on and what's important to you?
Sure. I'm working in a watch face. It's a cupcake watch face. I like to create Android applications, and I'm passionate about increase the visibility. I'm sorry.
Yeah, visibility.
Visibility of women in technology.
Awesome. And where are you from?
I'm from Mexico.
Cool. And what is the technology scene like in Mexico?
It's growing up now. Yeah.
Cool. And can you tell me, so did you start, was this your first foray into Android, was building this cupcake Android Wear watch face, or was there another way that you got started doing Android or in the tech industry?
I started 2 years ago just by myself because I wanted to do something different and something new.
Awesome, great. Do you mind if I come sit next to you? Oh, cool, thanks.
How you doing?
Good, I'm just doing a little dance so I can meet as many
Around?
meet as many people as possible. So I see it's like there's a commonality here. So you've also created an Android Wear watch face. Can you tell me about what you've created?
I created a little minion because I love minions, and I always wanted to if I look at my watch, I would want to see them. But also I learned from the Women's Tech Makers lab code. That's when I started. I was like, oh, this is cool. This is something I didn't know. Because I started programming in Android, but regular apps for phones, but not for the watches. That's when they're like, oh, Android Wear. I was like, what is that? That's when I learned, and then, they gave us a Moto 360 to play with. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. This is something, that we want to teach other people, because a lot of people, you walk into any places, it could be a school, and they're like, what is that in your hand? And they're like, oh, what is it? What is it? And you show them like, oh my God, I want one. And they're like, oh, I should go online and find out if I could find one for myself. And they're like, I don't know how to work it, but I'll have it on my wrist and look cool like you.
No, that's really cool. And where are you from? And are you teaching people? Are you extending your knowledge beyond what you've learned?
I'm currently going to grad school, so there's a lot of people that
A little bit about what that is and how you got involved?
I'm an Android developer, and I started doing a lot of public speaking and writing blogs, and I got invited into the program to share my knowledge more with more people.
And can you tell me is there a particular project that you've made recently that you're especially proud of that you would want to share with others?
Sure, it's actually a pretty funny story. I got this idea to make an Android Wear watch face, which is called Fit Cat. And what I want is a really, really cute cat on it, but I don't know how to make cute cats. So I asked for help on Google Plus and tell my friends if they know any good illustrators. And one of my friends introduced me to Virginia, who is an awesome illustrator, and we've been working together really hard actually because we wanted to bring the Fit Cat out as soon as possible. And what the Fit Cat does is it's a cute cat that starts off the day sleeping, and he's fat. And the more you walk during the day, the fitter the cat gets. So if you walk a lot, then it will be like weightlifting and doing other crazy things on the skateboard and things like that. So it's been really fun working with Virginia.
Cool. So you have a weightlifting cat. Can you tell me what are the challenges in drawing a weightlifting cat? Or can you tell me more also about your illustration background and why a cat?
Yeah, so I'm actually an illustrator and designer, so I've been doing a bunch of different watch faces. So I had a little bit of practice with making images for Android Wear, and when I met Chuki, and I loved her idea, and I was like, that sounds like so much fun. And of course, she's fantastic, so we made a list of what we thought would look cute for the watch face, and we just sort of started drawing and getting some ideas together. So yeah, it's been fun.
And how long did it take for you to go from concept to coding it? And I don't know, is it in the Android Play Store?
Yeah, it's available for download right now. I think it took us like version 1 maybe 5 days, something like that.
You were very organized.
You were really fast because I may have contacted you on a Friday or something, and then I just made a Google spreadsheet and say, these are the actions that I thought would be cool. And the next day she's like, what do these look? And I opened up my email and all these like pencil sketches. I just fell in love with the cat. Like that moment, I was like, oh, so cute. And then you just ink them in and send me over all the things, and she was amazingly fast.
I'd love to know more about your process. How did you, I mean, I don't illustrate. So to me, taking a picture in the real world and creating it digitally and putting it on a watch seems extremely challenging. Can you tell me about your creative process in maybe going from sketch to launching it?
Yeah, so I actually, when I first got my watch, I was looking in the Play Store at what was there, and there was a lot of awesome stuff, but I wanted to take some of my doodles and see how they would translate. So I have like an octopus and a skull and a bunch of just crazy, colorful stuff that I was like, I don't know how to do this, but I'm just going to start and see what happens and see what works and what doesn't. And so it was sort of trial and error to see what was successful. And I also post a lot of my process online to get feedback from people because I think that's really helpful too. So just trial and error, I think.
Yeah, I think most designers, most engineers would say trial and error is a big part of creating a great solution. Can you tell me about who you are, what you like to make, and maybe a little bit about what's worked and what's not worked in your pursuit of creating a personal project?
Sure. So my name is Trish Wetzel, and I'm interested in building apps, or I'm interested in Android apps for glass and the watch face. And so I had a great opportunity at the Women Tech Makers event to learn how to make a watch face. So that's what I've started off with first with the watch.
And what was your first design, and how did you come up with it?
My first one was a smiley face watch, so I wanted to just pick a nice, fun image, keep the image part simple for now, and learn the code on the back end.
Yeah, I mean, so not everyone has a Virginia, right? So it's like, so I think picking a really solid. This is also a very universal image that everyone can relate to a happy face, and I think if I had to look at a face every day, you'd want it to be a happy one. So what other projects do you have, either in your career or in your work, that you're especially proud of, that maybe in being here at I/O, the education and things you're learning today help supplement those projects to go forward?
So I'm really interested in wearables for healthcare, and really how those can better improve communication between patients and doctors, and also the exchange of information. So really just continuing to learn more about Android.
Awesome, super cool. Well, thanks so much for letting me barge in to your conversation. I know you guys were just kind of hanging out. So thank you so much for coming to I/O. I really appreciate you being here and for being awesome makers. That's it for us. Really, really excited to be here at I/O. As you can see, we're in the playground area where all the innovators from around the world are coming together, meeting each other to make the future of technology. This is Natalie Villalobos from Women Tech Makers. See you soon.
There's this great technology available in Android called Google Now, and I'd love to tell a little story about it. Like last night I went to a restaurant in Japantown, and I just swiped onto my phone and I saw all these great things that were going on all around me. There was this museum I could visit, there was the menu for the restaurant that I was actually in, there were reviews of that restaurant, and thankfully they were good reviews because I discovered it after I was in there. And it's all this great stuff that Google Now will actually give you. But today I'm going to be speaking with our partner who this morning had a great keynote, and one of the things that stood out was that while my smartphone was already smart, you're working on things to make it even smarter. Right? Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love my smartphone. I think they're getting smarter over the years. But I think the motivation was to say, look, we really want the technology to work for you, right? Like, can we make the phone do more of the work for you so that you can get on with your life? That's kind of our, I mean, if you think about it, that sounds crazy and ambitious. But we feel like we've kind of taken a few early steps toward that.
Take moonshots, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and some of the things you've been doing about that, the way I understand you've been thinking about it is that you think really in terms of context and the things that are around you, and answers to the things that you might want to know, and then actions that you can take. And can you talk us through that process?
You've been paying attention to the keynote.
Absolutely.
That's good.
It was hard not to. It was awesome.
No, look, I mean, I think that in fact, if you think about it, it sounds super cliched, super obvious. But mobile changes everything, right? In terms of how you find information, how you act on it. And then when you think about it, like, okay, that's Department of Obvious. But then if you unpack it, right, actually the three things going on here. One is, of course, the fact that your phone is with you all the time, right? Take my Disneyland example from morning. The fact that you're there is is enough of a cue that you need certain things. You don't have to actually spell it out. You don't have to go to like a box and like spell out, oh, I need X, Y, and Z. Right? So the phone has a lot of this implicit context. Context is right.
Sure.
So that's one key insight, and that's when we started saying, well, what are the kinds of contexts where we can help? Okay. A place is certainly one of them, like your Japantown example. But then sometimes the context is kind of in your head, right? So in my case, for example, I love cricket. And I watched the World Cup. I was maniacally focused on that, right? And so any information around that, I don't have to spell it out. Give it to me, right? So that's another context we think about. Right. And then I think the other kind of context we start to think about is just time, right? So the fact that around Thanksgiving you need certain things. You're like, or Halloween, you're looking up pumpkin patches. So how do you kind of really bring a lot more information without you having to spell out? Is our like key motivation for this.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it gets to answers and actions in that.
And the context of places, it's not just that this place is in this location, right? It's like, if it's a restaurant, you've got the opening hours, you've got the menus, you've got all that kind of stuff, which is
exactly. I mean, nobody thinks about like, oh, I'm in this lat long, right? Like, you're actually saying, oh, this is a restaurant or this is a mall. At the mall, you want the directory. At the airport, you want the terminal map or whatever. Yeah. So in some sense, it's like you're trying to get stuff done in a place. You're not just there for the sake of it. So how do you kind of help you get stuff done?
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned the Cricket World Cup, because that's a great example. That I was in Australia back in January, and I didn't know about the Cricket World Cup, and I'm from Ireland, and I heard that Ireland were going to be in the Cricket World Cup. So I Googled for like Ireland in the Cricket World Cup, and then Google Now started giving me all this information, like when they were going to play, and the games that they won, and the games that they lost, and all this kind of. It was really enriching, and it was really delightful to actually have it. And so some of the other things that you spoke about now, that some of the future things that you were talking about with Google Now, and this Google Now on tap, like what's that going to be bringing to us?
Not beer. But the idea was simple, right? Which is like saying, look, like I was saying, how can we bring you answers and actions in context? But then if you think about it, the context is not just places, time, and interest, but really often the context is what you're doing in that moment, right? You were making dinner plans, so or you're talking about a movie. Like in that context, in that specific moment, what do you need? So we're kind of saying, okay, how do we take this assistance that we're starting to build with Now, but then put it to use in that precise moment? Nice. And that's kind of the idea behind Now on Tap.
Right. And I liked your Disney example, was like, instead of just telling me like, what I can do in Disney, it's also got information like how long the line is for this ride. And that's really, really handy stuff. So cool.
And with Now on Tap, the other thing that's interesting is we started out thinking, oh, we should get you quick answers. Like, you and I are talking about a movie, give you the movie information. But with user studies, we actually found another use case, right? So one of the things people said is, oh, I have another thing that I'm super annoyed with smartphones, which is I'm reading something, like actually this just happened to me, right? I was reading some article about, free-range parenting, and then I have to come do this. And so I have two choices now. Either I lose track of it forever, or I just like futz with my phone right before I come here and take 15 steps and add this to my calendar or whatever else, right? So one of the things we're saying is, in that moment, can you just like put a single button push and just say, hey, Google Now, get this back to me when I can read it, when I have the context of reading it.
Yeah, like you saw with the Hugh Laurie example, right? It was like you were looking into him and you held it down.
It's just a quick question. I don't want to have to go through 15 steps just to get a quick question answered. That's kind of the...
And it was really funny because it was like, when I was watching your keynote and I was like, I know Hugh Laurie from somewhere. And when you pushed that, and then there was like a little icon of an old British TV show called Blackadder, and he was in that, and I was like,
exactly. Sometimes you just have to see it for a couple seconds. Actually, this happened to me. So I always get confused between, I still am confused between Helen Hunt and Holly Hunter. Like that always trips up. They're like two Hollywood actresses, and I was like, which one is it now on an article? And I was like, okay, let me tap on Holly. And it's like, oh yeah, it's the other one, right?
Cool. Now, so this is great stuff for like the end user. How about for developers? What kind of goodness do we have?
That's a pretty cool thing here. I think for developers, there's a couple things, right? So one, your app, you don't have to change anything. That's why we are using kind of the platform API to make this work, and which is the reason we roll it out in Android M. But the other thing is, like, if for Tomorrowland or for restaurants or whatever, if you have an app that can get you something useful done for that kind of a use case, you can start surfacing here, right? Which is pretty cool, right? It's a new way. Of course, now today you can surface in Google Play. Right. So Google Search as well. This is a third way that you can kind of reach users.
So if you're a domain expert in something like, coffee shops that have great latte art, you can build the app around that and then get surfaced to users through Now on Tap, if you excuse the pun. That's pretty cool. And when can we expect to see this? This is an Android M?
Yes, it'll roll out with Android M in a couple months.
Okay.
We should see some updates to the developer preview as well.
Nice. So lots of great stuff to look forward in Android M. Google Now on tap is one of them. So I'm really excited for that. Thank you so much for this, Aparna. You know, folks, download the developer preview for M today, and you know you won't have the Google Now in that yet, but it's coming very, very soon. So thanks, Aparna. Thank you.
Jelly Bean.
Want to learn how to develop fast, beautiful, engaging Android apps? Want to learn on your own time, at your own pace? We have a suite of online courses just for you. Developed by Google experts.
Confusing or disorienting. Just as we learn how applying lessons.
We have courses for everybody. From beginner programmers to those of you who know your way around Java, who want to delve into the depths of Gradle.
Like these.
Learn the fundamentals of developing Android apps. Build apps that look cool on all device sizes. And learn the elements of great design. Learn how to extend your apps to wearable, TV, and auto. Integrate your app with Google services like Analytics, Maps, and Ads. And make your app fast and efficient. Start now at udacity.com/Google.
Hi, I'm Adriana Cherundolo, Program Manager for the Global GDG program. So GDGs are Google Developer Groups. They're in-person meetups for developers around the world to learn about Google developer technologies. We have over 600 chapters in over 100 countries globally, and these events, we have over 7,200 of them yearly, reaching over 35,000 participants. So this year, we have over 500 of them here at I/O. I have a few GDG organizers here with me, and we're going to ask them what they're going to bring back to I/O. Hi.
Hi.
So, Gino, you're from a GDG chapter in Nigeria.
Yeah, GDG Port Harcourt, Nigeria.
What kind of events do you run in Nigeria?
Okay, we organize tech events. We organize user experience events. We organize events to bring good developers from Port Harcourt. Yeah.
That's great. And given the content here at I/O this year, what are you hoping to bring back to your community and teach them?
Okay. One of the things I've learned here is that how to better manage a community. So I'm going to go back and see how I can build a better community, work very well with my co-organizers, get volunteers and other guys that are interested in building a good community, and also introduce good technologies that could help developers provide better solutions to their clients over in Port Harcourt.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know we have another organizer from Nigeria here, Chinedu. Chinedu, talk to me about what you're hoping to bring back to I/O to your community and any specific technologies that you want to teach them.
Okay, it's been a very beautiful experience here out at the GGG Summit. The day 1 and day 2 was awesome. Day 1, we had CSI Labs and NVC Communication. It has taught me how to be a better organizer, how to manage my team better, how to see people better. So on day 2, we had awesome breakout sessions, and I learned how to manage the community, how to teach people how to better experiences how to bring better experiences to the community. So what I'm taking back home is a whole lot, because when I get back home, I'm going to make my chapter one of the best in the GDG society.
Thank you. And also, Timmy from GDG Vienna, what do you want to bring back to your community from the I/O content here today?
Hello, I'm hoping to bring back the enthusiasm that I felt when the keynote was on about all the new products and technologies from Google, especially the Google Photos, which I'm also very excited about, and the new Android M, so super cool. And also to the organizing team in Vienna, I'm hoping to bring back very good examples of how to improve our events like DevFest and Women Tech Makers.
Nice.
Thank you.
So clearly, if you want to learn more about Google Developer Technologies, just go ahead and find one near you. Woo!
Lawrence Maroney here, reporting from the Coffee with a Googler stage on level 2 in the Moscone. I'm going to be chatting today with Ellie Powers, who's a product manager on the Google Play team, who gave us a wickedly great keynote this morning. Thanks, Ellie. So tell us all about what you do at Google Play and some of the stuff you spoke about in the keynote.
Well, so I'm a product manager, which means that I work on all sorts of new products and services for our developers and our users.
Okay.
So we're constantly trying to understand, as the world of Android grows, what do developers and users need to have a better experience? Okay. And so for users, that can mean, how do we surface the right apps to them? How do we help them find what they want? How do we help them explore and do the most with their phones and tablets that they possibly can?
Okay. Now, as a parent myself, I saw some of the stuff on families that you spoke about, and that looked really, really cool, because my kids use the Play Store all the time, and I don't want them to find anything inappropriate. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. So we saw basically exactly what you've been seeing with your kids. We've seen that about a third of Android users in the US actually have kids under age 12. So that's a lot of parents who are out there trying to find the right content for their kids. And so we said we can do something that's better than what we've been doing before. And what we're so excited to have now is an easy way for parents to say, you know, let me find the right content for my kids. And the right content can mean appropriate for their age, but also aligned around their interests. So whether it's like a favorite character, if they're a big fan of, you know, Mickey Mouse or something like that.
Dora the Explorer.
Dora the Explorer, that's my favorite. You know, they can go and find that content easily and be sure that that's going to be appropriate for their kids.
So if I'm a developer producing child-friendly content, how do I get it like filtered and filed and appropriately like listed in the store?
So if you're a developer on Google Play, you're already going into the Google Play Developer Console to publish your app and check on the latest stats, how much money you're making, things like that. And so if you just go in there, click on the app that you want to distribute into our family section, and then you go to a page called Pricing and Distribution. Down at the bottom, there's actually a little checkbox, and it just walks you through the process. It shows you exactly what the requirements are, and you can submit your app, and we'll let you know as soon as it's approved.
Okay, now, so is there some kind of smart work going on in the background to kind of pick characters out of the app and validate age appropriateness and all that kind of thing?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we really want to have a very, you know, professional experience for the parents. We want them to be really confident in what they're finding. So we do go and make sure that it adheres to all the rules for the program and make sure that, you know, we're not filing Dora the Explorer under Star Wars or something like that. So we'll make sure that you can actually find the right content.
I think a Dora the Explorer Star Wars crossover would be awesome.
That would be so awesome. I guess we'd have to put it in both places in that case.
Yeah, it'd be really, really neat.
Yeah.
Now, I know you also do a lot of stuff with the Developers Console. Can you talk through a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the biggest challenges we're seeing that developers are facing today is that they want to just bring more users to their apps. So in addition to everything that we're doing on the user side in terms of surfacing the right apps to users, we're also making it so that developers can take action to make their apps more discoverable and to make users more likely to install it. So there's a couple big things we're doing there. The first one is we're making it really easy for developers to create advertising campaigns.
Okay.
So, you know, if you haven't tried it before, we want to make it possible with just a couple clicks to start advertising. So we have something new in the developer console called Universal App Campaigns. Okay. And all you need to know is just the total budget that you want to spend and the amount that you want to pay per user. And we just make it easy. Within a couple minutes, you can set up your whole ad campaign, and we'll go and we'll select the right inventory across Google Search, YouTube, AdWords, and the Play Store search ads as well.
Nice.
And so that's really easy. And so probably the next thing you probably want to see after that is, well, is it working? If I'm doing certain types of marketing activities, which ones are going well, which ones aren't? Where do I want to double down? Where do I want to cut back? So we have a new page that we're calling the conversion funnel. And so you're able to see all of basically user traffic in the Play Store, and you can see how many users looked at your page on Play, how many of them actually installed the app, and then how many went on to spend money. And you can also break that down based on how the user found your app. So you can see, oh, this ad campaign that I created, this is how many installs it was able to get me.
Sweet. I also saw that you have like an A/B testing kind of thing in the Play Store itself, so you can test your listings.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, a lot of developers say that they want to make the best store listing that's going to appeal to the most users. But how are you supposed to know if like a red icon or a blue icon is going to be most effective? And you could get in a conversation all day, but without any data, it's not really clear what you're supposed to do. So you can just create up to 3 different variants of your store listing in the Google Play Developer Console. And then we go on and we test those new graphics and tests across a bunch of users. Okay. And then we'll tell you, hey, it looks like this one here is the winner, and you can just switch over to it. You don't have to do any math, you don't have to write any code. We just create everything for you, and all you need to provide is the graphics and the text.
Nice. And like if I want to make changes to my graphic and text based on feedback from this testing, it's pretty fast for me to filter that into the store.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just make the change. We'll say this option is the winner, and you can just click on it and say, yep, I want to make that my new Play Store listing, and then very soon it'll show up there for everybody.
Cool. And one other thing that I saw that I was really excited by was developers can actually have their own page in the store where they list all of their apps. And I think that's really powerful.
Yeah, we're really excited about that too. Some developers have maybe just 1 or 2 apps, but other developers have a very large catalog actually of what they've created. And a lot of developers have told us, well, wouldn't it be nicer if there was just a single place in the Play Store where they could send users? They could say, check us out on Google Play, and send the users to that one page. So now we've made it so the developers can customize that page. And they can really give it a flavor of their brand by putting custom graphics there. And then if they have a certain title, maybe they've just launched a new game, they can just feature that one at the top of the list. And then users can go on and explore the other apps and games that they have too.
And I personally found it's a great way to discover things that I like, is that usually if I like one app from a developer, it's like liking a book from a particular author, right? That you tend to like the other ones from that author. Yeah. So if I have that page where I can see the other apps from that developer, it's great for me as the user, and it's great for that developer too.
Yeah, absolutely. We really hope that this can be a way to build loyal fans like you, where you say, oh, I like the first game from this developer, I'm going to try the next one, and the next one, and the next one after that.
Exactly. So, and like if I'm an app developer, how do I go about getting one of those pages or setting that up?
Well, it's all in the developer console again, so you just go there, you click on your store listing, and there's a new experiment section, and you can set up all the different experiments that you want to run. Wow. And you can go from there.
Cool. Well, thanks so much for coming, Ellie. This has been fabulous. And great job with the keynote this morning. It was just wonderful. We've looked at so many new things that are available in the Google Play Developer Console. There's, as Ellie mentioned, there's the advertising, there's the A/B testing, there's the developer page, there's the family-friendly stuff, and there's great new stuff available for Play Games developers. So we just go and check out the Google Play Developer Console. If you're submitting any apps, if you're submitting any games, there's lots of great new tools on there for you. So thanks, Ellie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You must have used Dreamweaver, right?
Yeah, I used Dreamweaver, but I used other tools before Dreamweaver. I used Notepad.
Notepad's not really a tool, is it?
What are you talking about? Notepad was the pinnacle tool of its time.
How is it a pinnacle tool? Like, it was text, that was it.
It was text, that's all you needed.
But it's not a tool, it's just like, nah.
Notepad didn't let you change the font face until Windows 98.
And that was a beautiful day for you, I think.
It's a beautiful day for me.
Right. So I used
It's like we got one new feature. That's party.
That was the one feature everyone wanted. Everything else, nah. Like, I used to use Dreamweaver was the first one I think I used. Oh, no, actually, it was Front Page. Front Page is beautiful.
Front Page, was this Front Page 2.0?
I can't remember the version.
Okay.
It was old school, though, and I enjoyed it greatly. Had like a fluorescent mushroom as my tiled background. It was great.
Front Page was great. You could like easily add in your marquee tags and your blink tags.
Dancing
animated
babies, visitor counts, under constructions.
Fire, just random fire anywhere on your page.
So I use package control like just for when I'm installing things. Like I've had to install it at some point.
Mm-hmm.
but like, what do you like?
So I usually, so package control is a lot like Tinder for Sublime Text modules. You swipe left or right depending on the quality of plugin you're after.
So which ones do you swipe right for?
Swipe right is good.
Right is good. The
Right
ones
is
you want to
good.
keep.
Right.
Yes.
I'm terrible at Tinder. Okay, so I swipe right for linters. I love linters. Linters help like you make sure that your code quality is where you want it at.
I use linters as well. Like I've been using JSHint for a little while, and it's actually been insanely good. So if you do things like foo.hello world, and you haven't actually defined foo anywhere, that doesn't make sense. You can't call a function hello world or nothing. So for things like that, it's super helpful. And I used to have JSHint in my build process, which was fine, but it would complain in the background, and it's so much easier just having it in my text editor there and then. And it just catches tons of little errors like that.
That's awesome. So you can like easily visualize where you're breaking your code. You can go in and fix it.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. So like on a similar note to that, I love using a tool called JSCS for like making sure that you're following your JavaScript style guide. Here I've got JSCS running against a piece of code, and it's highlighting anywhere where like I'm going away from my style guide. Like I've got operators that are sticking to variables that they shouldn't be. I've got spaces in front of opening brackets.
Yep.
And one of the really cool things about JSCS is they recently added this option that lets you go and format your code so that it fixes all of the style guide issues for you.
Nice. You don't even have to do anything.
Exactly.
So does it have like a JSHint RC file as well?
It does. So similar to the way, so JSHint has got a JSHint RC file, right?
Yeah.
So this is a very similar concept. You can set a preset that you want to use. So JSCS supports the Google JavaScript style guide.
Yep.
And if you want to customize that a little bit, it supports you doing
things.
that.
So anything you don't like from a default one, boom. One of the packages that I'm finding actually more and more useful is color highlighter. And literally all it does is it just shows this like underlined color of whatever's in the CSS.
Mm-hmm.
When you hover over it, it like covers the entire background of that bit of text with the color that it represents. And one of the nice things that I realized is under the package settings, you can actually just switch it out. So you can just say filled all the time. And then any color in your CSS, it'll always be filled. And it's just really handy just because you can see a color in your page, quickly see where it is in the CSS and make any tweaks you want to make.
Right, so normally people end up using like external tools to go and select colors, but this is really useful because let's say you're messing around with your styles and you just want to change the color. Just bring up color picker inside Sublime, change the color, hit pick, and it'll go and update the value.
Just actually swaps it in the file.
Yeah,
Nice.
swap it right in line. And if you happen to be using a getter plugin, it'll also highlight that with the color that you've just chosen. So it's nice and visual.
So I mean, it kind of does what color highlighter does, but in a lesser form and more rubbish. Yeah, sure, okay.
For a given definition.
One of the only other plugin that I use on a regular basis is auto file name.
Mm-hmm.
And all it does is whenever you're typing in a file, whether it be like adding it in your HTML, like reference CSS file, or adding like an image as a background image, as you're typing, it just says, like, this is probably the file that you're going to type in, whether it's a folder or a file name, and it just auto-fills it, basically.
You may just be the laziest human being I've ever met.
No. All it's doing is just stopping me from adding in typos.
Okay, so it avoids you having to like go through the file tree and look for the file that you're working on.
Exactly.
Do you use auto prefixer?
I use it in my build process.
Okay, so you can also use it in your editor. Just work on some styles without any prefixes, go and enable a plugin. It'll fill out everything for you.
But like, why have it in your text editor? Because like the build process makes sense. You type your CSS, you do all the things. Build process like picks it all out, creates the final output, and then it keeps your CSS just like clean. It doesn't have any of the stuff that you normally have.
I guess this is useful if you're working on a smaller prototype and you want the same benefits as you get in the build process.
So basically when you're too lazy to add in a build process.
Exactly, yes.
Nice.
Hey everyone, what's up? It's Rob Dodson. Today on Polycast, I'm going to take you down the path of creating a public API for your elements. We're also going to be answering questions from the audience, so be sure to stick around for that. First, let's hop into some code. So the first part of creating a public API for your element is declaring public properties. And this has changed a bunch from Polymer 05 to the newest version. In previous versions of Polymer, if you wanted to declare public properties for your element, there was an attributes attribute that you could put properties in. There was a published object that you could put properties in, and sometimes it was confusing, where should you put your stuff? So in the latest version of Polymer, this has all been consolidated into one single properties object. And it's a very powerful object. So let me show it to you, and we can check out some of the cool things that it does. So first and foremost, I've got an XCustom element that I've created here. I've got a properties object, and I've got two properties, first and last. And I've set string to their values, which basically tells Polymer that when someone passes in a value for first and last, that value should be deserialized to a string. So that's really nice. You can deserialize to various other types like number, object, etc. Another cool thing that you can do is you can pass in a default value for a property. So I've got an age property here. I've set its type to number and a default value of 42. You can also create observers for your property. So these are functions that will run whenever the property changes. So here I've set observer to this age changed function. And in previous versions of Polymer, we had this notion of change watchers, which were functions that we kind of secretly implemented for you. If you had a public property, you kind of got one of those functions for free. It was a little bit of magic. Now that has been sort of removed, and if you want to observe a change, you need to explicitly create an observer like this, which is nice. It sort of, if someone was looking at your code and they weren't quite sure where that function was coming from, this clears up any confusion there. Now, one thing to point out is that because this is effectively like a private function, I don't want a bunch of people calling this method. I would only like it to run if my property changes. I'm prefixing it with an underscore. And that's something that we're doing with all the Polymer elements, just to highlight to folks that this is internal to the element and not meant for the outside world to call. Now, another thing that you can do is you can have your element dispatch change events anytime its property is updated. So this is similar to the way that native DOM elements work. You've got input and select, and when they change, they actually fire events every single time to notify folks. So adding a notify property to your element is going to dispatch those change events for you. So I'll get an age changed event. And the nice thing is this is actually the basis for the two-way binding system in Polymer. So if you want one of these properties here to be two-way bindable, you need to make sure that you've got notify true set on it. Also, hopefully, this makes it easier to interop with other frameworks. So there are other frameworks out there that have their own data binding systems. And previously, it was unclear, how they could know at what point in a Polymer element's life to actually check for changes. This way, it's getting an event it can listen for that is consistent, and that way we can hopefully interop with some other data binding systems. Now, another really awesome thing that you can do is create computed properties. So let's say I want to take first and last and combine them together into one value. I can do that here by passing a computed key and then a compute full name function name. And I'm passing in the two properties that I would like to send in as arguments. So I'm passing in first and last. Now, it's important to include these arguments here because what they do is they tell Polymer that anytime first or last changes, this compute full name function should run again to update this value. So very, very useful trick there. Another thing that you can do is create read-only properties. So let's say you have an element with some internal state. You don't want the outside world playing around with it. You can set that property to read-only so that way folks can only get the value, they can never set it. Now, lastly, one thing that's really cool is you can reflect values back to attributes if you need to. So this is really helpful if someone is trying to style your element with a CSS attribute selector. You probably won't use this guy that much, but it's there if you need it. So the new properties object gives you a ton of power. Let's hop into the code editor and actually put this into practice. So I'm going to start, as I do with all my elements, in a Bower JSON file. I've got an element that I've created called name tag. And in my dependencies, I've listed Polymer 090 RC1. So this is the release candidate for RC1, which is what's currently available at the time of this recording. But if you're watching this and I'm assuming by now the 090 tag is actually out. So you can actually take this value here and probably just go ahead and replace it in your Bower JSON with a little caret 090. And that should get you the latest tag of Polymer. Now over in my terminal, I'm going to run Bower install to pull down that version of Polymer. And then back in Sublime, I can create a name-tag HTML file. And this is where I'm going to put my element's definition. The first thing I got to do, as always, is use the canonical path to import Polymer. Then I'm going to create a DOM module with an ID that matches my element's tag name, so ID of name tag. And inside of there, I will throw a template, and that's where I'm going to put all of the local DOM content for my element. And the next thing I need to do is call the Polymer constructor, and I need to give it an is property and pass in my tag name. And then I'm also going to create a properties object for it, and I will create first and last properties. And I'm going to set those to strings. Then I will create a div up here called full name, and I will bind those values up to spans inside of that div. Now, in previous versions of Polymer, you could actually create these binding expressions where you had like multiple values or multiple bindings all kind of mushed into one tag. Currently in Polymer, that is not supported, though it is on the roadmap. So if you need to get both first and last into this div, you got to wrap them inside of spans, which is a little funky, and we're going to come back to this point in a moment. But so far, just with this right here, we're ready to preview our element. So I'll go to my index file, and I'm going to import the definition for my name tag element. And then down in the body, I can drop in a name tag, and I can configure it with first and last values. So I'm just going to pass in my name as those values. Next, I'm going to run the trusty polyserve module to actually preview my element. Polyserve is a little local node server that you can use to test out your component. It plays very nicely with Bower. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, you can check out this video right here. We've got a full episode which explains how to get up and running with Polyserve. If you are building a lot of elements, this is an invaluable tool, so it is worth your time to check out that episode. Now over in Chrome, I'm going to refresh the page, and you can see over here, I'll kind of boost this up a little bit for you, that my name is now showing up. So I've got first and last, those binding values are being displayed there. It's a little boring, right? But at least you can see it works. And back in my element definition, I'm going to try to clean this up a little bit, because having those spans there is a little bit of a funky hack. And to do that, I'm going to use a computed property. So in my properties object, I will create a full name property. And I'm going to say it's computed, and then it computes first and last. And then down here, I can actually implement that method. So it takes first and last as arguments. It returns a string that is the concatenated values. Then up in my div, I can just drop in a binding for full name. Now, the next thing I want to do to make this tag look a little bit nicer is actually add some styles in here. So I'm styling the host, and I'm styling that full name div. And what this is going to give me when I go back to Chrome and refresh the page is something that looks a little bit more like a name badge. And you can see that I still see my full name there using that computed property. OK, I'm going to clue you in on a little pro tip now. If you'd like to declare your computed properties inline, you can totally do that. And that's really useful if you want to have a computed property maybe only in one place. It'll keep your properties object nice and tidy. So let me show you how to do that. So to declare a computed property inline, we can actually delete this full name property that we've got here. And then up in our binding, we can just call compute full name, pass in first and last properties, and then that's going to call this guy and return a value. So going back to Chrome, refresh the page, I see the exact same thing, but I've tidied up my properties object a little bit. And this, again, is helpful if you have a property that maybe you're only using in one place. Now, one last thing I want to show you is how to add a public method to your component. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add like a shake method so that the name tag actually wiggles around a little bit. So to do that, I'm going to start off with a little bit of CSS. And notice this host selector that I've written here. So I'm targeting the host, and then I've got these parentheses, and I'm passing in a class name. And what that does is it allows the element to reference itself. It's basically saying, if I have a class called shake applied to me, then use all of these styles. I'm just creating an animation here. What I'm going to do is drop in some keyframes. And these keyframes just have the element go to the right a little, to the left a little, and then back to the center. And then I've got the vendor prefixed versions of those keyframes as well. So Moz keyframe, WebKit keyframe, etc. So it looks like a lot more code than it really is. Now I'm ready to go down to my prototype, and I can actually implement a shake method. So all I'm doing is I'm saying this.classlist.toggle that shake class. So you're going to add it. The element's going to shake around. You're going to toggle it, so it'll get removed. Call it again. The element shakes around, etc. So we hop over to Chrome, and I can pop up in the dev tools and use this little inspector here to select my element in the document. I can see that I've got it highlighted there. and I can hit escape to open up my console. And I'll show you a neat trick if you haven't seen it before. When you're in the console and you've got an element selected up there, you can hit $0 to actually select that element. It's like calling query selector. So now I can just say $0, call that shake public method, and you'll see it shaking. I can call it again, and you'll see that that class that we added gets removed because we're calling classless toggle. Call it again, it shakes. Call it again, class gets removed, so on and so on. So a bit of a quick and dirty example, but now you know how to add public properties and public methods to your element. So there you have it. You now know how to create the public API for your element. Now, don't run away just yet. Stick around, because in Q&A time, we're going to be answering questions from the audience and giving away some swag. Be sure to click that little subscribe button. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
While general purpose computing is all the rage these days, let's not forget about a massive area of computing: single purpose machines. From point of sale devices to vending machines and reception kiosks to in-flight entertainment, computers that are produced to serve a single purpose are everywhere. Often, these deployments require a highly customized OS, but now Android packs enough of a punch for bespoke app developers and enough control to device administrators to meet all these needs out of the box. I'm Rich Hyman, and I'm going to let you know how to cater for single-use devices when writing your apps, and how they can be easily provisioned and managed using Android for Work. With a new focus on corporate-owned single-use devices, one or more apps gets installed when a device is initialized, and it can be locked down into single app mode. That means things like the home button and touch switcher are gone. There are also enhanced controls around the status bar, notifications, incoming calls, and quick settings menus. And of course, at reboot, it will launch you right back into your chosen application. Because updates on these devices can be problematic, we've added APIs to give IT admins the ability to accept them remotely. Admins can set an OTA policy for a device and use these APIs to control them, remotely accepting OTAs, scheduling maintenance windows, or even postponing them to give them a chance to verify app compatibility. Like all Android for Work features, COSU is designed to be supported and managed by your enterprise mobility management vendor. Once a supporting EMM is configured, provisioning your COSU device is as simple as an NFC bump, and you've got your own interactive building map or hotel check-in station. As a developer, there are a couple of things to consider when building for single-use machines. Firstly, the power state of the device. Many applications of COSU devices will be plugged in and require the screen to be kept on the whole time. There is a device policy for it, but it's also worth ensuring it's in your application, or at least make it configurable, as you might end up in a multi-app COSU system. The best way to do this is use the window manager flag Keep Screen On in your activity. There's also the Keep Screen On parameter you can use in your XML layouts. Your app should also be self-contained. Avoid things like the send intent for single-use apps. Your app should work on its own without the need for interactions with other applications, as you want to be in full control of the device the whole time. Probably goes without saying, but it applies to in-app purchases as well. These devices won't have access to the Play Store. Finally, we also recommend keeping your app within one task. Support for COSU deployments will mean you can now target a huge range of new use cases with your applications, and we're really looking forward to seeing the results. When considering the reach of Android for Work, enterprise mobility management companies make up a critical part of the availability. They integrate Android for Work into their offerings so that IT admins can manage the devices in their organizations. They install your apps from Google Play for Work. They apply security policies, set up corporate Wi-Fi networks, application restrictions, and they can even set up single sign-on by remotely installing certificates. We're constantly updating the APIs available to EMMs to give them more flexibility in their offerings. For more information on integrating Android for Work into your enterprise management product, you can contact us through the partnerships form at google.com/work/Android. To simplify the testing of your enterprise apps, we've released and open-sourced a new device policy client called TestDPC. When developing functionality for enterprise, you can use TestDPC to simulate the majority of features of Android for Work. The app lets you set up a work profile, apply device policies, set app and intent restrictions. You can even set up COSU devices. You can find the app in our GitHub repo at github.com/Google Samples. It's ready for you to incorporate into your testing workflow. These new updates could revolutionize single-use devices whilst keeping IT admins happy. For more developer information, you can check out developer.android.com/work, whilst I go and look up some more acronyms. So for now, it's TTFN for BYOD, whilst your apps go COSU.
Welcome.
Hi. 大家好.
I'm Rich.
What's with Google Play to Mark?
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
My name's Tim Anderson, and I'm part of the Google Play for Education team.
Hi, I'm Bethany, a designer at Google.
One of the things we're trying to do over the next decade is to end repressive censorship.
What's my next appointment?
Today at 4 p.m. Android Automotive Monthly Update.
This is an incredible place with lots of great stuff being worked on every single day.
And we're going to incorporate one more element, so let's dive in.
The show featuring actionable startup advice.
Welcome to the lab.
Okay, guys, seriously. I think that's pretty awesome.
Build better apps.
Oh, come on! Really?
That's it for this time.
That's it. I/O's already over. We hope you had a great time and learned a lot. We're all done for now, but no, it's not over, at least not for you. We're going to create and publish 100 developer videos in 100 days.
100 days of Google Dev.
We're going to inspire you to build apps, engage users, and earn money across all your favorite platforms, Android, iOS, the web, and beyond.
We'll be delivering fresh new content all summer long.
Inspiring you to build better apps.
You'll get detailed information about our new products, pro tips for solving coding challenges, and access to some of Google's crazy new technologies. So subscribe and stay tuned to the Google Developers YouTube channel.